So now the backend operations are being completed, and now we need to move ahead to the front end part as well. So now we need to build the UI of this application. So the backend has been completed, and now the UI part is remaining. So now let's see the functionalities and the front end workflows of the UI. So first there will be the user, and then there will be the admin. So we'll be having different functionalities for the user, and we will be having the different functionalities for the admin. So for the user can view all of their movies, and he needs to authenticate before proceeding to the booking. So for creating the booking, user needs to authenticate, and user can add or delete the bookings as well from the profile, and he can view the profile page as well. So that is a functionality of this user. And if we move ahead to the admin part, so the admin can also view all of the movies, and he also needs to log in for creating the movies for the bookings. So the admin creates the movies as per our functionality, so he needs to authenticate before proceeding for the movies, and then he or she can add the movies as well for the booking. So the admin had the functionality of adds the movies for the booking, and then he can also see the profile page as well with all the movies he has added. And now let's see the requirements of the front end. So for the front end, we need the requirements of the front end. Like first, we need the header, and we'll be using the React Router version 6.0 with the header, and then we'll be using the Redux as a state management for the authentication states. So we'll be having the complex state management like the authentication state, so we'll be using the Redux for handling the state management logics. And then we'll be having the Axios API calls as well. So we'll be having the API calls with the Axios, which is a third-party promise-based HTTP library which we can use to make the API calls. And then we'll be having the different interfaces for the admin and the user. So admin will have the different interface, and the user will have different. So for the admin, we'll be having the links of adding the movies, and for the user, we'll be having the screens for editing the booking, for creating the booking, and for deleting the booking, and for booking all of the movies as well. So that will be the functionalities of the admin and the user. And now let's see the screens as well of this application which we need. So we need the home page with the featured movies. So we'll be having the home page of the application, and then we'll be having the featured movies, and there will also be the search bar as well on the top of the navigation bar where we can search for any movie. And then we have the screens of the movies, correct? We have the all movies page, and then we have the edit page, we have the add page, and then we'll be having the delete page as well. And then we'll be having the authentication forms as well. So for the admin login and the user login, we'll be using the same authentication forms, and then we'll be having the profile pages as well for both of the user, for the admin and the users. So these are the functionalities and the workflows and the screens of the front end. And now let's dive into the front end, and we will be creating a React application, and then we'll be designing our application. So now we are into the VS Code, and now for a moment we can stop the backend server, and then we can move ahead to the front end part. So we can just stop the backend server, and then we can move ahead into the root directory, parent directory. And now what we can do, so here we can just create a brand new React.js application. So for creating the brand new React.js application, what do we need to do? So we need to run the command of the npx. It would be the create -react -app, and then the name of the application, like in this case it can be the movies. So that will be the React application, and then we need to hit enter, and then it will ask you for proceeding. So we need to click on the Y, so we need to enter Y, and then we need to hit enter. So it will just install the brand new React.js application inside this directory. So we need to wait till it completes the installation for that. So the React app has been created, and now we can move ahead into the source directory inside the React application, and then we can move on into the app.js, and then you can see now we have some unnecessary code, so we can remove that to make it simpler. So we can remove from the header till the header, and then we can also remove the class name equals to the app, because here we don't need the CSS as well. So here we will also remove the logo as well, and then we'll remove the CSS import as well, and then inside this div we will just render the hello as of now. And after that, what do we need to do? So we need to move on into the index.js, which is a root directory. Here we render the root, and then we render the app component inside that root. And now we need to remove here the report web vitals, because we don't need that, because these are for the performance issues. And then we can remove that as of now. And then we can also remove from here as well, because we don't need the complexity anyhow. And then now we can just move on into the index.css import as well. And then the HTML will by default give you the margin of the 8 pixels. So we need to give the margin of the 0. So as we have the margin equals to 0, so we can also provide the padding as well for the 0. So we can give the padding of the 0. And now we enter the movies, and now we need to start this application as well. So for starting the application, we all know that we need to run the command of the npm start to start the React application. And it will just open the local development server on the port of the 3000 on our machine. So we need to wait till it compiles the new React.js application. So now the React app has been compiled, and now we can move ahead to the browser as well, and it has opened the browser window as well. So we can move on to the browser. So here you can see now we have rendered the hello inside that. So now everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just added the default setup of the React.js application. So now we can just start the development of this application. So first we need to remove the hello from here, and now we can remove that. And now we need to enter the things that we want to render here. So first inside the app.js there will be the header, so we can write the header. And after the header, now what we need to do, so we need to render the home page as well, and then we need to subscribe for the different routes and add some different components for the routes. So we need to do a lot of things there. So first let me start with the header. So we can just start with the header component first. So now what we need to do, so in the source we can just create a new folder. It can be the components, and inside this components, so we can just create directly a new file that can be the header.js, that can be the header file. And here what can we do, so we can run here the RAFCE to add a default setup of the React.js component. So with the RAFCE, it will just add here the import statement from the React, and it will add here the header component. So now we have the header component, and then we are just exporting the header component as a default export. So here we have this component, and after that what can we do, so now instead of this header we can just directly render here the header component inside the app.js. So we can render the header component inside the app.js, and if we save, if we just move on to the application, so here you can see now the header component is being rendered. And now what we need to do as the next step, so now we need to design this header. So for designing the header, what we can do, so we can just have here the header on the screen, and then first there will be the logo of this application, and then we'll be having the search bar inside the header, and then we'll be having some links on the right. So now let's design this as well. So we can move on to the paint. So like that would be the header. So we need this header on the top of the screen. And then what do we need to do? So first we need to render a logo. So suppose this will be the logo, and after that I think we can just render the search bar in the center of the navigation bar. So after that there will be the search bar like this, and that will be the search bar, and then we'll be adding some icons in the inside the search bar as well. And after that we will just have some text links inside that, and then on the right side we'll be having the text links. So that will be the functionality of this header. So we'll be having the links of like moving to the all movies page, or like moving to the different page and then moving to a different page. So now what we will do, so now let's move on and let's create this header of this application. So now I will just close this page. So now for doing that, now what we can do, so we can just move on to the materialui.com. So we can move on to the MUI.com. So we have the MUI, and then we can just search for the MUI, and then you can see this is the home page of the MUI. So as we have discussed earlier, so we'll be using the Material UI for designing our application. So what we can do, so here we can just click on the get started, and then you will see here the installation link as well. So here inside the left, you can see now we have the tab of the installation. So I will select with the npm. So we can just click on the copy, and then we can just move into the terminal, and then we can just move on into the movies, and then we can just paste this command to install the Material UI inside this application. So we can just hit enter, and the Material UI will be then installed within very few moments. And then till the Material UI installs, now we can just move on into the Material UI, and then we can just see that how we can build the header. So we have the component inside the Material UI, which is the app bar. So we can just search for the app bar. So the app bar will allow us to create the navigation bar. So the app bar will give you the functionality, like it give you the basic functionality of the navigation bar. It will give you the blue background nav tag with the HTML. So in the HTML we have the nav tag. So it give you the blue background and the pre-designed nav tag in which we can add some content. And then we can see the demos as well. So here we have the demos, and then you can just learn about this app bar inside this page. And then if you don't know about the app bar, and if you want to learn all of the things of the Material UI, then I have a separate course of the Material UI on the Udemy, so you can buy that as well. So now let's see the demos of the app bar. So here we have the demos. So like now you can see this is the navigation bar. So this is the app bar which we can use. So this is the basic app bar, and then we have the app bar with the menus as well. So we have the menu of the user as well, like profile or my account, and then we have so many things, like we have the MUI, and then we have the search bar as well inside the app bar. So these are some navigation bar that we can use inside the Material UI. So we'll build the navigation bar from the scratch. And now what we need to do, so now there's another component in the Material UI which is the toolbar. So the toolbar will provide you some basic structure of the navigation bar. So the toolbar provides you a structure in which we can add the elements. So it adds some structure inside the navigation bar. So what can we do? So now I think the Material UI has installed, and now we can just move ahead to the header component, and here instead of this div, now what we can do, so we can just remove this, and then we can just have the app bar from the Material UI. So we can have the app bar from the Material UI, and here we can import the app bar as well. So we can import something, it should be from MUI material. So we can import @MUI material, and that should be equals to the app bar. So the app bar is now imported, and now inside this app bar, so if we render the content like the hello, if we save, if we just move on to the application, but now you can see now we don't have any structure of the navigation bar. So the width is okay, but the height is very less. So what we can do, so we can just provide the toolbar to add some structure. So inside the navigation bar, we have the property of the toolbar as well. So we have the toolbar which adds some basic structure of the navigation bar. So with the toolbar we have some structure. So in the toolbar, if we just save, and now you will see now the header is looking good. So we have the toolbar, we have everything in structure, even the navigation bar. And now we can just render anything like the hello inside that as well. So if we save, so now you will see now we have the hello inside that. So the first thing inside the toolbar, what we can do, so we can just render here the logo of this application. So for rendering the logo, so we can again move on to the Material UI, and then we can search for the icons. So Material UI also provides you the icons as well. So we need to install a different package for the icons. So you can install this package, that MUI icons dash material. So we can just copy that, and then we can just move on to the terminal again. So then we can run the npm install and this package, and then we can hit enter. So it will install the icons package inside this application. Until then, we can search for any icon as well. So here we can just search for any icon, like we can search for the movie, and if we just hit enter, so like now you will see now we have some icons of the movie. So we can just get this icon, this is looking good, so we can just get this icon, and then we can move on, and then we can just paste this icon here. So now we have the movie icon inside that, and now we need to render the movie icon. So first we need to render a container for the icon. So for the container, we can use the box from Material UI. So the box is just a div container, as we have the div inside the React.js, inside the HTML. So we have the box inside the Material UI to add the container. So with the box, we can just provide some styling as well. So the Material UI components, we can just provide the inline stylings as well. Like now you can see we have the box, we can just provide the styling of the width. So the width would be something around, we can give it 20% of the navigation bar would be allocated to the icon. And then we can just have here the movie icon as well. So we can have the movie icon with that. So if we save, if we just move on to the application once again, so now you will see now we have the movie icon inside that. So now the icons has been rendered. And now what we need to do as the next step, so after the movie, then as we have discussed that we'll be having the search bar onto the middle of the navigation bar. So how can we add the search bar as well? So for adding the search bar, we can just move on again into the Material UI. So we have a component for the search bar. So if we just search for the autocomplete, and then we have the autocomplete component for the search bar. So this widget is useful for setting the value of a single line text box. So we have the text box, like now you can see this is the combo box, as we use the old version of combo boxes. So this is the list that we want to use. So we want to touch for this, and then we can search for any list as well. Like if we just remove this, if we just search for the Godfather. So like now you can see now we have the Godfather inside that. So we need this type of thing inside the center of the navigation bar. So we can just search according to our preference. So like now you will see this is also very good navigation bar. So this is also the navigation bar, and we have this as well. So we can just search for any items as well inside that. So we can have this, it's like this. So we can just get this navigation bar, and this is looking good. So what we can do, so we can just click on the code, and then what we can do, so we can just copy that autocomplete from there. So we can just copy that, and then we can move on to the front end again, and then here we can just paste the autocomplete as well. But before pasting that, now I think we need to define the container as well for the autocomplete. So again we can have the box component, which is a div, and then we can just provide some styling as well. Like we can allocate the width of something around 50% to the search bar. So with the box we can provide the width of the 50%, and I think we can also provide some more stylings, like we can provide the margin from the right, like margin from, so we can give the margin equals to the auto. So if we save, and then we need to render the autocomplete, so we can just paste that autocomplete here. So now we can just import the autocomplete as well. So you need to press Ctrl and space, and then you can just auto import the autocomplete, and then we have the ID as well. So we can remove the ID as well from there, we don't need the ID. And now we have this autocomplete inside that. So if we just save, I think the top 100 films is not defined. So the top 100 films, I think this is the array which we need to render the values. So we can just define the dummy array as of now. So we can have the const, we can have the dummy array that should be equals to the items. So we can just add some items, like we need to add the items like movies, like we can have the movie as the memory, we can have the movie like Brahmastra, we can have the movies like Forrest Gump. So now we have these movies. And now what we can do, so we can just use the dummy array with that. So we can just remove the top 100 films, and then we can use the dummy array with that. So we can just have the dummy array, and then we need to import the text field as well. So the text field is used for the input text. So here it is aligned with the text field, so that we can just search for anything. So like now you will see now we have the text field, and then we have the label as well. So with the label we can just search for the movies. We can have a search, we can have the label of the search across movies. And now we can just save, and then we can move on to the application once again. So now you will see if we refresh, now we have this autocomplete into the center of that screen. So currently it is not into the center, but if we add the links, then it will be added into the center. So what do we need to do inside that? So here, if we just click on the search, I think we have an error. So we can just check the error as well inside the console. So I think the above error occurred in the forward ref in the autocomplete. So cannot read the property label of the undefined. So if we again move on to the autocomplete, so here you can see now inside the options we are using the dummy array.map, and then we have the option value, but here we don't have the object of the title. So we don't have the key of the title, so we can remove the title key, and again we can move on to the application. So here you can see now we have the search across multiple movies, and if we click that, so now you will see now we have all of the things. So we have the memory as well, we have the Brahmaster as well, and if we click any of the item, so we get the item onto the top of the autocomplete as well, and then we can just search as well. So we can search for the forest crumb. So here you can see now we have the value as well. So now the autocomplete is also working perfectly fine. And now you will see once we will just click on the autocomplete, so now you will see now the text is gone and now we cannot see anything with that. So now you can see now the content is overlapping the header and the screen. So what we can do, so we can just change the variant of the text field as well. So in the text field we have different variants as well. So by default this is the variant of the outline, so we can remove that, and instead of that we can use the variant of the standard. So we can have the variant equals to the standard. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application once again, so if we just refresh, so now you will see now we have the standard variant. So with the standard we have just underline and then we have the placeholder with that, and then we can just search for any movie like this as well. So now you will see everything is working perfectly fine. And now after this, now we can just render here the links as well onto the right side, and then we will just design the final layout of the navigation bar. And now we need to define some links. So after this, now we can just define another container for the links, and for adding the links again we can move on to the material UI. So we have the component of the tabs. So we can just use the tab components of the material UI. So the tabs are very useful. So like now you will see this is a tab. So the tabs uses the highlighter as well. So if we are just on the one page, so that page would be highlighted, and if we are on the two page, then the two page would be highlighted, and if we are into three, then the three tab would be then highlighted. So these are the functionalities of the tabs that we will use, and then we have these tabs. So now we will use the tabs as well. So now again we can just provide here the another container for the div. So after the autocomplete we can just define a box again for adding the tabs. So for this we need the display as well, because we need the items next to each other, so we need the display. So for the box we can provide the display, it should be equals to the flex, so we need the flex layout, and then inside that we can just enter all of the items. So here we have the tabs component. So here we have the tabs component, which is the parent element of the tabs. So the tabs uses the parent and the child element. So the parent element holds the value of the child element. So we have the parent. So the tabs holds the value of the child tabs as well. So for the child tab we have the tab component for the child. So we can just import that tab as well, and that tab is now used for the child, and this is the self-closing tag. For rendering the text inside the tab we need to add the label. So we have the label prop to add some text, and if we provide the label equals to anything, like we can provide the admin. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so like now you will see now we have the admin with that. So here you can see now we have the admin tab. So these are the functionalities of the tabs, and then we can just provide another tab that should be equals to the admin, and then we can provide the auth as well. So we have the auth. So like now you will see now we have the admin and the auth, and here we can just provide another tab that should be equals to the all movies. So we can have the movies. So like now you will see now we have the functionalities of the tabs as well with the links as well. So like now you will see as we see inside the material UI, so if we select any tab, so that tab should be then highlighted. So now we don't have this functionality as of now. So what do we need to do to get this functionality? So now the tabs holds the values of the child tabs, and this works like an array. So the tabs, if we provide the tabs, we can provide the value prop for highlighting. So we have the prop of the value. So if we provide the value equals to the 0, then the first tab would be highlighted, and if we provide the value equals to the 1, then this tab would be highlighted, and if we provide the 2, then this tab would be highlighted. So if we just save, so now you will see now that tab would be then highlighted. So I think the color of the highlighter is blue, so that's why we have the blue background and the blue color, so that's why it is invisible. So we can just change the value, like we can just change the value equals to the 1. So then I think this tab would be hidden. So like now you will see this tab would be hidden. So we can also change the values of the indicator color as well. So we have the values of the indicator color. So that should be equals to, we can provide any color like secondary color. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so like now you will see now we have the indicator color as well, but I think the text color is not there, so we can just put the text color as well. So we can have the text color that should be equals to the white, or we can just have the inherit from the parent. So if we just save, so like now you will see now the admin is highlighted, And now we can move on with the movies as well. So if we provide the value as the 0, then the first tab would be highlighted. So like now you will see the movies tab would be highlighted. So these are the functionalities of the tabs inside the material UI. And now with that, we can just create a functionality in which we can just click any of the link, then that link should be then highlighted. So what we can do to do that? So first we need to provide the value as the dynamic value. So as of now we have the static value of the 0. So we need to use the state handling, in which we will just provide the dynamic value and then we'll update the state whenever the new tab is highlighted. So first we will use the use state from the React. So we can use the use state, we can just get the value and then give the set value, and by default value would be we can give the 0, and then we can just save, and then we need to import the use state as well. So the use state is imported, and now what we can do, so once we will get the value, so first we will just provide the values, the dynamic value from the use state, and then we have the prop of the on change. So we have the on change prop inside the tabs, inside the container of the tabs. So when the tab would be then changed, so when any different tab is clicked, so the on change is called. So the on change gives you the event and the value as well. So with the on change, it will give you the callback parameters as the event, and inside the second parameter it gives you the value as the value. So we can just get the value from there, and then the event will give you the current event, the event which is fired, and then the second parameter is give you the value. You can get the set value that should be equals to the actual value that we got. So just if we now just save, so what are we doing there? So we have the tabs, and then we have the value equals to a dynamic value which we are using inside the state, and then with the on change function as well. So if we just change any tab, then the set value would be then updated and that tab would be then highlighted. So if we just save, so if we just refresh the page once again, so now you will see once we will just click on the movies, so now you will see the movies highlighted. Once we will just click on the admin, so now you will see the admin is highlighted, and once we will just click on the auth, so the auth page is highlighted. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just completed the tabs functionality as well. And now the next step would be, now we can just improve the navigation bar a little bit. So we can just change the background color, and I think the width of this autocomplete is too much, so we can just decrease the width a little bit. So we can just move on, and then we can just provide the width of something around 30%. So that should be enough. So if we just save, so now you will see now we'll have the width of the 30% and it will be aligned into the center of the screen. So everything should work perfectly fine. And now the next step is, now we can just provide here the different color for the navigation bar. So for providing the different color, what we can do, so we can just move on into the app bar, and then we can just provide the SX prop with that. So the SX prop is used to provide some custom CSS styling for any component of the material UI. So it accepts the value of the JavaScript object, which is the styling objects. So like now you can see we get the color of the BG color. So we need to give the property of the BG color as the background color. So we can give this property, and then we can just give the value as well. So we can just give any dynamic value, or like we can give any hex value with that. So for this value, what we will do, so we will give the hex value of hash. So that should be hash 2b 2d42. So that would be value. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have this value as well, and now you will see now we have the search bar as well, and now this is looking good. And now we can just change the color of the search bar as well. So what we will do, so we'll just move on into the text field, and then we'll provide the SX prop once again. That should be equals to the color. We need to provide the color property, that should be equals to the white. So we'll just provide the color for directly the input element. So we'll just wrap this input inside an object, and we will just refer to the input. We will just refer to the input component, and then we will just provide the custom styling for the input tag. So we have the input tag, and then we'll provide the color equals to the white. So if we just save, so now you will see once we will just click on this, so now you will see now we have the white color of the text. And now we can just remove the label, and then we can use the placeholder instead of that. So we can have the placeholder instead of the label. So if we just save, so now you will see if we remove everything from there, so now you will see now we have the search across multiple movies, and then we can search for any movie as well. So now as the next step, now what we can do as the next step, so here now you can see now we are rendering the dummy data inside that. So now we need to render the actual data inside the autocomplete component. So what we can do, so we can just make a request to the backend. So for making a request to the backend, we need the Axios package, which is a third-party library, which is a third-party promise-based HTTP library, which we can use to make Axios request. So first we can install the Axios inside the front end. So we can have the npm installed as the Axios. So with that, the Axios would be then installed. So once we will just move on into the header component, so we will run the use effect code here. So we'll run here the effect code as the side effect. So the use effect will run after the component is being rendered. So we can just run here the use effect. So inside the use effect, we will call the API. So what we can do, so for making a request to the backend, so we'll just create a new folder inside the source, that can be the API helpers. And now inside the API helpers folder, now we can just declare a file as the API helpers, and we will just call the API from that file only. So we'll just export all of the functions that will be related to the API. So we'll get the user, we'll add the user, we will just have the login, and we will have all of the API requests that will be available inside the API helpers, and then we need to call only those functions. So inside the API helpers, we can just declare a new file. It can be API-helpers .js. So that would be this file, and here we can just define the reusable functions. So first function would be getting all of the movies from the backend. So we can just define a new function. It can be export const, it can be the get all movies. So it can be get all movies, and that should be equals to a function, and this will be a async function as well. So we need to write the async as well. And then what do we need to do as the next step? So now we need to make a request to the backend. So first we can just import the Axios from the Axios to make a request. So we can import the Axios, and now after that what do we need to do? So we need to run the get function from the Axios. So in the Axios we have the namespace of the Axios, and then the Axios have a get function. So we can have the Axios.get, and the get function is used to make a get HTTP request. So I think that would be the incorrect sign. So now you will see, now we have the Axios.get function, and in the get function we need to pass here the URI. So for the URI we can just pass here the HTTP, that should be equals to the localhost, the port of the 5000/movie. So that is the URL of getting all of the movies inside that, and then the Axios.get will return a response. So we need to wait for this response as well, and then we need to get the data as well from that response. So for doing that we can just store the response inside a variable. We can have a const response that will be equals to the Axios.get, and then this is a database operation. So we need to wait for this, and then we need to run the catch as well, because if we get an error we will just log that error as of now. So we'll have the console.log that error. And now after that what do we need to do? So we need to run the validation check as well. So if the response, so with the response we can run the validation, like if the response.status, so we have the status property, so it will give you the actual status number. So we can just check the validation with the status, like if the response.status is not equals to the 200, which is okay, then what we can do, then we can just return the console.log that should be equals to no data with that. And now after that, if the response is successful, then what we can do, so we can just retrieve the data from that response. So now for retrieving the data, now what we can do, so first we need to define the variable as the data, and that should be equals to the response.data. So we have the data inside that to get the actual data from that response. And now response.data is also a promise, so we need to wait for this as well. So again we can run the await, and after all of that, when we will get the data, then we will just return the data from there. So we'll just return the data. So that would be a request for getting all of the movies from the backend. And now for running this request, now what do we need to do? So we need to move on into the backend. So we can just move on into the backend terminal. We can move on into the backend directory, and then we can just start the application from the backend as well. So we can just run the command of the npm start. And now what we need to do as the next step, so now we need to move on into the header, and here we can run the use effect code. So we can run the use effect, and inside the use effect what do we need to do? So we need to add the callback to run the function, and then as the second parameter of the use effect we need to render here the dependency list. Inside the second parameter, if we provide the empty array of the dependencies, then the use effect will only run one time after the component is being rendered. And if we provide any value like the state value inside the array of dependencies, so the use effect will rerun after the state value has been changed. So now inside the use effect what we can do, so we can just run here the get all movies. So we can have the get all movies from the API helpers file, and the get all movies will return a response as well. So we need to get the response, so we can run the then statement, and then with the then we will just retrieve the actual data. So as of now we will just log the data as of now. So we'll have the console.log that data, and now we can run the catch as well, because that's a database operation and it can fail as well. So we can run the catch error, and we will run console.log as the error. So if we now just save, if we now just move on to the application once again, so if we just move on into the inspect in the console, now you will see now inside that we have an object. So inside the use effect now we have an object inside that. So if we just get that object, now you will see now we get the actual data. So we are getting the movies data with that, and I've added the actual data of the movies instead of the dummy data. So earlier inside the backend we were using the dummy data, so now I removed the dummy and I've added the actual data inside the movies array. So we have the 0 element, we have the memory, then we have the rocketry, then we have the Shamshera, then we have all of the movies with that. And now what we can do, so we can just render all of the movies inside this autocomplete component. So what we can do to do that, so here we can just use another state variable. We can use the use state, and then once we make a request to the backend, so we'll grab that data and then we will just store that data inside the state, and then we will just render the data inside the autocomplete. So for that we can use another state variable, so that can be the use state again, and then we'll get the variable of the movies, and then the set movies, and by default value will be undefined, or it can be the empty array. And after that what do we need to do? So once we will just get the data of that movies, so now instead of doing this, now we can have the set movies, that should be equals to, we can have the data dot movies. So we'll get the movies object inside the data. So as we were getting the movies object, so we can just store the data dot movies with that. And after that, what do we need to do as the next step? So here, instead of this dummy array, now we can just render the movies. So what we can do, so instead the autocomplete, we can just run here the validation, like when we will have the movies, then we can just have here the movies dot map and the options with that. And now in the options we have the title as well inside that. So for every movie, now we have the title, so we can just directly run the option dot title to add the title object as well from the movies. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, if we refresh the page once again, so if we just click on the search, so now you will see now we are getting all of the movies inside the autocomplete as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now you will see now we don't need the dummy array because now we are rendering the actual data inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine again. And now as the next step of the header, now what do we need to do? So we need to change the URLs once we will just move on to a different page. So we need to create this functionality as of now. So what we can do, so we can use the router from the React router. So we can have the React router, we can just search for the React router, and then we have the React router of the 6.4 which is available. So we have the 6.4 router in which we can use the new functionalities of the React router 6. So what we can do, so we can just install the React router to navigate to the different pages of the application. So we can just install the React router as of now. So what we can do, so we can just install the React router from there. So now what do we need to do? So again we need to move on into the terminal, and then we can just run the command of the npm install, that should be equals to the react dash router dash dom. So with that we can install this React router dom with that. And now the React router dom is now installed, and now we can just use the router with that. And now for adding the routing functionality inside this application, we need to follow some steps. Like first we need to move on into the index.js, and then we need to wrap the app component with the routing. So how can we do that? So first we need to import something from the React router, and that should be equals to the browser router. So we need to import from the React router DOM. So we need to add that, and that should be the browser router. So the browser router is like a routing feature which will be added to the app component. So we can just wrap the app with the browser router, and then we can just wrap that app. So now we have wrapped, and now what we need to do as the next step, so we can just move on into the app.js, and now let's set up the routing onto the different tabs. So first we will just add the routing inside the tabs components. So now you will see, so now what do we need to do? So here inside the tab we have the prop of the link component. So we have the prop of the link component in which what we will do, so we can just provide the separate link component, so it accepts the value of a different component. So with the link component accepts a component inside the props. So for the link component we can give the value of another component, and then the functionality would be of the component that we have provided to the link component, but the styling would remain of the tab. So that is a functionality of the link component. So inside the link component, what do we need to do? So we can just use the link from the React router DOM. So inside the React router DOM, we have the link parameter in which we have so many functionalities in which we can just move on to the different URLs. So with the link, now we can just provide the props of that link as well inside the tab. So once we will just provide the link component, so the functionality would be added of that component that we provided, and all of the props of that component would also be available, but the styling would remain of the tab. So here inside that we can just run the prop of the to. So in the link component we have the prop of the to navigate to the different page. So we can have the to, that should be equal to the slash movies. So we can have this prop. And now if we now just save, if we now move on to the application, if we refresh the page, so now you will see once we will just click on the movies, so now you will see now we are into the different route. So now you will see now we are into the movies page, and now we don't have any content of any different page once we are into the movies. And now we can just do same for the admin and the auth as well. So we can just copy that link component and the to prop. So we can just copy and paste those here. So we can have the link component slash it should be the admin slash it should be the auth. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see once we will just click on the admin, so now you will see now we are into the admin page, and once we are on the auth, so now we are having onto the auth route. So now what do we need to do as the next step? So now we need to subscribe for this route as well. So once we are on the movies, so we need to move on to the movies page. Once we are on the admin, so we need to move on to the admin, and once we are onto the auth, so we need to move on to the auth page. So now we need to subscribe for this routing pages. So we can move on into the app.js. So the routing, we need to provide the wrapper for the routing as well. So we can just provide the section, and then inside the section we can just provide all of the routes. So the header, so we won't provide the header inside the routing because the header would be available all over the application. So the header would be available throughout the application, because even if we move on to the different page or any invalid page, then we still see the header so that the user can verify and user can move on to the different page from the header. So for that we can just provide the router. So first for adding the router, so we have the route property inside the React router DOM. So we have the routes, and that is the container of the routes. So the routes is a container, and now we need to render the child routes with that. So we need to write every single route with that. So first we can render the route prop, which is the child route, and now with the child route, now what we need to do, so we need to pass here the prop that should be equals to the path, and the path would be equals to slash movies. So then if the path would be equals to the movies, then we need to render here the different element. So we can just render the element as well. So we have the prop of the element. So now we need some different components as well before creating these routes. So what we can do, so we can move on to the components, and here we can just provide another folder that should be equals to the admin, and then for the admin we will just provide all of the routes of that admin. So as of now we will just have the admin.js, so that will be the admin.js, and again we can have the functionality of the RFCE, and again we can move on into the components folder. We can just move on into the components, and then we will have the folder of the movies, and then in the movies then we will have the component of the movies here .js, and then what we need to do, so we need to add the RFCE once again. So now we can move on to the app.js, and after the movies then we can move on, and then we can just define the home page as well. So in the components we can just define the home page.js. So with the home page, again we can render the default setup of the React application with the RFCE. So we can render this, and then what do we need to do as the next step? So now we can just render the different routes for the different element. So first let's start with the default route at the slash route slash localhost 3000, and then the element would be the home page. So we need to render the element of the home page. So we need to directly render the home page element with that. And now at the next step, now what do we need to do at the next step? So we need to copy this route. We can just paste this route again, and that should be equals to the slash movies. So for the movies, now we need to render the movies page. So that should be equals to the movies. And now the next step is, now we can just copy that route once again, and then we can move on, and then we can just provide the different route here. So here we can just provide the route of the admin. So that should be equals to the admin with that. And now we need to provide the route for the auth as well. So we can just provide for the auth. So I think the admin is not imported. So we can import the admin, and then we can just provide for the auth as well. So we can just declare another folder inside the components that should be equals to the auth. And inside that auth, we can just provide another file that should be the auth.js. And now inside that, what do we need to do? So again, we can enter the RFCE to the default setup, and then we can move on into the app once again, and then we will just render here the auth.js with that. So we'll render the auth component with that. And now what do we need to do as the next step? And now we need to move on into the app.js, and then we need to subscribe for the auth route as well. So we can have the path equals to slash auth, and this should be slash admin and not the movies. This should be admin, and then the component would be, I think this time there should be the auth. So that will be the auth. So if we now just save, if we now move on to the application, if we now just move on to the movies, so now you will see now we enter the movies page, but I think we didn't see anything like the content of the movies. I think the movies is now hidden behind the navigation bar. So we need to change the position of the navigation bar first. So we can just move on into the header.js. So by default, the position is the fixed of the navigation bar, and that's why we didn't see any content behind that. So what do we need to do? So we need to provide the position of the sticky so that it should be sticky to the top, and then we can just see any content after that. So with the app bar, so what we can do? So we can just provide the position as well. So with the app bar, we can just have the position prop, and that should be equals to the sticky. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so here you can see now we are into the movies. So if we are into the movies page, now we are into the movies, and if we are into the admin, now we are into the admin page, and if we just click on the auth, now we are into the auth component. And if we just move everything out there, if we just move on to the default page, now you will see now we are into the home page with that. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now the routing functionality has also been implemented inside this application. So we have implemented the functionality of the React router, but we could have also used the HTML anchor tag as well instead of these links. But because with the anchor tag, the page will be refreshed and the page reloading is very slow. That's why we have used the React router, which is very fast. So then you can see, for example, if we click on any of the link, then you can see the page refreshing is very fast and the page even doesn't reload. And that's why we have used the React router. And one more thing, that the React router uses a single page application approach, but with the anchor tag, the page will be refreshed and the whole URL would be changed. So that's why we use the React router, because it works within this application. So if we add any route like the /admins, then the route will be added after the localhost server. So that's why we have used the React router approach to manage the single page application within this application. So now let's move on with the home page as well. So now the header page is designed, and now we can move on with the home page, and then we will just design the home page of the application. And after that, we will just define the movies page. So now let's start with the home page design of our application. So here for the homepage designing, what we will do, so we can just move on into the pane to design the homepage as well. So suppose this is a header, and after that inside the homepage what we will do, so we will just add here the image as a carousel. So there will be the image as a carousel image like this in the center of the screen. And after that carousel image, then we will add a button here, or like we can add some text like view all the movies, and then we will just render each card for each movie. Then we will render here around 4 to 5 cards like this, like we will have here the 4 to 5 cards inside that, like this and this. So like there are 4 cards, so we will just have here the header. So we already have the header, and then we will just add the carousel image. So there will be the carousel image, we can just get a link from any latest release movie, and then we will just add the text of all of the movies with that, or we can add the latest releases, and then we will just follow the cards. So we will just add the cards approach, we will just get the cards with the material UI, and then we will just render each card for each movie. So here we will have 4 movies, so we will just render 4 cards inside that. And after that, I think we can just add another button onto the bottom of the page, and that could be the button of view all movies. And then once you will just click on that button, then we should be redirected to the view all movies page that we have created as the all movies. So that will be the approach of the homepage design. So now let's design the homepage as well. So for designing that homepage, we can move on into the homepage.js, which is the main file of the homepage. And here inside that, what we can do, so here in the homepage, first what we will do, so we need to just remove here the div because we are in the material UI, so we can use the box from the material UI. So the box is now imported, and now the next is, now we can just define some styling for the box, and this is a container. So we can just define the width of something around 100% of the available screen, and then we can also define the height as well. So the height would also be the 100%. So the height should be 100%, and then we can also define here the margin from the top as well. So we can have the margin from the top, so we need some margin from the top from the header, so we can have the margin top of something around 2, and then we can just define the margin as the auto as well. So we can have the margin equals to the auto. So this margin will be applied from the top, and this margin will be applied to the auto. I think we can move this to here as well, because first we need the auto margin because it will be aligned to the center, and then we need the margin from the top as the 2. And after that, what do we need to do? So after that, we need to just add the carousel image. So for the carousel image, we can again add the container here. So for that container, we can again use the box. So with that box, what we need to do, so we need to add the margin. So the margin would be, we can give the auto again to align it into the center. And then we can also give here the width as well, should be equals to the 80% of the screen. So we need 80% of that width for the container, and then we need the height as well. So we can give the height of the 40% of the available screen for that, and then we can also give some padding as well for them. So we can give the padding, that should be equals to the 2. So that would be enough, I think. And now we can just move on, and then we can just add the image. So we can use here the image tag from the HTML, and then we can just define any source and then the alt as well. So now we can just find out the latest release movie, and then we can just add that image here. So I've got this image of a latest release movie, so we can just get that image, and then we can just paste the image source here inside this link. And then we can just paste the link inside the image source, and then we can just define the alt as well. It can be Brahmast. So that would be the title. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now we have the image, and now we can also define the styling for the image as well. So for doing that, we can move on into the image tag of the HTML, and then we can give the width of something around the 100% of the container, and the height as well for the container. So we'll give the height should be equals to the 100% of the container. So if we just save, so now you will see now this image is looking good, and then I think the height is so much for this image. I think the image is so big, so we can just decrease the height of the container. So here we have the height of the 40%. So instead of giving the height of the 40%, we could also give here the 40 as the viewport height. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see now the image is looking good. So now the height is in the viewport height. So now the height would be the actual height of the viewport height that is available on this browser. So that would be okay. So now we have this image, and now after this image, now what do we need to do? So now we need to add a text here inside that, and after the text, now we add some cards of the movies as well. Like each movie will have each card, like each movie will have a card. So we'll add around 4 cards here, and then we'll have a button for redirecting to the all of the movies. So for that, what we can do, so we can just define another container for that. So we can have the another box container for the text. So we can have the box, and we can align here the padding should be equals to the 5 around. So 5 padding means 8 into 5, that should be equals to the 45, and then we can also provide the margin as well. So the margin should be equals to the auto. So we need to align it into the center, and then we can just add the text as well. So for the text, we can use the typography from the material UI. So the typography is used to add some text inside the browsers. So we can add the typography, and then we can add the text, and then we can also add the variant of the typography as well. So we have the variant property in the typography, which defines that which variant or like the which element you need to render. So we have the different variants here, like the body, we have the h1 tag, we have the paragraph tags, or any tag that we want to add. So we can just add the h4 tag for the heading tag, and then we can also define here the text align. So we have the text align prop as well in this, and then we can align the text into the center. So we can do that. So if we just save, and then we can just add the text as well, like we can add the text of the latest releases. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see now we have the text of the latest releases as well. And for the latest releases, now after that, now below that, now we will add the cards for that. So for using the cards, we can move on into the MUI.com once again to see the cards approach. So here we have the reusable cards that we can use. So the cards approach is very fine for the Material UI cards because if we define with the CSS, then it would take a lot of time to design that. So now we can just move on and see the cards. So now you will see these are the cards that we can use. And you can see this card is also looking good, so we can use this card as well, and we have this card as well, so we can use this card as well, and we have so many cards that we can use, and you can see we have this card as well. So what we will do, so we will use this card, so this card will look good, so we can use this card from there, and then we can just copy that card JSX from there. So we can just click on the code, and then we can just copy the JSX of the card till the card. So we can just copy that, and what we will do to create the card layout, so first the card will be there inside the movies, so we can add here the folder of the movies, I think. So we already have the movies, and then we will just declare another file that should be equals to the movie item.js. So the movies would be a container, and the movie item should be a child card. So here we can again add the array fce for a default import of the React.js, and here what do we need to do, so instead of this div, we need to paste the card. So we'll paste the card instead of this div inside that. And I think we have missed the return statement. So we have this. So now you can see now we are returning here the card, and now we need to import all of the things there from the Material UI as well. So we need to import the card, we need to import the card media, we need to import the card content as well, the typography as well, and then we need to import the card actions as well. So we can import that, and I think everything should be working fine. So now you will see now the movie item has been created, and now this component is a separate card component or a reusable card component which we will use on any of the movie card. So now we can again move on to the home page. So we will use the movie item card here as well. So what we will do, so first we need to define a container. So for defining the container, there would be some properties, like here we need the flex box, because we need the flex box inside that, because we need to render the cards one by one next to each other. So we need the flex layout for that. So again we can move on into the container once again, and then inside this container, now we can just define a container. So now inside this container, now we can just define here the display that should be equals to the flex. So we need the flex layout, and we can give here the width as well of something around 80%. So the width would be 80% of the screen, and then we can have here the justify content. So with the justify content, we will align the items into the center, and then we can use here the flex wrap as well, because we need to wrap the items as well. So we can have the flex wrap that should be equals to the wrap. So then these are the properties of the flex, and then we can also use here the gap as well, but we will see the gap later. And now inside this container, now we need to render the 4 cards inside that on the screen. So how can we do that? So here we can use the expressions once again, and with the expressions as of now we can use the dummy. So we can have the 1 2 3 4, we can have the 4 elements array, we can have the array of the 4 elements, and then we can run here the map. So we can use the map function from the array, and then from the map we can use the callback, and with the callback we can have the item. And then for the each item, for the each callback item, we will render the card. So we will render the card from the Material UI. So we have already created the component of the card. We can use the movie item card with that. So we can have the movie item, and then we will just save as of now. And we can also define here the key as well, because the React needs a key for the list items. So we can have the key that should be equals to the item itself. So we can give the key. So if we just save, I think we have an error inside the movie item.js. So we can move on into the movie item.js file, and here we can just import the buttons as well. So if we just save, so now you will see now the webpack is compiled successfully. So now you will see now we have 4 cards here. So we have this card, we have this, and we have this, and then we have this. So now we have 4 cards in there, and now we need to align these cards as well. What we will do, so we can move on into the movie item.js page, and then you can see now we have the card width. So we can just change the width of the card. So we need the fixed width of the card, so we can give the width of something around 240 would be enough for the card width. So we can give the card width of the 240 or around 250 pixels, and then we need to also give it the height as well. So we can give the height, and the height would be something around, we can give the 320 pixels for the height, and then we can also give the border radius for the card as well. So we can have the border radius, and that should be equals to something around 5 would be okay, I think. And then we can also give the hover state of the card as well. So we need to provide inside the strings for the hover, and then we can just search for the hover, and then we need to provide a separate object of the styling for the hover. And for the separate object, what we will do, so we will have here the box shadow of something around, we can give the box shadow of 10 pixels horizontally, 10 pixels vertically, and the blur of something around 20 pixels would be okay. And then we can give the shadow color as well of the #CCC, so that will give you a little gray color for the shadow. And here with the card media as well, so instead of the card media, we can also use the image as well for the card. So we can use directly the image component of the HTML, and then we can remove the card media import. And for the image, what we will do, so we can just define some stylings for the image as well. So as of now, we can keep the source and alt as an empty, and then we can just provide some styling for the image, like we can define the height of something around, we can give the 50% of the height, and then we can also give here the width as well of around 100% of the card. So the width would be the 100% of the available card. And after that, we can move on, and here we have the typography. So here I think we have 2 typographies inside that, so we can keep all of the 2 typographies. So here we will have the title, and then we will have the description of the movie as well. So here we can use the date of the movie as well instead of the description, and then we can just move below, and there you can see now we have the buttons as well. So we can just remove one button because we only need one button here, and then we can use the button, and then we can just align that button into the center. So we can have the SX prop once again, we can have the margin that should be equals to the auto, so it will be aligned into the center. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application once again, and now you can see the cards are now attached to each other. So now what we can do, so we can just give some gap between them. So for giving the gap, we can move on into the movie item, and then we can just define the margin for each card item. So we can have the margin, and the margin would be something around, we can give the 5 for each card item. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have the cards, and now I can see the margin is too much for that. So we can give the margin of something around 2. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you can see now it is looking perfectly good. So now you can see now we have the text as well, and as of now we don't have any image, so that's why we are not seeing any image here. So then we have the heading as well, then we have the description as well, and then we have the button of the share as well. So now you can see now it is looking very good, and then you can see now we have the nice hover effect as well. We are increasing the shadow of the card as well, and now it is looking perfectly good. And as for the design, now we need to add the button as well after the cards. So for that, what we can do, so we can move on into the home page once again. So as for the design, we need to add the button. So for the button, we can also define another container. So that would be equals to the box, and inside this box, what we will do, so we'll just define the display that should be equals to the flex again, and then we can also define here something around, we can give the padding of something around equals to the 5, and then we can also define the margin that should be equals to the auto. So we need the margin of the auto with that, and then we can also define the button inside this container. So the button would contain, I think we can define the button. So the button, we have this button, and with the button we can also define the variant as well for the button. So we can have the different variant of the button. So the variant would be, we can give the outline, and then we can have the margin as well for the buttons. So we can give the SX prop for giving the margin. So we can have the margins inside that, and with the SX we can provide the margin that should be equals to the auto. And then we can also define the color as well for the buttons. So we can give the color, and that should be equals to, we can give the same color of the navigation bar of the header. So we can give the same color. So now this will be the color for that, #2D 2B42. So that will be the color. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application once again, I think we have just defined the SX in wrong place. So we need to move that, and we need to define inside the button container. So that would be the button. And after that, we need to add the view all movies as well. So we can have the view all movies. So that would be the button. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see below all of that, now we have the view all movies button as well. And now we have just designed the home page, and now we need to just work on the functionality as well. So now let's start with the view all movies. So once we will just click on the view all movies, we should be redirected to the movies page. So for that, what we can do once again, so as we did inside the header, we have just defined the link component for every tab. So we can just do the same for the button as well. So we can provide the link component. So we have the link component of the, again, the React Router DOM. So we can import the link from the React Router DOM. We can provide that link, and then we can also provide the props of the link as well now. So we can give the props of the /, that should be equals to the movies. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, and if we reload the page to be on the safer side, if we just click on the view all movies page, if we just click on the view all movies button, and then you will see once we will click it, so now you will see now we are into the movies page. So everything is working perfectly fine. So the design of the front page of the home page is completed, and now we need to work on the functionality page where we have the cards. And now we can just work on the cards as well. So we can again move on to the movie item, and here I think here we have the static data. Like here we don't have the source for the image, and then here we have the static title, we have the static date formats, and then we have the static button. So what we can do, so here we need a functionality in which we will just get the things inside the props, because this card is a reusable component and we need to dynamically render this card all of the times. So we need to accept the props inside that. So we'll use the props approach. So we'll accept the props, and then we will just render all of the things from the props. So again we can get the props. So in the props we will accept some items, like we will accept the title, we will just accept here the release date of the movie, and then we will accept here the poster URL as well. So we can have the poster URL of that poster, and then we need to get the ID as well from there. So these are the 4 things that we need. So here inside that what we will do, so we have the lizard. So here instead of this, now we need to add here the title of the movie. So that would be equals to the title of the movie, and here inside the image source we can also define the source of the source. So we can give the source of the poster URL, so that should be the source. And here inside the alt we need to define here the alt, like that would be the title. So in the alt we would provide the title tag again, so that would be the title of that movie. And after that, now what do we need to do, so here we need to render the date, so that would be the date. So what we will do for the date, I think we can remove this all of this first. So for the date, what do we need to do here, so we can just provide the format of the date. So we can have the new date, and that should be equals to the new date, and then we need to provide the date of the actual date, so that would be the release date, and then we need to convert the date into the real date string. So with the date it will just give you the actual date with the time as well and with the time zone as well. So what do we need to do, so we need to convert the date into the local string. So we can have the toDate string to convert it into the local date string. So if we just save, so now we will have all of the items with that. So now you will see, now we don't have anything with that because we haven't shared anything with the props as of now. So now what do we need to do as the next step, so now we need to make a request to the backend once again. So now we need to call the API, and then we need to get all of the movies once again here inside that. So what can we do, so again we can use that function of the get all movies, and then we can render all of the movies inside the movies page and even inside the home page as well. So what do we need to do for that, so here inside the home layout as well we can again make a request from the use effect. So we can also run here the use effect, so when the component should be rendered, after that we need to run the use effect, and then we need to render here the data for the client side data fetching. So again we can move on for the home page, and here before the return statement, first we can just define the state to hold the state variable to hold all of the movies inside the state. That should be equals to the movies, set movies, and by default value will be an empty array. And after that what do we need to do, so we need to render the use effect code. So we can have the use effect, and with the use effect we can again add the callback function, and after the callback now we need to add the dependency list as well. So again we will use the empty dependency list because we don't need to rerun the use effect after the component is being rendered. So here we need to again call here the get all movies. So we need to get the get all movies again, and then this will give you the data. Then we can run the then to get the data from there. So we'll get the data, and then we will just align the data for the set movies. That should be equals to the data dot movies. So we'll get all of the movies with the data, and after that we can have the catch statement as well because that's a database operation and it can probably fail as well. So we can have the console.log. That should be equals to that error. So if we just save, and I think we will just get all of the data inside that. So if we just move on into the spec, if we just move on into the console window, so if we just refresh the page once again, I think we haven't logged all of the values. So now what we can do, so again we can move on after the use effect, and then we can just log the movies as well. So we can just log all of the movies. So if we save with all of that, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see, now we have all of the movies with that. So we have all of the movies that we have just defined inside the backend, and here we have the actual movies as well. So now what we can do for that, so now we can remove the log, and then we can just move on into the container. So we have this container of the movies. So now what do we need to do, so we need to only render this list. So we need to only render these cards when we have the movies. So again we can again have the movies. So when we will have the movies, and then only we need to render this map, and here we don't need the dummy data as of now. So now we need the actual data. So we need the actual data of the movies, and here we need to provide the props as well for the movie item as of now. So if you will hover over it, now you will see now we have some props for the movie item. So here we need to give the props, like here we can give here the ID of that movie, and then we have the item inside that. So instead of that should be equals to the movie. So that should be equals to the movie, and then we can also provide here the index as well for rendering the key, and then the key would be equals to the index. So we'll get the index for each callback item for the each callback item index. So here we can provide the ID. So that should be equals to the movie dot ID, and then we need to provide here the title as well for the movie. So we can have the title, that should be equals to the movie dot title, and then we can have here the movie. Again, we can have the poster URL, that should be equals to, and that would be the movie dot poster URL. And then we can also have here the date as well for the release date. So we can have the release date, that should be equals to the movie dot release date. So if we just save, if we again move on to the applications, so now you will see, now you can see now we have the movies. So now you will see, now we have a bunch of movies here. We have the memory, we have the rocketry, we have this movie, we have this movie, and then we have these movies as well. So now you will see, now we can see different movies here. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have some movies on the home page as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now there is one thing which is missing, like here we only need to render around 4 movies inside that. So we only need only the top 4 movies. So what we can do for that? So with the movies we have a function of the slice. So with the array we have the function of the slice, which works on slicing the array, and it works on the index basis. So we provide the start index and the end index, like we can provide for any index, like we can get the movies from the 10th to 14th index as well. So we need to provide the index. So here we can provide the index of 0 to 4. So we need only 0 to 4 movies. So if we just save, if we move on to the application, so here you can see now we have the movies as well. So here we have the 0 to 4 movies in that, and everything is working perfectly fine. And then you will see now our front page is looking very good. So now this is the modern UI homepage which I've defined with the movies page. And then you can see now we have the share button as well. So for the share button, what we can do, so we can move on into the movie item, and here we can just have here the book. So we can have the book with that. So we have the booking movie with that. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now the home page has been completed, and now we can also define the movies page as well. So for the movies page, we need same approach as we did inside the home page. So we need to only render the list container, and then we need to render the list items with that. So what we can do for that? So again, we can move on into the movies page. So this is the container of the movies, and then we have the movie item as well. So for the movies, we need to define some styling for the movies container. And then for designing the styling, first we need to design that inside the paint as well. So what style do we need? So we can move on into the home, and then we need the design of something around, first we need a text of all of the movies. So then we will need a text of all of the movies after the header, and then we will just render every single movie with that. So we'll render every single movie card with that, like this, like this. So we'll have all of the cards on the screen. So for that, what we can do, so again we can move on into the application, and here we can just remove here the div from that HTML, and then we can use the box from the material UI to apply some stylings. And with the box, and we can just define the margin, that should be equals to the auto, and then we can just define the margin from the top as well, something around we can give the margin from the top, something around we can give the 4. That should be okay. And after that, what do we need to do inside that? And then we can just render the typography once again. So we will render the text of all of the movies. So we can add the typography. So that should be equals to the typography, and then we can also define the variant as well for the typography. So that should be the variant, and that should be equals to the h4 would be okay. And then we can also define the padding as well with that. So we can give the padding of something around 2 would be okay. And then we can also give the text align as well. So we need the text line of something around center. So we need the text into the center. And after that, we can just render the text inside that. So we can render the text of the all movies. So that should be the text. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have the text with that, and now it is in the center of the screen. So here we have the movies text, and now we can also define the background color for this text as well. So for defining the background color, what we will do, so we will just define here the BG color. So that should be the BG color, and then we can just define any BG color with that. So I will grab the hex code. So this hex code will be okay for the BG color. So we have this hex code, and then we can also define the color of the text, that should be equals to the white. So we can have the color, that should be equals to the white. And now if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see now we have the all movies text with that, and that we can also decrease the width of the border as well, and that we can just decrease the width of something around 40% would be okay. So now you will see now the text would be there, and now we can also define here the margin as well. So the margin would be something around auto. So if we just save, so now you can see the margin is auto, and I think we need the text align once again. So we need the text align, that should be equals to the center. So now it will be aligned into the center of the container. So now you can see now it is looking good. And now inside that, now we can render all of the different movies. So for that, so again we can fetch all of the movies from there. So again we can run the use effect code here. So we have the use effect, and with that what we can do, so we can run the callback function, and with that what we need to do, and then we need to add the empty array of the dependencies once again, because we only need to run once, And after that we need the state variable to hold the movies. So again we can have the use state, that should be equals to the movies, set movies, and by default value will be empty value. And now after that, what do we need to do? So here I think we need to import the use state as well. So here inside that again we need to get the get all movies. So that should be equals to a function, and then we can also run the then once again. So now we need to run the then, because that's a promise, and then it will get the data. Then we will have the set movies, that should be equals to the data dot movies. And then we can also add the catch statement as well, because that's a database operation and can fail as well. So the catch, it would be the console.log that error. So it will be the console.log that error. So if we just save, so now we will get all of the movies. And now, so again we need to define another container of all of the movies. So we can just define the same container once again. So we can have the box once again, and with the box, what do we need to do as the next steps? So we can have the width of something around, we can give the width of the 100% this time, and then we can also give the margin as well. So we can have the margin, that should be equals to the auto, and then we can also provide the display as well once again as the flex. So again we are using the display equals to the flex, and then we can have the justify content into the center. So we can have the justify content, that should be equals to inside the center of the screen, and here we can give the flex wrap as well. So we have the wrap, that should be equals to the wrap once again. So we need to add the wrap, and here what do we need to do as the next step? So we need to render all of those movies. So again we can use the movies as well. So we can have the movies. So when we will have the movies, then we need to run the movies.map. So we have the movies.map, and then we need to get the item of the movie. So we can have the movie, and then we need to get the index as well of that specific movie. And here inside that, now we need to return that cart layout. So we need to return the movie item here. So we can have the movie item, and here inside that, now we need to render all of the things. So here I think we need to render first the key, because the React needs a key. So for the key we can give the index, and here after that, what do we need to do? So we can give the ID first. So we can have the ID, that should be equals to the movie once again dot ID, and here as well we can give the other props as well, like the poster URL, that should be equals to the movie dot poster URL. So that should be the poster URL, and then we need to define here the release date as well. So that should be a release date, that would be equals to the movie dot release date. And then we need to define here I think the title as well. So that should be equals to the movie dot title. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application once again, so now you will see, now we have the all movies with that. So here we have the all movies, and inside the all movies we can get all of the different movies as well. And now you can see, now the layout is I think not looking good. So first we can just define the margin. So for this box we can give the margin from the top. So after the auto we can give the margin from the top, that should be equals to the 5 would be okay. So if we just save, so now we'll see, now we have some margin, and then we can just align the movies from the flex start. So for the justify content, I think we can use the flex start as well. So we can have the flex as the start. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you can see, now it is looking good. So now we have all of the movies there, and then once we will add more movies, so we will see more movies after this list here. So everything is working perfectly fine, and now you will see, now this is a responsive site as well. So we can see everything as the responsive behavior inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just designed the movies page as well, and now the next step is, now we need to work on the authentication parts as well. So we need to work on the authentication parts. We need to design the screen of the admin authentication and for the user authentication as well. And after the authentication, if there is a user who authenticates, then he or she should be able to create a bookings for a specific movie as well. So here we have the movies, and then he or she should be able to create the booking. So once we will just click on the book, then we will just design a booking page as well. And from that booking page, he or she should be able to create the booking. So for that, let's design the authentication as well. So we need to design a form, and that form would be shared with the admin and the users both, because we need the reusable form, because we don't need to rework again on the form. So we will just define a form, and that form will be used for the admin and the users both. So for designing the form, we can use a form inside the dialog box as well. So we can use the modal as well from the material UI. So we can move on, and then we can just search for the dialog. So then we can move on to the dialog API. So now you can see these are the dialogs, and then you can see this is the dialog. We get the dialog on the screen, and every other content will get blurred. So that's what we need inside that. So here you can see, now we have the form dialog as well. So we need this type of dialog. So we'll have the form inside the dialog, and then all other things inside the screen will be faded up. So now what can we do for that? So again, we can move on into the VS Code, and here we can just define the auth. So inside the auth, we can just define the form, that should be equals to the auth form .js, and this file will be shared with both admin and the user authentication. So here we can have the REFCE. So we can have this, and then instead of this div, first we can have the dialog, because we'll be using the dialog inside that. So we'll have the dialog with that, and after the dialog, what do we need to do? So inside the dialog, so we need to just define the form. So we can have the form as well. So we can have first the typography of that form. So we can have the typography, so that we can add the form as well, like we can have the login or the sign up. So we can have the typography from the material UI. So inside the typography, we can add any text as well, like we can have the login text as of now. So we have the static text as of now, and then we can define the variant as well. So that should be equals to the variant. That should be equals to, we can give the variant of the h4, that would be okay. And then we can also add the text align as well. So that should be equals to the text align into the center. So now we have this form. So if we just save, and now we need to run this form in the authentication as well. So suppose this is the authentication, and here we can just define admin auth as well. So we can have the admin auth.js. So that would be the admin auth as well. So here we have the component of the admin auth. So we can have the REFC first. So we have the admin auth, and now what we can do, so once we will just move on into the auth, we can have the auth form inside that instead of the div. So now instead of the auth, now we will render the auth form. So now if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see once we will just move on to the auth, and now I think we didn't see anything, because if we just move on into the auth form, if we just move on to the auth, so now you can see now we don't provided the dialog as the open prop. So the dialog requires a prop to the open, and if the open would be false, then the dialog would not be visible, and if the open would be true, so now you will see now the dialog is visible. So the dialog would be true for always, and then we will just define a close button as well after we will design the form. So now we have this dialog. So now we have this typography as well, and after this typography, what do we need to do as the next step? So after that, we need to just define the form. So we can have the form directly from the HTML. So we need to remove the action, because we don't need the action. And inside this form, so in the form, we need to just design the text fields of the form as well, because the text fields are just input tags as per the material UI. So here we can use the box again for a container of the form, and then we need to just define the display as well for the box. So we need a display equals to the flex. So again, we need the flex box, and then we can have the justify content, that should be equals to the center. And I think we need the flex direction as well. So we need the flex direction as the column, because we need the items on the bottom of each other. So we need the flex direction, that should be equals to, we can give the column, and then we can give the width as well for the form. So we can give the width of something around, so the width would be around 400 would be okay for the width. And then we can also provide the margin as well. So the margin would be equals to the auto. So the margin should be equals to the auto. And then we can have the align items as well, because we need to horizontally align the items as well. We need to align items into the center. So if we just save, so now we have this container. And now after this container, now we need to define all of the form labels and the text fields as well. So first, let's just design the form label. So we have the form label component inside the material UI to design the label for a specific UI element, for the specific input element. So for the form label, we can give the label of the email. So now we are designing for only the login. So we have the form label of the email, and then we will just have the form label of the password. So now we have two form labels, and now on each form label, now we'll have the text field as well. So after that, we need the text field. So here we need the text field from the material UI. So the text field is used for adding the text field like the input tags on the material UI, and this is a self-closing tag as well. So now inside this text field, what do we need to do? So here we can just define the text field. We can just define the type, that should be equals to the email. So the type would be the email. So after the email, then we'll also provide here any identifier for this text field as well. So we need to provide the name prop. So the name is an identifier we can just provide. So the name would also be the email. So now we have this email, and now we can just copy that, and then we can use the same for the password as well. So we can have the type equals to the password, and then we have the name equals to the password as well. So we'll use the name as the password. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see now we have text fields as well inside that. And I think we can also give some padding as well for the form as well. So we can move on into the container, and here we can give the padding as well. So the padding would be something around 6 would be enough. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have some padding as well for the forms, and now it is looking good. And now we have the padding, and now we can also define some styling for the first the label as well. So with the label, we can provide the SX prop for the styling. So we can have the SX prop, that should be equals to the SX. We can just provide here the margin from the top. So we can give the empty as well to define the margin from the top, and that should be equals to the 1. and then we can also define the margin from the bottom as well. That should be equals to the 1 once again. So that would be the SX for the label. So we can just copy that, or we can also define the style for the label here. So we can have the const, we can have the label SX, we can have the label style. That should be equals to again an object. We can just define the margin from the top, that should be equals to the 1, and the margin from the bottom, that should be equals to the 1 again. So that should be the label style, and here we can use this style as well. So instead of defining the styles like this, we can also use a label. So we can have the label style, and here as well we can use the same label style here. So we can just copy that, we can paste this style here. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have the label styles as well, and now it is looking good. And now the variants of the form is not looking good. So the variants of the typography is not looking good. So here we can just change the variant as well for the text field. So we can give the variant. So the variant would be something around, we can give the standard variant, that should be okay. So we can give the variant of the standard for this as well and for this as well. And now we can just have the margin as well for the both. So we can just select the text field, and then we can just provide the margin as well. So we can just select this text field from there, and then we can just press the Ctrl and F2 to select all of the text fields. So for the all text field, we can just provide the margin as well, and the margin would be equals to the normal. So we have the margin prop as the normal margin inside that. So we can give the margin of the normal. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have the email as well, and then we have the password as well, and now it is looking good. So now we have just defined the text fields, and after the text field we can just define the button as well below. So for the button, first button would be the login button, and we will provide another button of the sign up. So if we just click on the sign up, then the form would be changed to the sign up. So we need the state handling feature for that as well. So we'll use that later. So first we can just define the button after the text field. So again we can move on into the code, and after this text field now we can just define the button as well. So we can give the button. So the button would be, we can give the type equals to the submit. So that should be a submit button, and we can also define here the full width of the button as well. So we can give the full width of the button to take the available width. So if we just save, so now you will see after that now we'll have the button as well, and then if we had any content, like if we had the content of the login, so if we just save, so now you will see now we have the login button with that as well, and now you will see it is also looking good. And then we can also provide some styling for the button as well. So again we can give the SX prop, we can provide here the margin from the top as well. So we can give the margin from the top, that should be equals to, we can give the 2 would be enough. And after the margin top, then we can also define the border radius as well. So we can have the border radius, and that should be equals to, we can give the something around 10, and then we can also provide the color as well for the buttons. So we can give the BG color, so that should be equals to, we can give the same color of the navigation bar once again. So I will provide the same navigation bar color. So that would be the color. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have the login button with that, and now you can see it is looking good. And now we can just change the variant of the button as well. So here we can change the variant as well. So that should be the variant, and that should be equals to the contained. So we need the variant of the contained with that. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see now this button is looking good. So now you can see that now the designing of this button is looking good. So now we have just designed the login as well, and now we can also define the sign up in this form only. So we'll just design the sign up as well. So here before the name, we can also design the sign up as well, form label and the text field, and that should be equals to, we can give the type equals to the text. So that should be the normal text, and that should be equals to the name. So for the sign up, we will have here the name equals to the name. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application, so now you will see now we have the name, email and the password, and then we'll also provide here another button in which we can just switch to the sign up or login. So here we can have the same button once again. So we can just copy that button, and then we can just paste the button as well. So now we have the button, and this button would not have the type equals to the submit. So we need the different type, and here we don't need the BG color as well. So we will remove the BG color for there. And this time the variant would be, we can, I think we can just have here the standard variant of the button, or we can just remove the variant as of now. So that would contain the button, and then we have the text of the switch. So we have the text of the switch. So now we have this button as well, and now you can see now the form design is looking good. Now we need to just work on the top of the designing part. So what we can do to work on the top designing part, so here we have the dialog box, and then we can also provide some styling for the dialog as well. So what we can do, so in the dialog, first what do we need to do? So now to move out of the authentication screen, so if the user is on the authentication, so if the user does not want to authenticate, and if the user wants to move out of the authentication, so we'll just define a cross button here to close the authentication screen. So for that we can just define the button. So first we need to get the button as well for the icon. So we'll use the icon as well from there. So we can just get any icon from the material for the close. So we can have the close here, and then we can click on the rounded, and then you can see now this close button would be okay. So we can just get this button, so we can just copy that and then we can just paste that here. So now we have the close button, and after that what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to just define the button as well. So first we can just define the container for that. So that should be the box, and inside that box we can provide the SX as well. Then we can give the margin from the left as the ML. That should be the auto, so it will be automatically aligned to the right with that. And then we can provide the padding as well, and that should be equals to the 1. And inside this box now we can just provide the icon as well. So now we have this icon as the button. So for defining the icon as the buttons, so we have another component inside the material UI, which is the icon button. So we can use the icon button to provide any icon and then have the button effect as well inside the icon. So we have the icon button, and inside that we can use that button as well. So we can have the close rounded icon. So that would be the icon button. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application once again, so now you will see, so if we just move on into the dialog box, so here you can see now we have the button and then we have the nice effect on the button as well. So now you will see now this icon button is also looking good. And now as the next step, what we can do, so here we have the dialog, so we can just have here the rounded borders on the dialog box as well. So for doing that, so we need to change the paper props for the dialog as well. For doing that, so we can just provide the paper props, because the paper props directly refer to the root classes. So we can just define the style for directly applying to the root class. So the style would be equals to, we can get the border and the radius, and the border radius for something around, we can get the 20. So that should be enough. So if we just save, so now you will see now we have the border radius as well. So now you can see now we have the rounded borders inside the form as well, and this form is also looking good. So now this is the screen of the form. Now we need to dynamically switch to the sign up and the login screens as well. So here we have the button of the switch. So we need to apply the state management logic. So we need to add here the state for the sign up or the login. So we have the state. So once we will just click on the switch, so then we should be changed to the sign up, and then once we will just click on the switch again, then we should be moved on with the login. So for that, what we can do, first we can have the state. So again we can have the use state snippet. It can be the is sign up, and then the is sign up again, and then the by default value would be equals to the false. So by default the sign up will be false, so we will show the login screen. And for the is sign up, now what do we need to do? So that should be the sign up. So now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we have the name text field, so we need to only render this name text field when the is sign up is true. So we can just wrap this inside a condition. So when the is sign up would be equals to the true, then only we need to render this name. So we can add the container as well for this, because these are the rules of the JSX. So every element should have only one parent. So now you can see now we have the is sign up. So if we just save, if we move on to the application, so now you can see now we are not into the sign up. So that's why we are not seeing the name. And here as well inside the button, so we have this button. So we can have the switch to, and that should be equals to a condition. When the is sign up is true, then we can just switch to the login. Or if the is sign up is false, then we will move on to the sign up. So that will be the text. So if we just save, so now we will see now we have the switch to sign up text as well. And after that we need to provide the on click as well for this button. So for the on click we need to just switch the, so we need to change the screen as well. So for the on click we need to change the state. So we can have the on click, and that should be equals to, we can just define the function here only. So inside this function now what do we need to do? So we need to add the set is sign up, and that should be equals to the reverse value of the is sign up. So we have the reverse value of the is sign up with that. So if we just save, so now you will see once we will just click on the switch to login or the switch to sign up, now you can see now the screens are being changed, and then you can see now we have the switch to sign up, and then once we will just click on the sign up, then you will see now we have the text of the login. We can do same for this and for this as well. So what we can do, so we have the login text. So again here we can have the conditions like when the is sign up would be equals to the true, then we need to render here for the, I think we need to render the sign up, or else we need to render here for the login. So we have for the login, and I think we have misplaced the colon here. So now that would be a condition, and we need to do same for the heading as well. So here we have the typography, we need to do same for the typography. So if we just save, so now you will see now we enter the sign up. Once we will just click on the switch to login, now we enter the login screen, and now you can see it is working perfectly fine. So now we have just designed the form, and now the next step is now we want to get the data of that form. So now we want to get the form data as well. So now you can see once we will just enter anything inside that, like for the email and even for the password field, and once you just click on the login, so now we need to get the data of that form inside the log window as of now. So now for handling the form, what we will do, so here we will have the state object. So first we need to add the state. So I will now show you that how we can handle it dynamically. So first we can have the use state snippet, that should be equals to the inputs and the set inputs, and then the by default value we need to just define the value of some object with some keys. So the keys would be, that should be equals to the name key, and the name key would be an empty key as of now, and then the email as well, that should also be an empty string, and same for the password. That would also be an empty string. So now we need to design these three values. So now what we will do, so now we will just align the name fields, email field and the password field same with the forms. So here we have the name. So here we will dynamically update the name from the identifiers. So here we will just define the function and then we will just fire the event from these text fields. So we'll fire the event. So whenever any text field will be then handled. So if we are on the email, so email field text field will then fire an event to that function and then we will dynamically update that function for the email property from that email field because the name identifiers and the state names are same. So now we will use that approach. So first, what do we need to do? So again, we need to move on into the text field. So here we can just provide the value of the text field as well. So the value would be equals to, we can provide the inputs. So we have the value of the input state object dot the key of the name. So we need to provide the name and then we need to also provide the onChange function as well. So for the onChange, so whenever any data of that form will be changed, whenever we will click it or whenever the data will be changed, then we will get the onChange function. And here you can see now we get the value as well from the event.target.value by accessing that string value. So we can just provide the onChange. So the onChange will give you an event. So it will give you an event with that. So what we will do with the event, so we'll just dynamically grab that event inside a function. So we can have the function of the handle change. So we'll get that event inside that. So we can do same for the other text fields as well. Like we can do same for this text field as well and for the password as well. So we'll do same. And now what do we need to do? So here for the email, the inputs object would be the type of the email. So we have the inputs.email as the value and here we will have the password as the value. And now we need to define the handle change function as well. So here before the return statement, we can have the const, we can have the handle change. So that should be equals to a function which will grab the event as a parameter. And inside that, first we need to update the state. So here once the event will be fired, once we will just fire an event from any text field, once we will enter any value, so the event will be automatically fired with the onChange. So here we have defined the onChange. So it will dynamically send the event with the handle change. So with that we will just update the value. So first we can use the set inputs. So we have the value of the set inputs of the state, but first we need to grab the previous state as well. So here with the set inputs, we need to grab the previous state because if we are on the email and if we write the email and if we just move on with the password, then the onChange will give you the value of the password and not the email. So we need to store the previous state of the email as well. So if we store any value on the email, if we just move on with the password, so we need to just store the value of the email as well because the onChange will always give you the latest state and not the previous state. So here we need to store the previous state as well. So in the set inputs, we can just define the previous state from the callback variable. So in the use state, we need to get the previous state from the previous variable, like we can have the callback state variable, which can have the previous state name inside that. And then we need to dynamically return an object with that. So here we will return an object and the object will contain first the previous state. So first we need to add the previous state inside that object and then we need to add the latest state snapshot. So for the latest state snapshot, we can get the property name first. So we can just get the property names for these. So we can just also get the property names from their types as well. So in the text field, we have here the name equals to the name. So we can just grab that property name from the identifier. So as we have given the name equals to the name, we have given the same values as we have inside the state for the name, email and the password. So what we can do, so we can just directly grab their property names because they are same. So we can get the event dot target dot name and with that, and to get their value, we can just provide the value of the event dot target dot value. So that will be the approach. So first we have the event dot target dot name and then we will just dynamically move on with the name field and then we will just get the value of that name. And then once we will move on to the password, so we are already storing the previous state as well. So the previous state will not be lost. So that would be the approach. And after that, once we will submit the form, then we need to get the values as well. So what do we need to do? So we have the form here. So inside the form, we can just provide the prop of the on submit. So whenever the form would be submitted, so we need to provide the on submit and here as well, we can just define a function of the handle submit. So that should be the handle submit of that function. So here we can just define the handle submit function as well. So before the return statement, we can have the const, we can have the handle submit. So that should be equal to a function which will again grab the event. And first thing that we want to do inside the handle submit, so this is the function. So we have the event and we need to call the event.prevent default. So we need to call the prevent default because if we don't call the prevent default, then the browser would send the data to the URL. Like now you can see now it is sending the data to the URL. Once we will just click on the login and then it will refresh the page as well. So we need to stop this behavior from the browser. So with that, we have a function as the prevent default, which will just prevent the default behavior of the website with the form. So we can have the event.prevent default. So with that, So with that, now the default behavior would be stopped, and then we can just log the values of the inputs as well. So we have the inputs object of the state, so we can just log their values. So if we just save, if we just move on into the inspect, if we just move on into the console, I will just increase the size, and if we just add any value, like we can add any value like sss@ss.com, and then we can just add any value for the password as well. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we are getting the values as well. So for the email we are getting the email value, and for the password we are getting the password value as well. And same for the sign up, we can provide any name like Nikhil. We can just click on the sign up. Now you can see now we are getting the values like name, email, and the password. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to handle the forms as well inside this application. So now we have just completed the form handling as well. So now we have designed the form, and now the next part is now we need to render the form inside the admin and the auth component as well. So as we are rendering the form inside the auth, so we need to render this inside the admin as well. So for that, what we can do, so we can move on into the admin.js. We have this file, and here we can just render this form component. So here inside this div, we can just render this auth form. We can render the auth form component here, and then we can just save, and then we can again move on to the application to see the changes. So if we refresh the page, like if we move on into the home page in the /route, and if we click on the admin, so now you will see now we have the admin form as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now as we have discussed that this form will be used inside the admin and the auth as well. So what we will do, so we will just get this data of that form inside the parent components. So here the admin and the auth.js is a parent component, and the auth form is a child component. So we need to get the data inside the parent components like in the auth and in the admin auth.js. So what we can do for that, so first we can move on into the auth. So we have this auth form, and here we can just pass here a prop, and this is not a prop. So this will actually not be a prop. So this is a type of a prop, but this would be a function. Like it can be a function, like this can be a function as the on. That should be the on submit. So that would be a function of the on submit inside that. And then we will just pass here a new function inside that. So in the on submit, we will just declare a new function. It can be const, it can be get data. So this will be a new function for this. And the get data function will return an event. So it will get an event. So the get data function will get an event inside the parameter. So we will get that event inside that. And with the event, it will be the actual data with the event. So in the on submit, so we will call the on submit from the child component, like from the auth form. And then in the on submit, we will just point to the get data function. So it will be added as a pointer. And then the auth form will send the on submit prop. And with that, it will send data as well with that. So we'll add the get data as a pointer function to this. And now what do we need to do inside the auth form? So if we move on into the auth form, so we are sending the on submit prop as well. So we need to accept this prop as well here. So we can accept the on submit as well. So we have the on submit. And then this would actually be a function. So we can send any type of prop with there. So we can send a function, we can add a string, we can add any number, we can add any object. So here we are sending this function, and in the function what we will do, so once we are just submitting the form inside the handle submit, we will just call this function. We will just call the on submit function from the props, and make sure you are calling this from the props only. So we are just calling the on submit prop from the props, and inside this function we will just pass something, like we'll pass the input objects which have the data. So the input objects has the data inside that. So we'll call the on submit function, and the on submit function will get the inputs data inside that. And then once we will just call the on submit function, so with that we will just get the data inside the event, and then we are passing that event to the get data function. So we are passing the event with the data to the get data function as a pointer function, and with that we will get the data. And here inside this function, as we are just getting the data inside the parameters, so if we'll just log the value of the data, like I will add another statement here, like we are just calling it from the auth component. So we are calling it from the auth. So if we just save, if we just move on to the application once again to see if everything works fine, so we can move on into the /auth route. And then if we just enter anything again, like I can enter anything like nikhil@email.com. And then we can add any password like 123456. So if we just click on the login, so now we should be able to see the data from the auth component. So now you will see from the auth we have an object, and with the object we have all of the data like the email, the name, and the password. So this is how we can just get the data of the child component to the parent component, and this is very easy inside the React.js. So now as we did inside the auth, we can just do same for the admin as well. So we can move on into the admin. So in the admin what we will do, so we'll again send the on submit prop, and with the on submit we will just attach a function to it as well. So we'll get the const, we can add the get data, that will be equals to again a function which will get the data. So we have the data inside that, and inside this data now we will just log the data as well. So we'll just have a console.log of the data, and then we are sending it from the admin as well. So again we can just pass here the admin, and then in the second parameter we'll get here the data. So if we save, and in the on submit we need to render the get data as well. So we need to pass this get data function. So we'll have the get data. So if we save, if we again move on to the application, if we move on into the admin to see if everything works fine or not. So if we add anything again like n@test.com, and if we add any password like 1234556, so if we just click on the login, so now you will see from the admin component we are just getting the details. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now you will see now we have the name field as well inside the admin. So what we can do, so we can just send along a new property as well inside the auth form component. So we'll just accept another prop that can be is admin, and if the form is in the admin state, like if we are rendering the form from the admin, then we don't need the name field because we don't have the functionality that the admin can sign up from the front end. So if we are just adding an admin, so we need to add from the back end only. So we cannot add any admin from the front end. So again we can move on into the auth form, bring that functionality to it. So in the on submit, so after the on submit we will just get the prop as the admin as well. So we can get the prop as the is admin, and then what we will do, so we'll just check the name as well inside the typography. Like here we have the name field, so here we have this name, and here what we can do, so we can just check the is admin as well, like the is admin. So we have the is admin false, like if the is admin is false, and then only we need to render the name as well. So if the is admin is false and is sign up is true, then only we need to render the name, and then we need to do same for this button as well. So we have this button, so we can just render this button again inside a conditions. So when the is admin is false, when the is admin is false, then only we need to render this button. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so if we refresh the page once again, so now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to pass these props. Like here we can send the prop of the is admin. So we can have the is admin. So we can give the value as the true inside that. So we can give the value of the true. And then if we again move on to the application once again, like if we move on into the auth, so here we can just send the is admin prop once again. So we have the is admin, and this prop will be the false here. So if we just save, if we again move on to the application, so now you will see now inside the admin, now we don't have the is sign up button. Now we don't have the sign up button, and here we only have the name and the password inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine. So if we again move on into the auth, and then you will see inside the auth, we will just get all of the details like switch to sign up and the switch to login. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to get the data inside the parent components like the admin and the auth as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So our application is working perfectly fine, and now the next step is now we want to make a request to the backend. So for that, what do we need to do? So here, once you will just get the data of that form, then we need to make a request to the backend from the API helpers. But before that, now we don't know that this is a login request or the sign up request. So we need to identify that this is a login on the sign up request. So what we can do, so we can just move into the auth form. So here inside the on submit, we are sending the inputs. So here we can just change the input objects to a new object, and that will include the sign up key as well. So for that, we need to just add the inputs. We need to send the inputs inside an object, and then we need to send a new key as well. Like this can be a sign up key. So that can be a sign up key, and inside the sign up key, what we can do, so for the sign up, so we don't need the sign up inside the admin. So we only need the sign up inside the user. So for that, we can just check like if the is admin, like if the is admin is true, then we need to always send the false, because for the admin, we only need to send the login, or else we can just send the date name like we have the state of the is sign up. So that would be a request. So when the is admin is true, then we always have to send the false, or we need to send the is sign up state. And now we can just move on into the authentication once again. If we again move on to the application, if we again send a new data inside the form, we can move on into the console. We can check the sign up prop, like if we had any data, like any data with that, if we had any password. So now you will see now inside the inputs, we are getting the all of the fields of the inputs, and then we are getting the sign up property as well. So everything is working perfectly fine again. And then if we switch to login, if we again make a request, so now we have the sign up of the false. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now as the next step is, now we want to make a request to the backend for the authentication. So for that, what we can do again, so we can again move on to the API helpers. So here we have this file, and here we need to define another function of the authentication. So again, we will just handle the login and the sign up inside just a single function. So again, we can just define that function. We can have the export const, we can have the send, that can be the user auth request. and then this will be again a function. This will be an asynchronous function as well, because we need to await for all of the tasks, and then we need to accept some parameters as well. Like first we need to get the data of that form, and then we need to get the sign up key here as well. So for the sign up we need to add the URL of the sign up, or we need to add the URL of the login. So again we can send this request, and now again for the Axios we need to send the post request from the Axios, because the sign up and the login are of the post method of the HTTP, and then we need to pass the URL. So again we need to pass the same URL. So here inside the Axios we have a functionality that if the part of any URL is same for every request, so what we can do, so we can just make that part as a default URL. So we can just make that part as a base URL, and after that we will just make a request. Like if we are sending the movie request, then we only need to send it the /movie, because then the base URL will be then added, and then only what we add here will be then added. So for that what we can do, so we can just copy that. So that would be a base URL for the every request. So we can move on into the index.js as well. So we can move on into the index.js, and here because that's a root file, so here we need to render the base URL. So for that we can use the Axios, and then we have the default object inside the Axios, so we can access the defaults, and then we have a property of the base URL. So it accepts a string inside the value, so we can just pass here the string as well. So for passing the string we can just pass here HTTP, like that we have copied. So we have copied the HTTP localhost 5000. So that will be the base URL for every request. So that will be this URL. Now we can just move on into the API helpers, and then we need to just remove this as well, because it's a time saving approach as well. So we don't need to add the HTTP localhost 5000 for every other request. So now inside the axios.post, now we can just send the request. Like we can just send the request inside the template literals, like it can be /user / the login of the sign up. So we can have here the condition, like it can be /user / it can be, we can just check if the sign up is true, then this should be equals to the sign up, or else that should be equals to the login. So that would be the request. So with the axios.post /user /sign up or login, and then in the second parameter of this object, so the axios.post accepts the second parameter as well. So inside the second parameter we need to send the data of that form. So for the form data, what do we need to do? So inside the data we can send an object, and with the object we need to send all of the properties. Like for the name we need to send the name property, like we need to send the data dot name. So we are accepting the data, so we are giving the data dot name. Email as well, so we can send the email, that should be equals to the data dot email, and same for the password. So we need to add the password, that should be equals to the data dot password. And I think the name will only be required inside these sign up forms, so we can just pass here that condition as well. So when the sign up is true, so when the sign up property is true, then only we need to send the data dot name, else we will just send here an empty string, and that won't be counted inside that object. So that's why we have just sent the name as the empty string for the login, and the email and the password for all other fields. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here it returns a promise, and then we need to wait for this response as well, and it's a database operation. So we need to just wait for this, and then we need to just catch if there is any error. So if there would be any error, then we will just log that error. So we'll have the console.log of that error. And now the axios.post will return a response, so we need to get that response as well. So we can have the const response, and that should be equals to the await. So we need to wait for this response. And now as the next step, what do we need to do? So after we have just defined this request, now we need to check for the validation as well. So for checking the validations, we can just move on into the if statement again. So if the response dot status field, so with the status field as well. So if the response dot status is not equals to, like if the response dot status is not equals to the 200, which is okay, and if the response dot status is not equals to the 201 as well. So either the response dot status is not the 200 or the 201, then I think that would be a bad request. So what we can do, so we can just log a message, like then we can log a message that invalid request or like unexpected error occurred. So that would be the message if the response dot status is not the 200 or the 201, and if the status is 200 and the 201, and then what we can do, so then we can just grab the response as well. So we can just get the data of that response. So we can have the const response data will be equals to, we can have the await, that should be equals to the response dot data. So we need to get the response data, and then we will just return that data. So we just return the response data with that. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So now we need to call this function as well from the authentication. So we can move on into the auth. So after we are logging the data, then we can just call this function as well. So we can have this send user authentication request, and then we need to pass here the data. So we can just pass here the data dot inputs, and then we need to pass the sign up key as well. So we can just directly provide the data dot sign up. And then what do we need to do as the next step? So here it will return a promise, and we need to get the data of this request as well. So we can run here the then statement. So in the then we will just get the response. Then we will just log that response as of now. So we'll just log that response. And now as the next step, now what we can do, so we can run the catch as well, because that's a database operation and it can fail as well. So we can run the catch, and with the catch, if we get an error, we will just log that error. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, if we refresh the page, like first start with the sign up. So here we can define any name, like it can be the James. We can add an email like this, like the james@test.com, and then we can add any password as well, like 123456. So if we just click on the sign up, so now you will see now we have the input objects. We are getting the input objects. So here we are getting an error like cannot read the property status of undefined. So I think we have something wrong with the request. So if we just check the network tab as well, so here we have the request failed. I think we have one error. I think the error is not into the front end, so the error into the backend. And that's right, because now we are getting an error inside the backend, so the terminal is also stopped. So we can just move on into the backend users controller, and then we can just check the sign up properties. So here we have the sign up request. So we are just checking the validations of the name, password, and then we are checking the response.status at the invalid inputs. Then we are storing the password inside the hashed format, and then we have the user, and then we are just returning the response.status to one. I think there is an error because here we are sending the user of the existing user. So that should not be the user, that should be the user. So that should be the actual user that we are just creating. So that will be the new user. So if we just save again, if we just move on to the application once again. So if we again move on to the application, if we refresh the page, and if we just add all of the properties once again, like it can be the James, and then we can add an email, like it can be james1@test.com. and then we can add any password. So if we just click on the sign up, so now you can see now we are getting the ID of that James. So now you can see now the user has been created, and now we are getting the ID of that user as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are getting the ID of that user, and now what we can do, so we can just switch to the login, and then we can just make a login request. So we have the credentials, like same credentials. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we're getting the message as well, like the login successful, and then we are getting the ID of that user as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to make a request to the backend as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So the user authentication is completed, and now the next step is now we can work on the admin authentication as well. So for that we can just move on into the admin. So now we can just work on the admin authentication as well. So for that we can again move on to the API helpers to define that function. So here we can just define a new function of the admin authentication. So we can just define a new function as the export const. It can be the admin request, like it can be a send admin login request. That would be again an asynchronous function. So we need to add the async as well there, and then we need to get the data of that form as well. And now what do we need to do as the next steps? So just we need to define this function, and here we need to make a request to the backend. So again we can use the Axios. We can make a post request to the Axios, and then the URL would be /admin/login. So that would be the URL for the admin. So we can add this URL, and after that we need to send the data of that form as well. So we can send the data inside an object. So the admin needs an email, so we can send the email as the admin. So we can have the data dot email property, and then we need to send the password as well for the admin. So we can send the password. So the password would be the data dot we can send the password of the admin. And now what can we do? So the axios.post is a database operation. So we need to wait for this, and then we need to catch if there is any error. So we can just have the error. So we can just run the error inside the console.log with the error. And now the axios.post will return a response. So we need to get that response. So again we can have the const response that should be equals to the await. That should be equals to the axios.post. And now as the next step, what we can do, so again we can just run the validation, like if the response dot status is not equals to the 200, then again we can just return the console.log, and that should be equals to the error, like we can send the unexpected error. And now as the next step, now what we can do, so now we can just extract the data of that form. Is everything works fine? So we can have the const, we can have the response data, that should be equals to the await, that should be equals to the response.data. And then what do we need to do? So now we need to just return the data of that response. So then we can just return the response data with it. And now as the next step, now what do we need to do? So now we can just move on, and we can just run this function inside the admin. So we can just move on into the admin, and here we can just run this function. So once we will just get the data of that form, so then we'll make admin request like admin auth request, and here we can just pass the data. So we can just pass the input objects of the data. So we can have the data dot inputs. So now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to run here the then statement as well, because we need to get the data. So with that we will get the response, and then we will just log that response as of now. So we'll have the console.log of that response, and now we need to just run in the catch as well. If we get an error, we will just log that error. So again we will just log that error with that. So now if we just save, if we now move on to the application inside the admin, so that should be equal to the response. So if we now save, so now you can see now everything works fine. So if we just refresh the page, so now we need to define the credentials of the admin. So actually I don't remember the admin credentials now. So what we can do as the next step, so we can just run the postman, and then we can make a new request as the new sign up request of the admin. So we can do that. So here we can just send a new request. So that should be the localhost 5000. That should be the /admin/sign up. And then we need to send the credentials inside the body. So we can send the raw, we can send the JSON once again. So inside the admin, we can send the email of the admin, like we can send an email with that. So the email property would be, we can give an email, like we can have the james@test@admin.com, and then we can add any password like this, like we can add any password like password key, and that should be equals to, we can add the password of like 1 2 3 4 5 6. So then we can just click on the beautify to beautify this. So now we have the email and the password. So if we just click on the send, and that's a post request. So if we just click on the send, so now you will see now the new admin is created as the james@admin.com, and then we have the password as well. So we can just copy that, james@admin, and then we can just paste that here, and then we need to copy the password as well, and then we can just paste that password. So if we just click on this login now, so now we should be able to see the admin login successful. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we have the message of the authentication complete, and then we have the token as well, and the ID of that admin as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So the user and the admin authentication part is completed inside this application. So now we have achieved the functionality of the authentication. So now the next step is, now we want to store the state of this authentication as well. So for the user and the admin both, so we need to store the state of the authentication somewhere. Like we can use another package, which is the Redux, which is a state management library, which is used for the complex state management. So we can use the Redux for having the state management inside our application. So what we can do for the Redux, so we can again move on to the Redux toolkit. So we can move on to the Redux toolkit, and you can see now we have the Redux toolkit package, which is very useful to handle the complex states. So here we have the Redux, and then you can see the official package is the Redux, and then we have the React Redux as well, which is used to officially work with the React. And now we can just click on the get started with it, and then we can just install that as well. So for the npm we have this command, and if you are in the yarn, so you can use the yarn as well. So now we need to install the Redux toolkit, and then we need to also install the React Redux package as well to make this work with the React. So with the Redux toolkit, it will give you some functions like the making some slices, like making some objects of the Redux, like the authentication state of the admin or the user. And then with the React Redux, it gives you some function to integrate the React application with the Redux. So for that, we can just move on, and then we can just define another terminal. That should be equals to, we can move on into the movies, and then we need to paste this command of the npm install Redux. And after that, after the Redux toolkit, then we need to install the React Redux as well. So the package name would be the React-Redux. So now we need to hit enter. So now the new packages will be then installed within very few moments. So now the Redux is installed, and now the next step is now what we can do. So we can just move on into the source. So here we have the source, and here we can just define a new folder. It can be the store. So inside the store folder, now we will manage the authentication states of this application, because the Redux has a functionality of keeping a central data store, which is only a single data store inside this application. So here we have this folder of the store. So we are just making a store for managing the state. So here we can just define a new file. It can be the index.js inside the store. So here what we can do, so we can just define the state of the authentication. So we have two users, so we have two roles inside this application. The first is the user, the second is the admin. So we can just manage both of these states. So for that, first, what do we need to do? So we need to import something from the Redux toolkit. So we need to import something from the Redux toolkit. So now the something would be the create slice. So we have the create slice function inside that. So the create slice just creates a new slice. So if we just move on into the Redux package as well, so we can just search for the create slice as well. So it can be create slice. So now you can see now the create slides creates the actions and the reducer functions and so many things with it. So you can see now we have the create slides. So it creates an object. So like in simpler language, it creates an object of the authentication of any state. Like it creates an object of any state. Like we have the name of that state, like it can be test, and then we had the initial state. Then we have the reducer functions as well. And here you can see now we have the reducers object as well. So inside the normal Redux package, if we add any reducers, we need to add it inside a separate function, and then we need to dispatch some actions to the reducers. Like the actions would be a simple strings, and then we can just send any unique strings to them, and then it will perform as per the actions. But here inside the Redux toolkit, we have the reducers, which will run as the functions like the increment function. Like the first parameter would be the state. The first parameter inside the reducer functions, if we add that would be the actual state object of that current object. So it will be the state object of this current slice. So we have the state, and then we can send any actions as well if we need to send any action. I think in this application we don't need the action, but if you want to learn more about the Redux, then I have a dedicated tutorial on the Redux which you can watch. So the actions object is used to just send an actions from the front end to the Redux. So that would be the reducer functions. And then you can see now we have some actions as well, like we have the slice.actions. Now to call the reducer function, so we need to call here the actions of the Redux. So here the reducer functions is itself an actions as well, like it can be action creator. So we can just directly refer to the actions object, and then we can just call here the functions of the increment or decrement. So that's the type of the Redux that we want. So that's very different type of Redux, and it has the advanced functionality as compared to the normal Redux package. So we can just use this functionality of the Redux. So here you can see now we are sending the payload as well. Inside the payload, if we want to get payload, so we'll just get directly access the payload property inside the increment function. So now that's the Redux that we want. And now what we can do, so we can just create a round state as well. So first we can just define the state of the user. So we can have the const, we can have the user slice. That would be equals to, we can have the create slice object. That would be the create slice, and inside that we need to pass all of the properties like name. Name can be the user object. And then what do we need to do? So we need to send the initial state. So inside the states of the Redux, we only need to manage the authentication states. So we can just manage the state, like that should be equals to the login. That should be equals to the true. Like we can have the is logged in property. So that would be the property of the state inside our application. So that would be the is logged in property. And then what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to define the reducers. Reducers are just function which manages the state. So we can just define the functions. The first function would be the login. So that would be the function. And then we can also define second function, that can be the logout. So we have this function. And with the Redux toolkit, I forgot to mention that. So with the Redux toolkit, we can also mutate the current state. So with the actual Redux package, with the official Redux package, that functionality is not allowed because that will break your application. But inside the Redux toolkit, it allows us to mutate the state as well, but it doesn't mutate the state, but it gives you the copy of that state that we have just created. So if we just change the state here inside the login, like if we change the is logged in property to the false or like true, then it will just create a copy of that and it will automatically send us the copy with that. And it uses the package of the immer. So the immer is a library which helps the Redux to do that. So now inside the login, now we can just mutate the state as well. So as we learned that the first parameter would be the actual state, so we can just grab the state, and then what we can do, so with the state we can just directly access the property of the state dot is logged in property. So now you can see inside the autocomplete as well, we are having the is logged in property, and that should be equal to the true. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So inside the logout, we can just pass the state, and then we can just run the state dot is logged in property, that should be equal to the false. So this is the functionality of the Redux, and initially that would be the false. So that is the functionality of that create slice with that. And now after that, now what do we need to do? So now first we need to just export all of these actions as well of the Redux. So what we can do that? So these are the reducer functions, but inside the Redux toolkit, we call this as an actions. So these are available inside actions object that can be called. So what we can do? So we can just export const, we can just send here the user slice, like we can send the user actions, we refer to the user slice dot actions. So with the actions with that can be directly used with that. So with the actions, we will just get the login and the logout. And after all of that, now we have just exported the slice of that user, and then we have the actions of the user. Then now we only need here the store to manage all of the things. So now we have the slice and the actions. So now we need just a store which will just handle all of the reducers with that. So we can just define export const, and that can be the store, and that should be the only store of the Redux. So we have the functionality of the configure store. So we have the configure store again inside the Redux.js toolkit, which allows us to create that functionality. And here we need to pass an options object. So first we need to pass the reducer. So we can just pass the reducer function. We can just pass here an object. We can just pass here the user slice dot reducers. So we have the property of the reducer. So you can just directly refer to the user object, and that would be equals to the user slice dot reducers property with that. So now we have just defined for the user, and now we can just define the same for the admin as well. So we can just define the same for the admin. So we can have the const that can be the admin slice. So here you can just pause that video and then you can just try out with yourself as well. So you can just define the name that should be equals to the auth. So that's the name of the auth, and then we need to define the initial state for the authentication as well. So we can just define the state again as the is logged in. That should be equals to the by default property of the false. And then again we need to send the reducer functions. So we can just send the reducers. That should be again the same objects that we are doing here. So we can just copy that and then we can just paste that here. So now we have the functions of the login and the logout with that. So I think the state is not there. So here we have the state. So I think the spelling was incorrect. So here we have the spelling of the incorrect state. So we can have is logged in. So we have this spelling, and then we can just do that for this as well and for this as well. So now everything is working perfectly fine. And here what do we need to do? So again we have just defined the admin slice. So we can just export the actions of the admins. So we can have the admin actions. And then what do we need to do? So we can use the slice of that admin. So we can have the admin slice dot actions. And now the next step is, now we have just created the store of that user. So now we need to make it for the admin as well. So we can have the admin that should be equals to the admin slice dot reducer of that admin slice. So that would be the store. So now with this code only, so now we are able to manage the complex state management inside this application. So now we have just defined this state inside this application of the Redux. So now the Redux is implemented, but now we need to get this Redux inside the main application, which is the front end of our application. So what do we need to do? So inside the index.js, we can just grab the Redux, because the index.js is a root file, and from here we can just provide the Redux functionality to the main component, which is the app. So how can we do that? So here we have the prop inside the Redux package. So that prop is the provider. So the provider prop is not available inside the Redux toolkit, but it's available inside the React Redux. And if you will just move out of this page and then you can just move on into the React Redux. So now you will see this is the official package of the React Redux, which is used to officially work with the React, which is used for the official React bindings. So here we have the property of the provider. So we can just search for the providers. So now you can see the provider component makes the Redux store available to any nested components that needs to access the Redux store. So it will just provide the state to any components, like we can do for any nested components as well. But here inside this application, now what we can do, so we can just provide that state directly into the app component, because we need the state all over the application. So what we can do, so we have the provider. So now we need to import this provider as well. So we can have import, and that should be equals to the provider. And that should be equals to from the React Redux. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to import the provider. So now we have the provider. So now inside the provider, so we have the store prop. So now you can see now we have the store. So if you will just check of all of the things about the provider, so we have the prop of the store. So now you can see now we have the examples as well of the basic usage. So we have the provider, we have the store, and then we can just directly provide the store. So here we need to provide the prop of the store. So with the store prop, now we can just get the store from the official Redux. So that we have just created of the store. So we have just created it from the store. So we are just importing the store from there. And now we need to add this inside this app component. So now we have provided the state to the app component. And now to get the state inside that, so we can move on into the app. And now to get the state here, so here we have the prop of the use selector. So inside the React Redux package, again we can move on and then we can just search for the use selector. So we have the use selector hook, which grabs that state from the Redux. So here you can see now this is a pure function as well. So we have the use selector. So the use selector is just a function which is used to get the state from the Redux functionality that allows you to extract the data from the Redux store state with using the selector function. So here we can just get that. So here we have the const, we can have the property name of that Redux, like we have the is logged in. That should be equals to the use selector hook. So we can have the use selector. So here you can see now we are importing it from the React Redux, so the use selector, and with that we need to add the callback function. So with the callback, we grab the actual state object from the Redux store. So inside the callback, we grab the actual state from the Redux store. And then what we can do, so we can just grab that property of that name. And then we can just grab that property. So we can have the state. And now we have the state inside the callback. This is actual state. So here we have two options of grabbing the state from the admin or the user. So for the admin, we can use the state.admin.isLoggedIn property. So if you don't know about this, so we have the state and then we have the admin. So if we just move on to the store, so we are just exporting the state of the user and the admin. So here what we can do, so inside the app.js, so we can just provide the state.admin, and for the user we need to provide a state.user.isLoggedIn property. So here we can just do that for the same as well for the user. So we can have the admin logged in like isAdmin, and we can have for the isUser as well. So with the isUser, so with isUser logged in property, and then with the state, so we'll just grab the state.user property dot is logged in with that. And then we need to grab all of the values, and then we'll just log their values. Like for the admin, we need to pass here the admin property as well. So we can just have this property isAdmin logged in, and then we can just provide the property of the isAdmin logged in. And then we can just do same for the user as well. So we can just have it for the user. So for the user is user logged in, and then is user logged in. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we move on to the React application inside our application, so here you can see now inside the initial state of the application, so we have the admin logged in as the false, and then we have the user logged in as the false. So everything is working perfectly fine. So here inside the store.js, now we can just change the state as well. Like initially that would be equals to the true, and same for this, that should be equals to the true. So if we do that, if we just save, if we move on to the application, so now you will see, I think that true is not there. So that should be equals to the true. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you can see now we are getting all of the values. For the admin as well, we have the true, and for the user as well, we have the true. So everything is working perfectly fine. And that should be also equals to the true. And again, we need to pass the initial state of the false. And here as well, we need to pass the initial state of the false. So now everything is working perfectly fine. So now the Redux functionality is achieved, and now the next step is, so once we are just making a request to the backend of the authentication, even if the user or the admin, so now we want to update the state inside the Redux as well. So now for updating the state inside the Redux, we have the hook inside the Redux, which is the use dispatch. So we have the use dispatch hook. Like if you know about the Redux, then you will definitely know about the dispatch, because the dispatch is a function which is used to dispatch an action to the Redux reducers. So for that, inside the toolkit as well, we have the dispatch function which we can use. So for that, what we can do, so first we can just grab the dispatch. So we can have the const, we can have the dispatch hook, that should be equals to the use dispatch. So we have the use dispatch, and it will be available from the React Redux. So we can import that. And now what do we need to do? So here we are into the admin. So here we need to import the actions of that admin as well. So as we provided here the actions of the admin, so we have the actions. So we need to get that actions as well. So first we can import that actions as well. So we can have the actions of the admin. So we can have the admin actions. So now we have imported that, and now what do we need to do? So inside the then, we can just write another then statement. So that should be equals to the then, and now inside this then statement, now what do we need to do? So now we need to dispatch an action to the Redux that the authentication request is successful, and now we need to update the state. So for that dispatch, we can use the dispatch hook, and then we need to call here the actions, like we have the admin actions, and then we need to call here the reducer function for that. So we need to pass here the action. So that action would be the login or the logout. So if we are just having this, so we can just pass the action of the login. So once the request is successful, then we are having the dispatch admin actions.login. So we need to do same for the user as well. So we can just move on into the user. So here we have the user. So here we have the user, and now we can do same for the user. So again, we can just import the use dispatch. So we can have the const, we can have the dispatch. That should be equals to the use dispatch hook. And again, we need to import the user actions. So we can import the user actions as well. And now what do we need to do as the next steps? So we can run another then statement. And with the then, what do we need to do? So here inside that, we need to call it the dispatch, and that should be equals to, we need to add the user actions. So we have the user actions, and that should be equals to the login. So we need to call the login function from there. So if we just save, if we now try with the authentication, like if we just try with the user, so if we just make a request from the user, so here we have the auth. So we can make a request, we can have the James, at the rate we can have the test2.com. So we have this email, and then we can add the password as well. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we have the message of the login successful, and then you can see now with the is user logged in. So now inside the state, we have the is user logged in property as the true. So now we have just updated the state of the Redux as well. So now with that, the Redux state is also working perfectly fine. So now we are able to update the state inside the application, and now that's not enough, because for creating the new booking or the new movie, we need the credentials of the user and the admin. So for the user, for creating the new booking, we need the ID, and same for the admin. So if we want to create a new movie, then we need the token, and then we need the ID. So either we can just store the IDs inside here, like we can just store a state variable here, or just we can just define a normal variable, and then we can just store the ID of that user or the admin and the token of that admin. But that won't be enough, because if we store the credentials inside the state of the application or like inside a variable, but if we refresh the page, then the state would be lost. So that's what the problems occur inside the web development. So if we refresh the page, then the state is always lost. So for fixing that, so what do we need to do to make sure that the state doesn't lost? So what do we need to do? So either we can just store the state inside the local storage of the browser, which is the permanent type of storage, or we can just store that inside the cookies. So the cookies is the best approach, but here we will use the local storage, which is a type of the permanent storage. Then even if you refresh the page and even if you close that browser and reopen it, then the state would always be there, because that's a permanent type of storage. So for that, what do we need to do? So we can just store the credentials of that user inside that, and that would help us inside the authentication state as well, because if we refresh the page, then we can identify that if we have the state inside the local storage, then we can just keep the user logged in. So it will solve two problems inside this application. So for that, what do we need to do? So inside that, once we are just making a request of the login of the Redux, then we can just store the credentials inside the local storage. So for that, what do we need to do? So here, instead of defining then statements, a lot of then statements hell. So what do we need to do? So here we can just define another function. So we can have a const, we can have the on response received, we can have the const, we can have the on response received, and that should be equals to a function which will grab the data as well inside that. And then what do we need to do? So here we need to perform all of those steps. So first, as we are just logging all of the things, so we can just keep that log, but make sure you remove the log after pushing it to the production, so you can just log the data inside that. And after that, what do we need to do? So here we are just dispatching an actions of the login, so we can just do same again. So we have the user actions.login, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to store the ID and the token inside the local storage. So for the user, we only need to store the ID. So for that, we can just directly refer to the local storage, and the local storage is a global window variable that is available because it is available inside the JavaScript browsers. So we can just directly access the local storage, and then we can just run the function of the set item. So we have the set item function, which is used to set a new item inside the local storage. So if you don't know about the local storage inside the Chrome, so you can just search for that as well. So you can just search for the local storage, and then you will see all of the results about that. And the MDN is the best website for learning the JavaScript. So you can see the local storage is a read-only property of the window interface that allows you to access a storage object inside the document's origin, and the stored data is saved across the browser sessions. So even if you close the browser, even if you restart your system, even if you reopen the browser, you will still see the state. So that's the local storage for you. So now what do we need to do? So we can have the local storage, and if you want to see the local storage as well, so you can move on to the application, and then you can see now inside the storage you have the local storage inside that, and then you will see all of those properties values here inside the local storage server. So we have the server of the local of 3000, and then we can store all of these key value pairs inside that. So here inside the set item, now we need to provide the key and the value. So it works on the key value basis. So for the key, we can provide the key, we can provide the key of the user ID, and then we can just directly provide the user ID. So we can just provide the user ID of the data.id. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here I think we can just remove that from there. So we need to remove all of the things. So here inside the auth request, so what do we need to do? So here we only need to run a single then statement, and here inside the then statement we will just directly refer to the function. We can just directly refer to the on response received function. So that will handle all of the things. So it will just grab the data as well inside that. So we'll just grab the data event, and then we will just update all of the things as per the data. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we write the email, like if we have the james@test2, and if we write the password, so if we just click on the console, if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we are getting the message as the login successful, and then we are updating the state inside the Redux as well. So here we have the is logged in property of the true. But if you will just move on to the local storage, you can move on to the application. So here you can say inside the local storage you have one key. You have one key of the user ID, and then you are just storing the value as well inside that. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to store the IDs inside the local storage. And now we need to do the same for the admin as well. So for the admin, what do we need to do? So we can move on to the admin. So after the admin will be logged in, then we need to store the credentials inside the local storage again. But before storing the credentials of the admin, so we need to make sure that we will log out of the user state, because as per the functionality of this application, so if the user is logged in, then the user needs to be logged out before moving to the admin login. So for that, what do we need to do? So now you can see now the user operations are working fine, and then we can just remove that key from here. So we can just delete that key, and then we can just refresh the page, and then we can just do the same for the admin as well. So we can move on to the admin. So again, we can just define another function. So we can have the const, we can have the on response received. So that should be equals to again a function which will grab the data inside that. And then what do we need to do as the next steps? So here again we need to run here the functions. So first we can just run here the log statements. So we can have the log that should be equals to the data. And then what do we need to do? So here after the log, then we can just have the dispatch. So we can just dispatch an action to the Redux. So we have the admin actions dot login. So here we can just provide here the local storage dot, we can have the set item that should be equals to, we can have the set item of the user ID, like we can add the admin ID. And then we need to provide the ID of that admin. So we can provide the admin, like we can provide the data dot ID. And then we need to provide the token as well. So we can have the local storage dot set item that should be equals to the token. So we have the set item that should be equals to the token. And then we need to add here the thing as well, like after the token, then we need to add here the data dot token. And we need to change here as well. Here we will just add here the on response received. So we have the on response received here. So we have this function. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, if we refresh the page once again, so here we can just write the admin as well. So for the admin, so for the admin login, again we can move on to the postman. So we had the user of the james@admin.com. So we can just copy that. So first we need to move on to the admin route. So we are into the admin inside that. And now what do we need to do? So here once we are into the james@admin.com, so we can just copy that email, we can just paste, and then the password. So if we just click on the login, so now we should be able to see the admin ID and the token here. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we are getting the admin ID and then we are getting the token as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to store everything inside the local storage. So now we have the admin ID and then we have the token as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to store the credentials like the ID and the token inside the local storage. And now the next step would be, so once we will just load this application, so we'll just make a request, like we will run a use effect code, and then inside that use effect, we will just check like if we have the elements inside the local storage, like if we have the ID of that user or if we have the admin ID inside the local storage, then we can just dispatch an actions to the Redux like the user is logged in or the admin is logged in. So for that, what do we need to do? So here we are into the app component. So here we can just run the use effect code. So now we can just call the use effect function here. So we can have the use effect. And with the use effect, now what do we need to do? So here we need to run the callback function. As the second parameter, now we need to provide the empty dependency list array. So we need to define an empty array because we only need to run it once after the component is being loaded, like after the app is being loaded. So we need to call it once. And here we need to check like if we have the local storage, like if the local storage dot get item, that should be equals to the user ID. So if we have the user ID inside the local storage, then what we can do? So here you can also perform here the get user by ID with that ID, but now I will skip that, but I will directly move on with the Redux state. So here if we will find here the user ID, then we want to dispatch an action to Redux, and in the else case, like we can check the else if as well, like we can check the else if. So if the local storage dot get item, that should be equals to the admin ID. And with that, now what do we need to do? So here we also need to update the state of the Redux. So here you can also perform here the get user by ID from the backend to verify that if the ID is actually correct or not, and same for the admin, you can run the get admin by ID. So here I will skip that part, and that is up to you that if you want to create it, you can create it, and that's a very good approach, but now I will skip that. So here what do we need to do? So here we need to update the state of the Redux. So here we can add the dispatch. We can use the dispatch from the Redux again. So we can have the const, we can have dispatch, and that should be equals to the use dispatch. So we can run the use dispatch with that. And with that, now what do we need to do? So here for the user, so we can have here the dispatch, we can run dispatch, and that should be equals to the user actions. So we have the actions of the user, and then we will run here the login with that. So we'll have here the login, and same for the admin. So we'll run here the dispatch. So the dispatch would be, we can have here the admin actions. So we can import the admin actions, and then we can run the login function with that. So if we save, if we now move on to the application, so now you will see if we refresh the page and if we just move on into the inspect, so now you can see now we don't have anything inside the local storage. So if we just move on into that, if we just move on to the application, so now you can see now we don't have anything. But if we just log in with the user or the admin, like we can log in with the user, we can have the james@test2.com and same for the password like 111. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we have the user ID, and then you will see now we have the console window as well, and then you can see now we have the is logged in property as the true. So now if I will not remove everything, if I will not just refresh the page, and then you can see now still we have the is logged in property as the true, and then you can see now still we have the is logged in property of the true, and that is because here we are just storing the local storage, and with that we are just fetching that app component, that if we have the user ID with that, then we need to dispatch an action for the login. So with that, now authentication part has been completed. So we are able to authenticate the admin, we are able to authenticate the user, and we are able to keep the user or the admin logged in even if we refreshes the page. So now we have just completed this big functionality within this application, and this functionality is not easy to implement, but we have implemented it very easily. So now we have just completed the authentication inside our application, and now let's move on to other things as well. So now after the authentication, now we need to implement few more things inside this application. So the first, like if the user logs in, then we need to add the booking page for the user where user can create a new booking for a movie, and then we need to add the profile page for the user so that he or she can see the profile details and all of the booking details, and then we need to add the logout button as well for the user. And then in case for the admin, we need to add the movies page where the admin can create a new movie, and then we need to add the profile page again, and then we need to add the logout button as well. So these are the things that we need to add. So now what do we need to do for doing that? So again we can move on into the header. So now let's start with the header, because if the user is logged in, then we need to render different links, and then if the admin is logged in, then we need to render different links. So for that we can move on with the header. So first we need to grab the state. So here from the app.js we are grabbing the state, so we can just copy this and then we can just paste that inside this header. So we can just paste here, and then we need to import the use selector hook from there as well. So we need to import the use selector with that. So now everything is working fine. And now the next step would be, now we have some links. So here we have the tabs, of the movies, admin and the authentication, and then we are rendering all of the things here. So the movies tab would be available throughout this application, because so the user and the admin can see all of the movies there. And then the second step would be, so here we have the authentication links. So we need to only show the authentication links when both of the users are logged out. So for that, what do we need to do? So here we can just run this code inside a condition. Like if the admin is logged in, like we can just check if the admin is logged in, and same like if the user is not logged in, so we can check if the is user logged in is false. So if the admin is logged in is false, and then the user logged in is false, and then only we need to render these two things. So for that we can just run the JSX here, and then we can just copy that here, we can just cut from here, and then we can just paste here. So now we have this link. So if we save, so now you will see, now initially if we just refresh the application, so now you will see now not the admin is logged in and not the user is logged in. So if we just log in with the user, we can just click on the auth, we can just write the credentials like james@test2.com, and then we need to add the password. So if we just click on the login, so now you will see now we don't have any tab inside this header. So if we just change the URL, we can just move on to the home page. So if we just change the URL, if we move on to the home page, so now you will see now we only have the movies tab here, and then you can see now we can see all of these movies. So now you can see now we have implemented the first thing, and now the second thing would be, so now if the user is logged in, then we need to render different links. So for that we can just again run here an expression condition, like if the user is logged in. So we can check if the user is logged in, and then we need to render different content. Like first we need to add the tabs. Again we can just copy these two tabs. So we can just copy these two, and then we can just paste here. So now we have the tabs. So the first tab would be we need to add the profile page. So we can add the profile. So here we have the profile page, and then we need to add the profile page of the user as well, or the admin as well. So we can have the profile page of the user. So we can have /user. So that would be the link, and then we need to add the logout as well. So we can add the logout, and then for the logout we can have a /home. So for the logout, if the user logs out, then we need to redirect the user to the home page. So that will be the thing. So here if the user is logged in, then we can see the profile page and the logout page as well. So for the logout, we will just create the logout button, and on clicking on that tab, so we will just update the state inside the Redux, and the user will be logged out. So for that, now you can see now when the user is logged in, we can see the movies, we can see the profile, we can see the logout. and then we need to do same for the admin as well. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste this for the admin, and then we can check if the admin is logged in. Like if the admin is logged in, then what do we need to do? So we need to add the profile. So here, instead of the profile, we need to add here the movies. Like we can add the add movie, we can have the add movie, and then we need to add the profile as well for that. And for the add movie, we can add /add, and then we can add the profile page as well. So that should be equals to the profile, and then we can add the link of the profile. Like we can add the link of the /admin. And then what do we need to do? So here, in case of the logout, we can just move on with the same route. We can just click on the logout, and then we should be redirected to the main route inside the home page. So if we just save, so now you will see once we will just log out from there. So I think we can implement the logout from here only. So here we have the tab. So here we can just provide the on-click functionality to the tab as well. So we have the on-click, and then we can just render the different function for the on-click as well. So I think, so we can render the function. So here we can just render this function. So here we can just define a function. We can have the const, we can have the logout, and that should be equals to a function. And here what do we need to do? So here we need to dispatch an action to the Redux. So first what we need to do, so we need to grab the state. So we need to grab the dispatch from the Redux. So we can have the const, we can have the dispatch, and that should be equals to the use dispatch hook. So we can just import that hook from there. And then what do we need to do? So here we need to dispatch an action. So we can dispatch an action, and here we can just accept a parameter as well, like if this is for the user or the admin. So we can have the is admin, and then we can just check like if there is an admin, then we need to render the admin actions, or then we need to render the user actions. So for that we can just check like if the admin, then we need to enter the admin actions. So we can just import the admin actions, and then we can run the logout from there. So we can run the logout, and then we can just render the else condition as well. Like in the else, we need to add the user actions. So we can have the user actions, and then we can run the logout from there. So we can run the user actions.logout. So that will be the thing. And now we can just move ahead inside the logout route. So here we have the logout, and then on the on click, we can just run a function. We can just have here the callback, and then we can just run the logout function. So we have this logout with there. So with the logout, we will just have the logout, and in the parameters, we will just run the false, because this is for the user. So we can just run here for the false, and then we can just copy that on click from there, and then we can just paste that here. So we can just paste it, and that should be equals to, we need to render the logout as the true, because this is for the admin. And after that, we need to implement one more thing as well inside the logout. So we need to move on inside the logout function, and then we need to remove the IDs and the tokens from the local storage as well. So for completing the logout, we also need to remove the local storage IDs and the tokens as well. So what do we need to do? So again, we can move on into Redux store, and then we have the logout functions here, and in the logout, after we are having the state.isLoggedIn equals to the false, then we need to remove the ID and the tokens from the local storage as well. So in case of the user, we can run the local storage, and then we can have the function of the remove item. So we have the remove item function inside the local storage, which gets an ID, and then it will automatically remove that value from that local storage. So we can just perform here some steps, like here inside the remove item, we can give you the ID. Like for the user, we have the user ID. So with that, we have the user ID, and then we can just copy that same, and then we can move on into the admin, and then we need to run here this function as well. So we have this remove item, and then we need to run the admin ID. So that is the admin ID. And then what do we need to do? So here we need to remove the token as well. So we can run the local storage dot remove item, and then we can run the token. And then what do we need to do? So after we remove both of the things, then we are having the state.isLoggedIn to the false. Then the user will be logged out. So if we save, if we refresh the application, and then we can see inside the local storage as well. So we can move on to local storage. So we have the user ID. So if we just click on the logout, so now you will see now we are logged out from there, and then you can see the navigation bar links had been changed, and then you can see now we don't have any value inside the local storage as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have implemented the logout functionality. So now after the logout, now we need to implement the booking functionality as well. So here we need to create the booking page, in which we can just create a new booking of a specific movie. So here we have different cards of that movies. So once we will just click on the book button, and then we should be moved on to the different URL with the movie ID as well onto the URL. And then from that movie ID, we will fetch all of the details of that movie, and then we will just create the booking of that specific movie. So for that, what do we need to do? So here we can just move on into the card item.js. So we have the card item. So I think we have the movie item with that. So we can move on into the movies, and in the movie item.js file. And here you can see now inside this props of the movie item, we are getting the ID of that movie. So what do we need to do? So once we'll just click on that button, so now we need to move on to a different page, like that page should be /booking or /that movie ID. So we need to create the booking of specific movie ID. So what do we need to do? So here we have this button of the book, and then we need to provide the link component again as we did inside the header. So we can just provide the link component of the button. So link component would be of the link of the React router DOM as we did inside the header, and then we need to provide the to URL to move on to the different page. So we can have the to prop, and then inside the to we can run the strings. So we can run the template return strings, and inside that what do we need to do? So we need to move on /booking /that movie ID. So we can just pass here the ID of that movie. So that will be the functionality. So now we have implemented that. So if we just save, and if we just click on the book button inside any of the movie cart, so if we just click on the book, so now you will see now we are getting the booking, but here we are getting the undefined as well. So I think we are getting an error. So here we are getting the undefined. I think something is wrong. So we can move into the container of the movies, and here we can just check if we are getting all of the things. So here you can see now in the ID we are giving the movie.id, and that should not be the movie.id, that should be the movie._id. So if we just save, if we move on to the application once again, if we refresh, if we just click on the book now again, and then you can see now we are moving into the booking URL, we are having the booking, and then / we are getting the ID of the specific movie. And now what do we need to do? So now we need to create the booking page as well. So here inside the components, we can just create a new folder that can be the bookings, and inside that bookings we can just create a new booking file that can be equals to the booking.js. So now for designing the booking page, now we can just move on into the paint again. So here we have the paint, and then we can click on the home. So first I think we can just render the image of that movie. So here inside the left we can render the image of the movie, and then we need to add the description as well. So inside this box we will add the description. So here we will add the description of that movie. We can just create another box, and inside that box, so here we can just create another box, and inside that box what do we need to do? So we need to add the release date of that movie, and then we can also specify the actors and all of the things here. So we can just do all of the things inside the description, and here we will just render the release date of that specific movie. So now on the left we would render all the things, and on the right of side what do we need to do? So here we will just get the booking form. So here we'll have the form of that booking, and inside that form first thing is what do we need to do? So here we will just enter the text field where we will just get the data from that form, and then what do we need to do? So here we need to enter the date as well. So this text field will be of the seat number, and this text field will be of the date which we need to select. Here we will have the booking button. So that functionality we need for the booking page. So what do we need to do? So here we can just build that functionality as well. So first thing would be now we need to get the details of that movie as well. So here we have just defined this route, and now we need to get all of the details of that movie. So what do we need to do? So here inside the use effect code, we can just run a function of get a movie details by its ID, and then we need to render the different details of that movie like the image, description, actors, and the release date as well. So what do we need to do? So again we can move on into the API helpers file, and here we can just define that function. So first what do we need to do? So again we can just create a reusable function. We can have export const, we can have a get movie details, and that should be equals to a function. It will be an asynchronous function as well, and then we need to grab the ID as well inside the parameter. And now what do we need to do? So here we need to run the get function from the Axios. So we can have the Axios dot, we can have the get function, and with the get here we need to pass the URL. So here we can run the template returns, and here we can have /movie / that ID of that movie. So we can render the ID of that specific movie. So here we have the Axios dot get, and then we need to run the catch as well because that are database operation. So if you get an error, we will just log that error. So we'll just have a console.log for that error, and then the Axios.get will return a response. So we need to get the response as well. So here inside that we can just store that response inside a variable. So we can have a const, we can just have a response that should be equals to the await Axios.get. And now what do we need to do? So here we need to run the validation as well, like if the response dot status is not equals to the 200, and then what do we need to do? So we can just return the console.log that unexpected error. So that would be a log message. So if the response dot status is not the 200, then what do we need to do as the next step? So if we get the status of the 200, then we will just grab the response data. So we can have the const response data that should be equals to the await, that should be equals to the response dot data. So we'll get the response dot data with that, and then we need to return that data. So we need to return the response data with that. So now that will be the reusable function of getting the movie details by its ID, and then we can move on into the booking.js page. And then here we can run the refce page as well. We can run the refce to have the initial state of the React application, and then we need to run the use effect code. So here we can import the use effect, and then we can run the code as well. And now inside the second parameter, inside the dependency array list, so now we need to render the different thing. So first inside the use effect, now what do we need to do? So first we need to get the ID from that URL. So now for getting the ID, first we need to get the ID, so we can run the const, we can have the ID. And now for getting the ID inside the React router, we have a hook inside the React router which is the use params. So we have the use params hook which is used to get the parameter URLs from that ID. So what do we need to do for that? So first we can move on into the app.js to subscribe for that params variable. So here we can just define another route that should be equals to, we can have the route path should be /booking / that ID of that booking. So here as we did inside the backend, so we can do same thing as well. So we can just provide the ID with this colon variable and /ID. So that would create a params variable inside the URL, and then we will just get that variable from that use params hook from that. So we have the /booking / the params variable with that ID, and then the element we need to render that should be equals to the booking. So that would be the booking. And now what do we need to do? So we can move on into the booking. So here we have the const ID, and that should be equals to, so we can run the use params hook. So we can have the use params. So we can import that from the React router, and then we can just grab the ID variable. So here as we have defined the variable of the ID, so we need to get the variable of that ID inside that. So we'll get the ID key from there, and then we can just log that ID as well. So we'll have the log of that ID. So if we save, if we move on to the application, and then you can see now we are into the booking page, and then we can move on into the inspect panel, and then we can see the console. So here you can see now we are getting the ID as well from the URL. So here we are getting the ID. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to run the use effect code. So we need to rerun the use effect code after the ID would be changed inside the URL. So here we can just pass the second parameter as the ID. So once the ID would be changed inside the URL, so we need to call the use effect once again. And now what do we need to do inside the use effect? So here we need to get the get movie details. So we can have the get movie details, and then we can pass in the ID of that movie. And now what do we need to do? So here we need to store the response as well. So for storing the response, we can again use the state. So we can have the use state from there, and then we can store the movie details, like we have this movie, set movie, and by default value will be empty, would be undefined. And then we need to import the state. And here we can run the then statement as well, because that's a promise. So with the then we will get the response. And then we will just store the response as well. So we'll have the set movie, and that should be equals to, we can get the movie. So we can get the response dot movie with that. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here inside that we need to run the catch as well, because that's a database operation. So if we get an error, we will just log that error. So we'll just have the console.log that error with that. So that would be the thing. So if we save, and I think we need to just log the value of that movie as well. So we'll log the value of that movie. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you will see once we are just getting all of the details, once the use effect is ran, then you can see now we are getting the details of that movie. So we are getting the ID, title of the rocketry, we have the description and all of the things about that movie. So that's the thing we want to implement. So now we have implemented that, and now we need to render the links as well here. So now we need to just work on the designing part. So first for designing that, now what do we need to do? So first for designing that, we need to get the movie. So for that we can just run all of those code inside the condition. So like inside this we will just render all of the things when we'll have the movie. So we'll have here the movie, and then only we need to render all of those things. So here we can just run the fragment from the React as well to wrap all of the things inside that. So now we have this fragment. So now we need to design all of these things inside that fragment. So now first what do we need to do? So here we need to render the typography as well, like we can have a book moving of that specific movie. So we can add the title as well. So for adding the title, we can use the typography from that material UI. So we can add the text from the typography, and here we can just define some stylings as well, like we can give the padding of something around, we can give the padding as well, we can give the 3, that should be enough. And then what do we need to do? So we can give the font family as well. So for the font family we can give equals to, we can give the fantasy, and then we can just move on with the variant as well. So we can give the variant, and that should be equals to the h4, because we need to render the heading element. And then we can also have the text align, that should be equals to the center. And then we need to render the title as well inside that. So we need to add the book tickets of movie, and then we can give the movie name as well inside the condition, like we can have the movie dot title. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so here you can see now we are getting the typography. So we are having the book tickets of movie the rocketry. So we have this movie, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So here, as we have just designed inside that paint, so we need to render the details of that movie inside the left part of the screen, and then inside the right part we can just render the ticket details of that movie. We can render the form, and from there we can just create a new booking. So for that, what do we need to do? So here we can just define a parent container that should be equals to the box, and then we can just define the display as the flex. So we can have the display that should be equals to the flex because it will take full available space, and then we need to define the display flex, and then we can also define here the justify content that should be equals to the center. So now that will be a parent container of all of those elements. So now here inside that we can just create another container that should be on the left of the side. So here we can just define another container for rendering all of the things of the details of that movie. So that box will have here the display again, that should be equals to the flex, and then we need to render the justify content again, that should be equals to the column, and here inside the child box, now what do we need to do? So here we need to render the items on the bottom of each other. So we can just provide the flex direction as well. So we can have the flex direction that should be equals to the column, and then we can give padding as well from the top of the side. So we can give the padding from the top, that should be equals to, we can give the 3 would be enough, and then we can give here the width as well. So we can give the width, that should be equals to 50% of the screen, because we need the width of the 50% for this box. And now what do we need to do? So we need to render all of those items inside this box. Like first we can render the image. So here we have the image, and inside that image we can render the source of that image. So source would be equals to the movie. So we have the poster URL inside the backend. So we can render the poster URL, and then for the alt we can render the name of that movie. So in the alt here we can render the name, like the name would be equals to, we can have the movie dot the title of that movie. And now we need to define the stylings as well for the image. So we can give the width as well. So the width of that image would be equals to something around, we can give the 80% of the parent container, and then we can also provide the height as well. So for the height, I think that should be equals to, we can give something around 300 pixels would be okay for the height. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so here you can see now inside that, now we are getting the details of that movie. So we are getting the image as well of that movie. So here inside this box, now we can just render the margin from the right as well. So after we have just defined all of those things, then we need to render the margin from the right, and then we can give equals to the auto. So it will be automatically aligned to the left. So now you will see now it is aligned to the left, and after that we need to render the details of that movie as well. So after the image, then we can render the details. So for all of the details of that movie, we can just define another container for rendering the details. So we can have the box, and inside that box we can again render, we can give the width. So we can give the width of the 80% of the parent container. So we have the 50% inside the parent, and then we can give the 80% relative to the 50%. And after that we can just provide the margin as well. So we can give the margin from the top. So we can give the top margin of something around, that should be equals to the 3. And then we can give some padding as well of something around 2. So padding would be 2 enough. And now what do we need to do? So inside this box, now we need to enter the details. Like first we need to add the typography. So we have the typography, and in this typography we will render all of the details. So with that we can again give here the margin, or we can give the padding. So the padding would be something around 2, and we can only give the padding from the top, and that would be enough. So we can give the padding from the top, that should be equal to the 2, and then we can just render the details of that movie. So we can render the movie dot description of that specific movie. So that would be equals to the movie dot description. And now what do we need to do? So if we save, so now you will see now we getting the details of that movie as well, and now it is working perfectly fine. And now we can just render the actors list as well. So for rendering the actor list, so we can again render another typography, and then inside this typography now we can just render the details. Like here we can just render the font weight. So we can give the font weight of the bold for rendering all of those actors, and then we can also give here some margin as well. So we can give the margin of something around, so we can give the margin from the top, so that should be equals to the 1, that should be enough. So now after that what do we need to do? So here we need to render all of those actors. So for rendering the actors, now we have the actors array inside the movie. So as we have defined the backend, so we have the actors array. So what do we need to do? So we need to loop through the array, and then we need to render the actors after giving some space between them. So what do we need to do? So we can run another expression, and inside that we can run the loop, like we can have the movie dot actors. So we have the actors array, and then we can run the map from there, and inside that map we can run here the actor, we can run the string of that actor, and then inside that what do we need to do? So here we can just render the actor inside that. So from here we will just return the actor, plus, and then we will just return the comma as well. So we'll have the actor plus equals to the comma. So it will just directly render the actor here inside that, because it will just return the actor, and then it will just render the string as well inside this actor. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you will see now we have the actors as well. So we have the R Madhavan as the actor, and then we can render the strings as well here, like we can have the starter that should be equals to the list, and then you can see now we are getting the details of that starter. So we are getting the details, and here what do we need to do? So I think instead of defining the comma, we can only define the space. So that should be enough. So we can have the space, and before that we can also have some space, like here we have the space. So that should be enough. So if we save, so now you will see now we have the starter. So we can just remove the plus as well from here. So now we have the starter, and we have the details of that actors as well. So everything is working fine. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here, after that, the last step would be now we need to render the release date as well. So here we need to render the release date. So what do we need to do for the release date? We can render another typography. So that should be equals to the typography, and then we can just render the font weight again of the bold. So we can have the font weight that should be equals to the bolder, and then we can give again the margin from the top. So we can give the margin from the top, that should be equals to, we can again give margin from the top as the 2. So 1 would be enough. And then what do we need to do here? And then we need to render the details of that release date. So here we can give the release date as well, like the release date. So here we can just provide the date of that movie. So we can have the movie dot date, like we have the release date inside this movie. So we have the release date. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so here you can see now we are getting the release date as well. So I think you can see the date is not in the readable format. So what we can do, so we can just move on, and then we can just provide the date inside the readable format. So we can just provide this object inside the new date class inside the JavaScript. So we can have the new date. So we can have the date class, and inside that we can render the details of that movie dot release date. And then inside that constructor, now we have the details, and now we have the function of the toDate string that we can use inside this constructor. So here we have the new date object, we are getting new object of the class, and then we are just calling the toDate string. So if we save, so now you will see now we have the details of that movie. So we have the Friday 29th April 2022, and now you can see the date is too far from the current date because now it is November. So now we have just rendered the release date, and everything is working perfectly fine. So now we have just given the details of that movie, and now the next step would be now inside the right of the site. Now we need to render the form for creating that booking. For that, now what do we need to do? So here we have this parent box. So here that was the parent box inside that. So we can just render the child box, and now after that we can just create another box which will contain the width of the 50%, remaining 50%. So we can give the width of the 50%, that should be enough. And then we can give the padding as well of something around, so we can give the padding from the top, that should be something around 4 or 3 would be enough. So we have this padding, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to define the form. So for defining the form, we need to define some elements inside that form as well. So how many elements do we need inside that form? So inside this form, we need 2 text fields. The first would be the seat number, so we can just provide a numeric text field, and then we need to render the date. So we need to only just define here the seat number, and then we need to define the date, because for the user we have the ID of that user as well, we have the ID of that booking as well. So what do we need to do? So here in the form we can just provide the form, and then with that we can again provide the container inside that to render all the items inside the styling. So inside this box we can again define the padding of something around 5 would be enough, and then we can give here some margin as well from the auto, because we need to render the form inside the center. And then we can again give the display as the flex to render all of the items on the bottom of each other. So we can give here the flex display, and then we can also provide the flex direction as well, that should be equals to the column. So if we save, so now we have the form, and now after that what do we need to do as the next step? So here we can just render all of the text fields. So first we can render the form label, so as we did inside the other objects, so we can have here the form label as well. So with the form label we need to render the label as well, that should be equals to, we can give the date or we can give the seat number first. So we get a seat number, and inside that seat number we need to render the text field as well. So with the text field, and with the text field we can provide the name of the text field, like we can provide the identifier in the text field, like the identifier would be equals to the name, that should be equals to, we can give the seat number. And then we can also provide the other details, like we can provide the type of the typography as well. So the type would be equals to the number, and then we need to provide the margin as well. So we can give the margin of normal that we have defined inside the login screen as well. So we'll use the same approach of handling those forms as well. So we have those margin, and then we need to provide the variant as well. So we can give the variant of the standard. So that should be the variant, and then we can define the form for the date as well. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste that again. So we have this text field here. So this text field will be of the type that should be equals to the date. So we need to enter the date, and the name identifier would also be the date, and here with the margin, and then we have the standard variant, and then we can just provide the date. So we can just have the date for that movie. So we can have the booking date. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, so now you can see now we have the seat number, and then we have the booking date as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. And after that, we can just render here the button as well at the end of the form to submit the form. So after this text field, we will just enter the button. That should be equals to, we can give the button as the submit. So we can give the type prop for the button. So here we can give the type prop to the button. So we can the type that should be equals to the submit. And then we can also provide the details, like we can provide the SX prop as well to define some margin from the top. That should be equals to the 3. And then we'll have the text of the book now. So we have the book now. So with that, we will just get a new booking. So if we save, so now you will see now we have the seat number, and then we have the booking date, and then we have the button as well to book a new booking. So now we have just defined that. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So now we need to handle the form data. So again, as we did inside the authentication screens, we can render the form data. So we can handle the form data with the use state with dynamic handling. So again, we can define the use state as well. So here we can just define that. So we need to add the use state that should be equals to a snippet, and then we have the inputs object, and again we have the set inputs, and by default value will be, we need to give an object. So the object would contain the seat number first. So first that would be equal to seat number, and seat number would be empty string. And then we need to render other things as well, like we need to render the date. So we have the date would also be an empty string. And here what do we need to do? So here we need to define the onChange function as well. So the onChange would be called whenever we will enter any of the text field. So we can have the const, we can have the onChange, like we can have the handle change. That should be equals to a function, and then it will grab the event as well as the parameter. And inside that, what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to have the set inputs. That should be equals to, first we need to grab the previous state. So with that, first we'll get the previous state, because if we enter the seat, if we enter the booking date as well, so the seat would be gone, because we are just rendering the state inside that memory. So the component would re-render and the state would be gone. So we need to store the previous state inside the set inputs as well. So first, what do we need to do? So here we need to return an object. So first the previous state would be there. And then what do we need to do? So here we need to target the property names and their values inside that. So we have the e.target.name. So we'll target the identifiers, and then we'll target their values, like we'll have the e.target.value. So if we save, and with that we'll be able to handle the forms. And then what do we need to do? So here we need to give the values as well, and the handle change functions as well. So we can give the value. So the value would be, we need to give the value of the inputs object. So that should be equals to the inputs dot, we can give the seat number. And then we need to provide the onChange function as well. So we have the onChange. So whenever the text field would change, so we can give the onChange equals to the handle change function. So we have this thing, and now we need to just copy that, and then we can just move on with the booking date. So here we need to provide these things as well. So we have the value equals to, we can give the date, and then with the onChange we will provide the handle change, because with the handle change we will just target the name property, because it will dynamically work with the name and the seat number both. It will target the name and their values accordingly. And now what do we need to do? So here inside that form, the button type equals to the submit. So once the form would be submitted, so then as well we need to get the date of that form. So here we can provide the onSubmit prop. So we can have the onSubmit, and that should be equals to a new function. We can give the new function of the const. We can give the handle submit. That would be equals to a function which will again grab the event. So now we have the handle submit, and now inside that, what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to prevent the default behaviors of the web browsers, because it sends the data to the URL and then it will refresh the page. So for that, we can again run the prevent default. We can run the prevent default. So it will just prevent the default behavior of the web browser. And after that, what do we need to do? So we can just log the values of that inputs. So we can have the log the value of that inputs with that. and here inside that on submit we can just provide the handle submit form. So we can have the handle submit function with that. So here we have all of the things. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we refresh the page, and now if we just move on to console tab as well, so we can move into the console, and then we can just provide the seat number, like the seat number would be 23, and then we need to provide the date as well. So the date would be something around, we can give the date of, I think we can give the date of 19, that would be enough. And I think we have also provided here, so for the date, I think we have provided the date, and we have the normal variant, we have the value, so it's fine. So now we have the date as well for the booking. So if we just click on the book now, so now you will see now we are having the seat number as well, and then we are having the date as well. So everything is fine. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we can just create the new booking as well. So now we are getting the details of that form, and now what we can do as the next step, so we can create a booking as well. So for creating that, we need to make a request to the backend for creating a new booking. So again, we can move on into the API helpers file to declare that function. So again, we can have export const, we can have the new booking, and that should be equals to asynchronous function. So we need to add the async, and with that we need to get the data for that form as well. So here we will get the data as well inside the parameters, and now we need to make a request. So again, we can run the Axios, we can run the post request from that Axios as well for creating the new booking, and then we need to add the URL as well, like we can add the /booking. So that will be the URL of the post request, and after that we need to get the data. So here we need to pass the data as well. So for the data, we need to provide the data. So we can give the movie as well. So now what do we need to do inside that? So we need to provide the data dot movie. So in that we will send the movie ID as well inside that. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to add the seat number. So we can give the seat number. So the seat number would be equals to, we'll give the data dot seat number, and then we will give the date as well. So we'll have the date. So the date would be equals to, so we can give here the data dot date. So now we'll give you the movie, we'll give the seat number, and then we'll give the date as well. And after that, finally we need to provide the user as well. So we can give the user, and then for the user, what we can do, so we can just directly access the user's ID from the local storage. So here we can run the local storage dot get item, and that should be equals to the user ID. So we'll get the user ID from the local storage. So that should be a booking. And now what we need to do, so here we can run the catch block as well. So if the catch, if we get an error, we will just log that error. So we'll have the console.log with the error. And now what do we need to do? So here with the axios.post, we need to return the response as well. So we can get the response. So we can have the const response would be equals to the await, and then we have this request. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we can run the validations. So if the response dot status is not equals to the 201 which is created, then what do we need to do? So again, we can just return the console.log. So we can run the console.log that unexpected error. So that should be the error. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here if we get the data, so here if we pass this validation check, then we need to get the data from that response as well. So we can have the const response data, that should be equals to, we can give the await, that should be equals to the response.data. So we'll get the data with that. And now we need to just return this as well. So we need to return the response data with that. So if we save, and now we need to move on into the booking. So here inside the on submit of that form, now we need to call this function. So here we have the handle submit function. So here we can just call this function as well. So we can have this, we can have here the new booking. So we can have the new booking from there, from the API helpers, and then we need to provide the data. So with the data, we need to provide an object. The object will contain all of the fields of that input. So we need to provide the inputs, and then we need to provide the other field as well, which is the movie. So we need to provide the movie, and that movie would be equals to the movie dot underscore ID. So we need these fields, first the inputs, and then we need to provide the movie, that should be equals to the movie.id. So here we have the spread operator as well. So it will just get all of the properties and values of the inputs, and then we will provide a new object key, and then we will provide a new key of the movie with that ID as well. And now what do we need to do? So here we need to run the then block as well. So with the then, what do we need to do? So here we need to create a new booking with the then. So with that, we will just get the response from there, and with the response, we will just log that response. So we'll have the console.log of that response. And now what do we need to do? So here we can run the catch once again. So we can run the catch. So if we get an error, we will just log that error. So we'll have the console.log that error. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, so now we can just move on into the inspect, and we can move on into the console, and then we can just create a new booking as well. We can give the seat number of around 52, So we can get the seat number of 52, and then we can provide the date as well. So the date would be equals to, we can give the 26. So if we just click on the book now, so now you will see, now we have just getting a new booking, and here you can see now we are getting a new object of that booking as well. So we are getting a new booking, we are getting the movie details of that booking, we are getting the date as well, we are getting the user as well, we are getting the seat number as well, and then you can see the response is also successful. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to create the booking as well. So the booking functionality is completed within this application. And now the next thing is, now we want to work on the profile page as well. So for the profile, we need to work on the profile page of the user. And now the next step would be, we need to work on the profile. So here, what do we need to do? So inside the source, again, we can just define a new folder that can be equals to the profile. And inside that profile folder, now we need to just create a new file that should be equals to the profile.js. So that should be equals to the profile.js. And inside that, so here as well, we can run the RFC for the default setup, and we need to subscribe for this page as well. So we can again move on into the app.js. So here we can just define another route that should be equals to, we can run in the profile. So that should be equals to /user. And with the /user, we need to run the profile page of that user. So here we can just move on again into the profile. So we can just change the name from the profile to the user profile. So we can have the user profile. So that should be equals to the user profile. So here we have the user profile, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So here inside the app.js, we can run in the user profile. So we can have the user profile component, and then we can just do same for the admin as well, I think. So for the admin, we'll declare later. So now we have the profile page of that user, and now inside the profile page, what do we need to do inside the profile page? So if we click on the profile, now we enter the profile page. Here inside the profile, we can see the profile of that user, like we can see the name of that user displayed on the left panel, and inside the right, we can just display all of the bookings of that user. So we can just design that inside the paint. So now inside that, what do we need to do? So here inside the left of the side, we can just define the name and the email and the other details of that user, like the name and the email. And onto the right of the side, we can just define all of the bookings of that user. So we can have the booking of that user, like, so how many bookings the user has created. So we can just define that list. So now what do we need to do? So we can just move on, and then first we need to get all of those bookings of that user. So what can we do? So again, we can move on into the backend controller. So we can check if we have defined that functionality or not. So we can just move on into the users controller. So we can move on into the user routes. So here inside the user routes, now you can see, now we are getting the all bookings of that user. We are just providing the ID of that user, and then you can see now we have the function of get bookings of that user. So we need to only provide the ID with that. So now what do we need to do? So again, we can run this inside the API helpers. So we can just define the function. We can have the export const, we can have the get users booking, we can have the get user bookings, and this will also be an asynchronous function. And then we need to define the ID of that user as well, or we can get the ID from the local storage as well. So I think we don't need to provide the ID. And now what do we need to do? So here we need to run the get request. So we can run the axios.get. So this will be a get request, and inside that, what do we need to do? So here we need to pass the URL. So we can check the URL inside the routes. So here we have the user routes, and here you can see we have the /user/bookings/ID of that booking to get all of the bookings of that user. So we can just do same for this as well. We can have /user/bookings/ID of that user. So for the ID, we can just provide the ID. So first we can get the ID from the local storage. So we can have the const, we can have the ID that will be equals to the local storage dot get item, and that should be equals to, we can get the user ID from there. So we can get the user ID. And now what do we need to do for that? And now we have the axios.get. So we have the user bookings. So we can just change these strings to the template literals. So with the bookings, now we can just generate the ID as well. So with that, we will just get the ID. And now we need to run the catch as well, because that's a database operation. So here we can run the catch. And if we get an error, we will just log that error. So we'll have the console.log with the error with that. And now the axios.get will return a response. So we need to get the response as well. So we can get the response that should be equal to the await. That would be axios.get. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we need to perform few more steps. Like first, we need to check the validation. Like if the response.status is not equals to the 200, then we need to just return the console.log. That should be equals to, we can get the console.log of the unexpected error. So we can give the console.log with that. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we can just generate another thing, like now if the response.status is 200, then we can just generate the data from the response. So again, as we did in all of the steps, so we can get the response data that should be equals to the await. We can get the response.data with that. And now what do we need to do? So here we will just return that data. So we'll return the response data with that. And now we can move on into the profile page, into the user profile. So here, so we can just run this function inside the use effects. So we can get the use effect snippet again. And then here, what do we need to do? So here we need to run this function. So here we don't need to provide any dependency list because we need to run the use effect after the component will be rendered. So here we can just run the function of the get bookings. So we can have the get users bookings. So we have the get user booking from there. So we can just copy that. And then you can see now this will return a promise. So now what we can do? So we need to get the response as well from there. So we can just store the response somewhere. So we can run the use effect here. So here we have the use effect and we can just have here the bookings and the set bookings, and initially the value will be empty, and we need to import the state as well. And now what do we need to do? So here when we will run the get user booking, so we will run the then, and then from the request we will get the response as well, and for storing the response we can get the set bookings. So we'll just store the response dot bookings. So we'll store the response dot bookings with that, and then we need to run the catch as well. If we get an error, we will just log that error. So we'll have the catch, we'll have the console dot log with that error. And now what do we need to do? So we can just save, and then we can just log that bookings. So we can have the log of all of those bookings that we have. So we can just log the bookings. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, and if we move on to the inspect panel as well, so here we are into the console, and here you can see now we got the array. So we have just created a single booking from that user. So that's why we are seeing the array of single element of that booking. So here you can see now we got the movie ID, we got the user details as well, we got the movie details as well, and everything is there and everything is working perfectly fine. And now the next step would be, now we need to design this page. So now we can just design this page as well. So we can move on to the paint, and with the paint now we can just design the, like, first we need to provide here the details of the user. Like here we can just provide the details onto the some part of the screen, like it would take something around 20%, and then we will just add the logo as well of the user, like that would be the user logo. And now this is the user logo, and now I know that it's not good because my drawing skills are too bad. So now we have this logo, and then we will just render some text as well, like the details of that user, like email of the user, and then we can write here the and then we can add the name of that user as well. So these are the details that we need to write, and now we can just show all of the bookings of that user as well. So inside the remaining 70% part, we can just write all of those bookings of that user. So we can just render the list of that bookings, like here we can just render list items with that. So we'll just have the list items, like here that will be the list item, and here as well we'll have the list item, and here as well that will be a list item. So the parent tag will be the container, so the parent will be the container of that list, so that will be the container, and then we will render each list item inside that. So that's the functionality that we want to build. So now what do we need to do? So we can just save that, and now what do we need to do? So here we need to just run that code. So here we can just design that. So first, what do we need to do? So first we can just render here the box. So instead of this div, we can just render the box from the material UI. So we can have the box, and inside that what do we need to do? So that would be a parent container. So we can give the width of something around 100% to it. So that would be 100%, and we can also define the display as well to the flex. So we can have the display of the flex, so it will take full available space. And then what do we need to do? So after that, that would contain the 100%. So now we can create two more divs that should be equal to width of the 30%, and the another one would be width of the 70%. So here we can give the box, and that would contain the width of the 30%. And then we can just define another box, like it can be the of the 70%. So that can be another box that would be a container for all of those bookings. So that would be 70%. And now inside this div, what do we need to do? So inside the 30% div, now we need to render some more stylings, like we can just render here the flex direction that should be equals to again the column, and here as well we can just define here the justify content that should again be equals to inside the center of that part. And then we can align the items as well. We can have the align items that should again be to the center of the screen. So that should be inside the center, and then I think that's enough for this. And now the next step is, now we want to render the content inside that. Like first we need to render the logo. So we can just move on into the MUI.com to check the logos as well. So we have the MUI, and then we will just grab any logo from there. So we can have the icons. We can move on to the icons. So like now you can see now this icon is also looking good. So we can just get this account circle icon from there. So we can just import that icon here, and then we can just render this here. So we can have here the account circle icon. If we now save, if we now move on to the application, so now we will see now we have the icon as well, And now what do we need to do for that? And now we can just increase the size of that icon as well. So we can just provide the SX prop, and with the SX we can just provide the font size for that, because the icon is just in the end it is just a SVG icon. So we can give the font size, and the font size should be, we can give the 20 rem. So if we save, so now we'll see, now we have this icon. Now this icon is too big, so we can give something around 10 rem would be okay. And after that, now we can just provide the details of that user. So we can just provide another typography. So that should be equals to, we can give the some, so we can give some padding from there, like the padding would be something around 1, that is 8. Then we can give the width as well. So we can give the width as auto only. So we can give the width as the auto, and then we can have the text align as well. So that should be equals to inside the center. And then we need to also provide the border as well. So the border again should be something around, we can give 1 pixels. That should be solid. That should be hash CCC color. So the color would be a little gray color, so we can provide this color. And then we can give the border radius as well. So we can give the border radius of something around 6 would be enough. So now we have this styling. And now what do we need to do is the next step. So here we have this typography, and now we need to render the content inside the typography as well. So here what do we need to do? So we only need to render this typography, and we only need to render all of the div when we have the content. So here we have the divs, and we only need to render all of those divs when we have all of those content, when we have the bookings from there. So we can just render all of the things inside a condition. So when we have the bookings, and then only we need to do all of the things. So we can just check when we have the bookings dot, we can give the length is greater than 0. So when we have the bookings, and we have the bookings dot length is greater than 0, because the bookings would be an error. And then we need to render here all of the things, like we can again render the fragment from the React. So we can give the fragment as a parent container, and then we can just wrap all of the things with the fragment. So now we have this content. And now the next step would be, now we have the content, now we have the bookings. So here inside the typography we can just render the name of that user. So we can give the name, that should be equals to, again we can give the name, like we can give the bookings. We can give the bookings name, like we can give any booking name, because the bookings would be of the specific user. So we can give the bookings first value dot user, because we have the user object as well. And then we can provide the name property as well. So we have the bookings of any booking, because the bookings are of the same user only, is dot user dot name. So if we save, so you can see now we have the name as well, and the name equals to the James. And then we can also provide the email as well. So we can just provide the same typography. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste it. And then we need to provide the email as well. So that should be equals to bookings.user.email. So if we save, so now you will see, now we have the name, and then we have the email. Now you can see the styling is not looking good. So we can just improve the styling a little bit. So we can move on to the parent container of the width of the 30%. So here we can give the padding of something around, we can give the padding of something around 2 would be enough. So now we have the padding. So we can give the padding of the 3. That is okay. And now what do we need to do? So we have the account circle icon. So inside that we can give, so we can just provide here the text align, that should be again into the center. And then we can also provide here the margin from the left as well. So we can give the margin from the left, we can have the short form property, and then we can give the margin from the left as a 2. So that would be enough. So if we provide the 3, and that is also enough. So now we have the margin from that. And then we have the typographies, and then we can just provide some typographies, like we can provide some margins as well. So like we can give the margin from the top, that should again be 1. So if we save, so now you will see, now we have the name, now we have the icon of that user, we have the name, and then we have the email of the user as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now that would be enough, I think, for the first 30%. And then into the second 70%, now we can just render all of the list of all of the movies. So for that, what do we need to do? So here we can just again close the div, and now we can just render the content inside this div. So after the width of the 70%, we need to define more stylings for this div, like we can have the display. Again, that should be equals to, we can give the flex basis, we have the flex, and then we have a flex direction, and that is also something around, we can give the column. So here we need to render all of the list. So we can just render the list as well. So first we need to render the text, like we can render the typography, like it will contain, we can give the variant of something around, we can give the S3 would be enough. And then we can also provide the font family. So font family would also be, we can give the Vardhana, and you can also use the Google fonts as well. So as of now, we can give the font family of the Vardhana, and then we can give here the text align, that should also be again into the center of the screen. We can get the padding, that should again be 2, and then we can add the text of the bookings. So we have the booking. So if we save, so now we will see now we have the bookings text with that as compared to the previous parts. And now we need to render all of the list as well. So after that, now we can just enter another box container for the list. So again, we can provide the margin for the auto to align it into the center. And I think we need, like, we again need a display as well. So that should be again equals to the flex. And this time again, we can have the flex direction. That should again be into the column. And after that, now I think we can provide the width as well of the 80% of the parent container. So the list would take around 80% of the parent container list. So after that, now I think that's enough for this. So we can just provide the list as well after that. So inside this parent container, we can provide the list. So if you don't know about the list inside the material UI, you can again move on to the material UI, and then you can just search for the list component. So here you have the list, and then you can see all other lists, like you can see like the list inside the Gmail. So we have the list, so we can use the nested lists as well, and then these are the lists that we can use, and then we can have the icons as well inside this list. So we'll use this type of list. And now what do we need to do? So here we can just use here the list components. So we have the list, which is a parent container. So the list is like a UL which adds the functionality of the list, and then we can just render the content inside the list. So then we need to just render the bookings. So we can have the bookings dot map. So we can just loop through all of those bookings. Inside the callback of the map, we will get the booking, and then we will just add the index as well of that booking. And after that, what do we need to do? So here we can just render the content. Like first, we need to render here the list item. So we have the list item, which is the li with that. And for the list item, we can just provide some stylings as well. Like we can give the SX prop for the styling. Like we can give the background color as well, so the BG color, and we can give any color, like, so that would be the color. And after that, we need to provide more stylings. Like we can give the color as well. Like we can give the color of the text, that should be equals to always white. So we need the white color of the text. And then I think we also need here the text align, that should be again into the center. And then I think we can also provide here, I think that should be equals to the margin. So we need the margin for all of the list item, that should be equals to the 1. So that is a list. And now inside that, now we need to render the actual content inside that. So we have the list item text to add the text inside the list item. So here we cannot just directly render the text. So we need to render the list item text. So here we have this component inside the MUI. So with the text, now we need to provide the text of the list item. So with the text as well, we can give the SX prop, like we can give the margin. We can give the margin of something around 1 from the container, and then we need to give the width as well. So the width would be something around the 100 pixels, or like auto would be enough. So we can give the auto, and then we can also provide the text align, that should be equals to, we can give the text align into the left. So we need to align the list item text inside the left corner, and inside that text, now we need to render the actual text, that should be equals to, we can give inside the expressions, that should be equals to the movie. Like we can give here the movie text, booking object inside the callback variable, and then we can give the movie dot title. So if we save, if we move on to the application, now you can see now we have the booking. So as of now, we only have one element inside the array, so that's why we are seeing only one booking. So here, what do we need to do as the next step? So here we have the movie rocketry. So here we can also provide the date and the seat number for the bookings as well. So that's why we have given the list item text as the text align equals to the left. Then we can just provide another text inside the list item text. I think we can give here the booking dot movie dot, we can give the seat number as well. So we can have the seat number. So now you will see, now we have the seat as well, and we have the seat number with that. So we don't need to provide the movie because the seat number is an object of the moving. So if we save, so now you will see, now we have the seat as well with that. And now the next step is, now we want to add the release date as well. We can add the release date inside the right of the site. So we can just enter the release date. So again, we can just copy that list item text, and then we can just paste that again here. And then we can just enter the date as well. So we have the date, and that should be equals to, so we can render again the new date. So again, instead of that, we can just render the release date. So the release date would be there, and then we need to convert the date inside the string as well, inside the local string as well. So we can have the new date constructor, just provide the date string as well. So we can just provide the to date string. So if we now save, so now you will see, now we have the date as well. Now we have the actual date of the booking. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are just getting details of all of those movies with that. So now we have rendered all of those content, and now at the last step inside the booking, now we can just set a button as well to delete the booking. So we have the functionality inside the backend in which we can add the button to delete a specific booking. So for that, we can again move on to the MUI icons, and then we can just select a button icon from there. So we can go to material icons, and then we can just select a delete icon from there. So I think it would already be there, but not. So we can just get the delete icon from there. So here you can see now we can get this icon. So we can just copy that, and then again we can just paste that here inside the end. So now we have this icon, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So again we can move on into the list item text. So here we can just provide the button as well. So here we can just provide the icon button with that. So we have the icon button inside the material UI to provide the button effect inside any icon. So with that we can just provide the button of the delete icon. So we can have the delete icon button. We have the delete forever icon, and then we can also provide the color as well for the delete forever icon. That should be equals to, we can give the color of the red. So we can give the color of that should be equals to the red color. So the red color would be okay. And now what do we need to do? So inside the icon button we need to provide the color that should be equals to the error. And now we can also provide the color as well of the error inside the icon button, because the error color is of the red color. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you will see now we have the movie, we have the seat number, we have the date, and then we have the button as well. And then you can see now we have the nice hover effect as the button as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now as the last step, now once we will just click on the button, then we need to able to create a new request to the backend in which we can just delete a booking. So for that, again, we can move on into the API helpers to create their functionality. So we can move on into the API helpers file. So inside that we can just create that functionality. So we can just check the route as well for that. So we can just move on into the routes to the booking routes, and then you can see now with the bookings router dot delete, and then we have the ID. So we can move on into the API helpers, and then we can just create a one more function that can be equals to export const that can be equals to the delete booking. So with the delete booking, that should be equals to a function. It will be asynchronous function as well. And after that, what do we need to do? So after that, we need to get the ID of that booking as well. So that should be equals to the ID. And now inside that, what do we need to do as the first step? So we need to make axios dot that should be equals to delete request, because we are just getting a delete request from there. And then we need to provide the URL. The URL would be slash bookings. So URL would be slash booking slash that ID of that booking. So we need to provide the ID as well. So here we can use the template details to provide the URL. So we have the slash bookings slash that ID of that booking. So we can just provide this ID. And now what after that? Now we need to just save, and then we don't need to provide any second parameter, because the delete will only need the ID and it will automatically delete that booking. So we can just provide the catch as well. If we get an error, we will just log that error as of now. So we'll just log that error, and then we need to again get the response from there. So we can get the const response that would be equals to the await, that should be equals to the axios.delete, and then you can see now the booking would be deleted. And now we can again check the validation here as well. So we can check if the response dot status is not equals to 200, then again we can just return the console.log with the error, with the unexpected error. Over here as a time saving approach, now what we can do, so we can just make this return statement as a function inside this file, because inside every file, once we are just checking any status, then we are just returning that console message. So we can just create a separate function as well, or we can just create a new string as well, or we can just create a constant as well, in which we will just return that object. And now what do we need to do? So here we need to get the data as well from the response. So again we can get the const response data, that should be equals to await, that we can get the response dot data, and then we'll just return the data. We'll just return the response data with that. So if we save, if we again move on to the application, and here we can move on into the user profile.js page, and here we can provide the on click function on the delete button. So we have the button, we can provide the on click function, provide the on click, and with that on click, now we can just provide the button of the handle delete. So that would be the button, and now we can just provide this function as well. So we can just provide the handle delete function here. We can remove the log, we can have the const, we can have the handle delete, that should be equals to, we need to provide the delete version. And then what do we need to do? So inside the handle delete, now we need the ID as well for that movie. So here we need the ID as well. So what do we need to do? So we will get the ID, and from here we will just call that function. So we'll have the delete booking, and make sure you are importing the delete booking from only the API helpers, because we have just created the same function inside the backend as well. So we need to import it from the API helpers, and here we need to provide the ID, and again we need to provide a then statement as well. With the then we will get the response, and again with the response we will just log that response, and then we need to run the catch as well. So we have the catch, and on the catch we can run the error, and then we can just log that error. So we'll just console.log that error. And now we can also create a notification component as well inside that. So we'll have a console.log with the error. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we refresh the page, and now if we will just click on the delete button, so now you will see now the booking would be deleted, I think. So we can just check the inspect, and then we can just check the console. And I think we are having an error with that, with the cannot read property status of undefined. And I think we are getting this error because here we haven't provided the ID with the delete. So we need to provide the ID as well. So we need to just have it inside the callback parameter. And then with the handle delete, we need to provide the ID as well. So we can have the booking dot underscore ID. So if we save, if we again move on to the application, if we again click on the delete button, we can refresh again. If we again click on the delete button with that, so I think again we are getting an error. I think the booking is not deleted. So we can just check that error inside the network as well. So we can go to the network, and I think the URL is not found because we are getting the status of 404. So we can just check that URL. So we can just move into the app.js of the backend. And here I think we have the booking, and inside the API helpers we are using the bookings. So that is the error. So we can just change that to the booking. So if we save, if we again move on to the application, if we refresh the page, and if we just click on the delete booking, and then you can see now the booking is being deleted. So you can see now we have the status of the 200, which is okay. And if we refresh the page, and then you can see now we don't have any booking with that. And now you can see now we don't have any booking inside that. So that's why we cannot see anything with that. So everything is working perfectly fine inside that. So here you can see now the booking is deleted, and now you can see the content is gone because now we don't have any content with that, because now we are only rendering all of those bookings when we have the bookings inside that. So here you can see now we are getting the user as the undefined because we are just rendering the user as the bookings first array.user.name. So instead of doing this, what we can do, so again we can just make a request to the backend to store the user details. So we can get the user state as well. So we can have a use state for the user, can have the user set user, default value will be empty. So we have the state, and then we can also define a function inside the API helpers that should be equals to the get user by ID. So we can just define that function. So again we can move on into the end, and then we can have export const, we can have the function, we can have the get user details. And then what do we need to do? So we need to provide the ID of that user, or we can get the ID from the local storage. So we can get the ID, and then what do we need to do as the next step? So first we can get the ID from the local storage. So we can get the ID would be equals to, we can have the local storage dot get item, that should be equals to, we can get the ID. And after that, what do we need to do? So here we can run again the axios.get function. So we can just get all of those details. So we can get the slash, we can get the user slash, we can get the ID of that user. So again we can provide the ID. So we can provide the ID with that and that, and we can change these strings to the template details. So we have these strings. So we can just change that to that, and now you can see now we will run the catch as well. If we get an error, we will just log that error. We will just have a console.log that error, and now we need to get the response as well from the axios. So again we can run the const, we can run here the response that will be equals to the await. I think the await is not there, so we need to add the asynchronous as well on the top. So we have this async, and now what after that? Now we can just check the validation, like if the response dot status is not equals to the 200, then what we can do, then we can just return console.log that unexpected error. So that would be the unexpected error with that. And now what after that, then we need to just retrieve the data of that response as well. So for retrieving the data, again we can get the response data. So we can have the const response data, and that will be equals to, we can have the await, again that should be equals to the response dot data. So we are getting the data from the response, so we need to response dot data, and after that now we need to just return the response data with that. And now we need to use this function inside the user profile. So here we have the get user bookings, and then we can have the get user details as well. So we can have the get user details, and then we need to provide the ID, and I think the ID we don't need to provide. And then we can run the then as well, and then with the then we can run your response. We will get the response from the user, and then we will just store the set user, that should be equals to, then we will have the response dot user object. And then what do we need to do? So here inside that, so here we can just render those bookings. So here I think we need to change the logic. So here I think we don't need to render this, so we can just keep the fragment here. So we can just copy that, and then we can just remove it from here. So now we have this fragment, and now what do we need to do? So we only need to render this div. So when we have the user, so when we have the user details, when we have the details of that user, then only we need to render this div. And we only need to render this div when we have the details of all of those bookings. So when we'll have the bookings, and the bookings dot length is greater than 0, then only we need to render this box. So now we have this functionality. So if we save, and now you can see now inside the box we have the details of that bookings user. So we can just remove the booking as well, and then we can remove the booking from here as well. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we refresh the page, and I think again we are getting an error. So we have the cannot read property status of undefined. So I think we have an error, but we cannot see the error as well. So we can, so I think there is an error. So we need to run the then, and then we need to run the catch as well if we are getting any error. So we can have the catch, and with the error we will just log that error. So we'll have a console.log that error with that. And now what do we need to do? So if we save, if we again move on to the application, if we refresh the page, so we are getting this error because we haven't defined this functionality inside the user's backend. So I've checked the user backend. So if we just move on into the routes of that user, so we have the user route. So here you can see now I forgot to mention that we haven't added this functionality yet. So we need to add this functionality as well. So again, we can have the user router that should be equals to the again the get function, and then we can just get the details of that user from that ID. So we can just provide the parameters ID inside that, and then what do we need to do? So here we need to provide another function in this file. So in the end we can just provide that functionality. So we have all of the things, and now what do we need to do? So we can just copy that get all users, and with that we can just paste that, and that should be equals to get user by ID, and then we need to provide the ID as well. So with the ID we will get the ID as well. So we need the const ID that should be equals to the request dot params object dot ID, and inside that what do we need to do? So that should be equals to the user. So that will be the user, and here as well it will be the user, and here we need to run the find by ID. So we have the find by ID function, and then we need to provide the ID with that. So here we have the ID, and then we need to provide the user, and here as well we need to provide the user object. So now that would be the function inside that. So we have the get user by ID. We are getting the ID from the request.params.id. We are running the try catch block. We need to find the user by its ID, and then if we don't have the user, we are sending the status of 500, and if everything works fine, then we have the status of 200. So again we can move on to the user routes, and then we need to provide this functionality as well. So we need to get user by ID, and now what do we need to do? So we need to save, and then we need to again move on into the API helpers, and then we need to check if we are sending the correct URL. So we have the user slash ID. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we refresh the page once again, and then you can see if we refresh the page, and then you can see now we have the user object. So here you can see now we have the user, and then we are getting the details of that user as well, like we are getting the ID, we are getting the name, email, and now we can just move on into the profile. So here you can see now we are logging that user. So instead of that, now we can just have the set user that should be equals to, we can have the response dot user. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you can see now we are getting the details of that user, but now we don't have any booking of the user. That's why we are getting an empty value. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we can just remove this condition as well, because here we don't need this condition. So we can just have that. So we have the bookings, and then we have the, and then we can render all of those bookings. So if we save, so now you can see now the text of the bookings, but here we don't have any bookings with that. So everything is working perfectly fine inside this application. So now, so far the user functionality has been completed, and now we need to work on the admin. So the user functionality with the profile, with the movies, and with all of the things, like here you can see now we have the bookings, we have the movies, we have the profile, and then we have the logouts. So now the user's functionality is fully completed. So the application is working perfectly fine. So now we have completed the operations of the user, and the next part is now we need to work on the admin functionalities. Like for the admin, when the admin will log in, now we need to render different links onto the navigation bar. So we are already rendering the different links, and then if we move on into the headers, so we can move on into the header.js page, and here you can see when the admin is logged in, then we are rendering the add page. So here we are rendering the add movie page. So for that, what we can do, so we are just getting an ad. We can just create a new route for the ad. So we need to subscribe for this route as well. So what we can do, so inside the movies, so here we have the movies, and here we can just declare a new component that can be add movie.js. So that will be the file, and here we can just run the refce once again to add the default setup, and then we can move on into the app.js, which is the main file, and here we can just subscribe for the add route as well. So here we can just copy that existing one, and then we can just paste. That should be equals to /add, and then the element would be, we need to render, that should be equals to the add movie. So that should be add movie. So if we save, if we move on to the application, and then you will see once we will just log in, or like we can just directly see the add movie as well. So we can have /add, and then you will see inside the add, so we have the add movie page. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are having the add movie page as well. And now what do we need to do? So first we need to log in via the admin. So for adding a new movie, we need to log in via the admin so that the credentials are stored inside the local storage, and then only we should be able to create the new movie. So for that, what do we need to do? So we can log in via the admin. So again, I forgot the credentials. So again, we can pick it up from the Postman. So we can just copy that credentials once again. So we can move on to the body, and then we can just copy that james@admin.com, and the password would be 123456 123456. So if you click on the login, and now you can see the navigation bar links had been changed, and now we enter the login page, and now we can move on into the /add as well, and then now we should be able to add a movie as well. So if we click on the add, and then you can see now we are able to add a new movie. So here now we need to create this form. So we can just create the form, and then we can just design that as well. So if we are on the paint, so here suppose this is the page. First we will just add the logo on the top, like we will add some text on the top, like we can have a text of adding a movie, like we can have add a movie. And after that, now we need to add different text fields as well. So we need to add different input text. So for that, what we can do, so we can just select another one, like there we can add for the title, we can add for the description, we can add for the, I think we can add for other things as well, like we can add the title, description, we can add the release date, the URL of the image, posters URL, and then we need to add the actors as well, and then we need to add the feature tag as well. So for the feature, we will just use here a tag, we will just use the check mark, like if that would be featured or not. So that would be the form, and then in the end we need a button to submit the form. So that would be the design of that form. Now we need to design the actual form. So for designing that, so we can move over into the add movie page, and here we can just design that. So first, what do we need to do? So here first we need to just define a form tag. So instead of that, we can have the form of adding that, and that would be equals to the form. And here what do we need to do? So we need to remove the action, and from here we need to just define the stylings of the form as well, like we can have the box for having some styling, and inside this box this will be a container inside the form elements. So we can give the width of something around 50% would be enough of the screen, and then I think we can give here the, I think the padding would be something around, we can give the padding of something around 10 from all of the sides, and then we can also give the margin as well as the auto. So the margin would be the auto, and then we can give the display as well, that should be equals to get the flex. And then we need to add the flex direction as well, because we need the flex direction as the column, because we need the items on the bottom of each other. So here we have the column, and after that inside this container, now we need to add all of the items, and then we can also add some box shadow as well inside this form. So we can have the box shadow. So the box shadow would be, we can give 10 pixels of, I think we can give the 10 pixels horizontally, 10 pixels vertically, we can give the 20 pixels of blur, and then the color would be #CCC, that would be the shadow color. And now inside that, now we need to add different elements, like first we need to add the typography. So there will be the typography of adding a new movie. So we can have some styling for this as well, like we can have the text align, that should be equals to again inside the center, and we can have the variant as well. So we can provide any variant, like H5 would be enough. And then we need to add the font family as well. So we can have a font family of the Verdana, and then inside that, now we need to add the text of add a new movie. So we can have add new movie. So that would be the text. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So here after that, we need to add all of the elements, like first we need to add here the, I think we need to add the form label. So we can again add the form label. So the form label would contain, I think we can give the title of that movie. So we can give the title, and then we can just provide here the text field as well for the title. So we can have the text field for the input tag, and then we need to provide different functionalities as well for the text field, like we need to add the name field of the text field, like that would contain the name of the title. And then we need to provide the, I think we need to provide the variant as well. So the variant would be equals to the standard, so that will look good. And then we need to provide the margin as well. So the margin would be normal, and then we need to provide the values and the onChange function, but we'll do that later. So we can just copy that again, and then we can just paste for the description, and we can paste for the date, we can paste for the URL, and then we can paste for, I think, the actors, and then we can just paste for the featured. So for the featured, we'll be using a checkbox. So as of now, we have the title, we can do the description. So that is the description, and here will be the description as well, and here we need to add the poster URL. So there is a poster URL. So here as well we have the poster URL, and then we need to add the release date as well, that should be a release date. So the release date would be, we can add a date as well, like we released it. So we have the release date, and then inside that now we can add the actors as well. So for the actors, we would be adding some actors inside that, like we need to add the array of the actors. So for the actors, I think we can just define a text field, and then we need to define the button as well to add a couple of actors. So for that, what do we need to do? So for the text field, we can use the box, which will contain the display as the flex. So we'll be using a flex basis to add the items next to each other. So we can have the box, we can have the display, that should be equals to, we can give the flex, and then we need the items after that. So inside that, we can just have this text field, like it will contain the actors, and then what do we need to do? Like that will contain the name of the actors, name of the actor, and then after that, now we need to add the button as well with that. So we can add the button of something around, we can give the button of like add button, so that will be the add button. And after that, the final, there will be a checkbox of adding a feature tag. So for adding the feature, we have the new movies, like we have the title, description, the poster URL, the release date, and then we have the actors. So for the actors, we will add couple of actors from here. So we'll just have the actor, and then we will just add the actors from here. So for the featured, again, we can move on to the MUI, grab any checkbox. So we can just move on to see the checkbox API. So now you can see these are the checkboxes that we need. So we need these type of checkboxes. So here you can see now we have the checkbox component that we can use for these type of checkboxes. So we have the red, we have different colors as well. So we'll use the checkbox. So now I have the idea. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So after the form, now we can add here the form label again. So that should be equals to, we can add for the checkbox, like that should be equals to feature. And after that, for feature, then we can add here the new functionality, like we can add the checkbox. So we can add the checkbox from the material UI. And here inside that, I think we can just provide here some stylings, like here we need to provide the checked as well. So for the checked state, we need to provide the check state initially. So initially we need to define the state of the checkbox, like it is enabled or disabled. So we can just give here the false as of now. As of now, we'll give the static name, and then we need to provide here some more functionalities, like I think if we save, if we can check if everything works fine or not. So now you will see now inside this application. So here you can see now we have the checkbox as well. So now you can see initially we have the state of the false. So we can just remove the checked as well as of now. So we can just remove the checked, and then you can see now we can just select the checkbox as well. And then you can see now we can select any checkbox, and now we can just move the checkbox into the left. So what we can do, so we can just provide the SX prop, that would be equals to, so we have the SX, and inside the SX we can have the margin from the right, that should be equals to the auto. So if we save, so now you will see now we have the feature onto the bottom of the feature tag. And then out of the labels, now we can just provide some styling, like we have the form labels, like we can just provide a custom CSS styling here, like we can have the const, we can have the label props. So that should be equals to an object. So we need to give the margin from the top, so we can give the empty, that should be equals to, we can give the 1. And then we can give the margin from the bottom as well. So we can give the MB as the margin bottom, and that should also be equals to the 1. So we can just copy that label props from there. And then for all of the labels, we need to provide the styling. So what we can do, so we can just select the form label. So with that, we can select any form labels, all of the form labels. And for that, what do we need to do? So we need to press the Control and F2. So with the Control and F2, it will select all of those labels. And then after that, if you will edit one, all of the labels will be then edited. So here we can just provide the SX prop for them, and the SX prop we can just provide directly the label props. So we have the label props with that. So if we save, you can see now we have some margins over all of the items. So with the title, description, the poster URL, release date, the actors, and the feature tag as well. And after that, the last step would be, now we can just skip that, and then we can add the button at the end. So we have the button at the end of that form, that should be equals to, we can give the submit or add new movie. So that should be add new movie, and then we need to provide some custom styling for the button as well, like it will contain the variant. So the variant would be equals to the content, and then we need to give some more styling, like we can provide the SX prop, like the width of the button would be something around, we can give the width of something around 30% would be enough. And then we can give the background as well for the button to change the color. So we can give the BG color, that should be equals to, we can give the BG color of hash. So that would be the BG color, and then we need to provide the hover state of the button as well. So for providing the hover state, so you can just press Control and space, and then you can see all of those options, and then you can just search for the hover. So here you can see now this is the hover, and for the hover you need to provide a separate object of the styling. So you can provide separate object, like you can again give the BG color. So the BG color would be, we can give any specific BG color. So that would be the BG color for the hover. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you can see now we have the add movie, new movie as well, and it is working perfectly fine. And now what do we need to do? So we need to just make this button into the center. So we need to align this button inside the center. So we can just move on into the width. So we can just move on into the assets, and then we can have the margin as the auto. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you can see now the button is looking perfectly good. So now you can see now we have got styling for the button as well, and everything is working perfectly fine. Now we need to handle these forms. So as we have handled other forms inside this application, like in the authentication and into the booking page, now we can just handle these forms as well. So now what we can do for that? So here inside the add movie, so again we can use the use state. So we can have the snippet of the use state. First we can use the inputs object and the set inputs, and by default value we need to provide an object. Like with the object, it will contain the title, would be an empty string. We can give the description. That would also be an empty string initially, and then we need to provide all of those fields like which we have, and then we need to provide the poster URL. That would also be an empty string as of now, and then we need to provide the release date as well. So the release date would also be an empty string, and then we need to provide the featured as well. So the featured, for the featured initially it would be equals to the false. So it would be equals to the false initially. And now what we can do, so we can just provide the state values inside all of those text fields, and then we need to provide a function as well to dynamically change all of those text fields. So again we can use a function, we can have a const, we can have a handle change. That would be equals to again a function which will grab event as the parameter, and then we need to provide the set inputs, and initially for the set inputs we need to grab the previous state as well. So for having the previous state, we can again have the previous state object or a callback variable to get the previous state, and with that first we need to store the previous state, and then only we need to store the next available state. So for that first we need to grab the previous state with a spread operator, and then in the same object we need to add the other properties, like we need to add the event.target.name. So we need to target the name identifier, and then we need to target their values as well with the event.target.value. So by this we can just grab the property names and their values from the inputs, and now we need to add all of those things inside the inputs as well. So we can move on into the text fields, and here you can see now we have the text field. So we have the name equals to the title, we have the description, poster URL, release date, and for the actor we will be using a different state because we need to add the array of the items inside this actor. And then for the checkbox, I think we need to also provide the name for the checkbox as well. So the checkbox, I think we need to provide different functionalities, so we'll implement it later. So first we need to provide the values for all of the different elements. So here we can just provide the value that should be equals to the inputs dot, we need to provide the title, and then we need to provide the onChange function as well. So we can have the onChange that should be equals to the handle change. So we need to do same for the every other text field as well. So we can just copy that for this as well. The value would be equals to input.description, and the onChange will be equals to the handle change, and then same for this text field as well. So that should be equals to, we can give the value of inputs.poster URL, and we have the value. We can just copy that once again, we can just paste that for the release date as well. So here we have the value equals to the, we can give the inputs.release date. So I'm not sure that this would work or not, so we can provide the name equals to the featured, and then we need to provide the value as well, like for the checked state as well. For the checked we can just provide the inputs dot, we can provide the featured, and I think, and then we can move on, and then we need to provide the onChange as well. So we can have the onChange, and that should again be a handle change. So with that, if we save, if we move on to the application once again, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we have the form, so we need to add the onSubmit prop on the form as well to submit the form. So we can have the onSubmit prop, and that would be equals to handle submit. So we can have the handle submit, and now inside that, now we need to just create a new function of the handle submit. So we can have a const, we can have a handle submit, and that should be equals to a function which will grab the event as a parameter, and then we need to just declare the function. And after that, the first thing that we need to do is we need to call the prevent default as we define in every other form as well. So we can have the prevent default. So here we have the prevent default. So the prevent default will prevent the default behavior of the web browsers, like it sends the data to the URL and it refreshes the page. So we don't need that functionality, and then we'll just log that inputs after preventing the default behavior. So we'll just log the value of the inputs with that. And now what do we need to do? So here inside the button, I think we don't have the type equals to submit. So we need to provide the type of that button that should be equals to the submit. So we need to submit the form on entering the button. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we inspect the element, if we move on into the console, like if we add any element, like we can add the title like new movie, we can add a description like new movie once again, and we can add any poster URL like sample URL, anything with that. We can add a release date. I think for the release date, the type would be equals to the date. So we have this text field, and then we need to provide the type equals to the date. And so now we have the type equals to a date, so we can just provide any date with that. So here we can just provide this date, and now what we can do, so we can just save, and then we can just see if we are getting the values or not. So now you can see now we are getting all of those values. So we are getting the title, description, new movie, posted URL, release date as well, and the featured. So we are getting the false value inside the featured. I think we need to work on the feature tag as well. So here we have the checkbox, and now what do we need to do? So here we can just have here the on click instead of the on change. So we can have the on click, and I think instead of doing that handle change here, what we can do, so we can just directly perform the function here. So with that, what do we need to do? So in the on click, we will just have here event. So we'll just have the event inside that, and so with the on click we'll have the event as the parameter, and with the event what do we need to do? So we can have the set inputs, so we can just directly run the set inputs here only, and then we need to grab the previous state once again. So we have the previous state, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So first we can just return the previous state because we don't need to lose the previous state, and then we can just target the property of the, I think we can target the property of the featured, and that would be equals to, we can give event dot target dot checked. So the checked will give you the actual property like which is checked or not. So we have the event dot target dot checked. So if we save, if we move on to the application, like if we again click on the add new movie, if we refresh the page, so if we click on the featured, if we click on the add new movie, so now you can see now we have the featured equals to the true. So here you can see now we have the featured which is equal to the true, and everything is working perfectly fine. And now the next step would be, now we want to work on the actors as well. So the actors, what we can do, so we can just define another state variables, like I think we need two state variables, one for handling the text fields and other one for just having the values inside an array. So we can have the use state. So we have the snippet. So first we'll use the actors and the set actors, and the initial value would be an empty string in an array, and then we need to provide another use state that should be equals to, we can give the actor and the set actor value, and their by default value will be an empty string. So we need an empty string, and now what do we need to do? So here we can move on into the actors. So here we have the actors inside that, and for the actor we have the text field name equals to the actor. So what do we need to do? So we have the name equals to the actor, so we need to provide the on change function as well for the actor. So we can here provide the on change as well. So we can have the on change that should be equals to a function. And inside that, what do we need to do first? So first we need to grab the event. So we have the event with that, and then we need to grab the set actor. So we can have the set actor that should be equals to the event dot target dot value. So we need to directly provide the value element with that. So now the actor will have the value, and now the next step would be, now we have the value inside this actor, and then once we will just click on the button, so then we will just add that value inside an array. So inside the on click of that button, so we can have the on click. So inside the on click of that button, what do we need to do? So here we need to grab, so here we can run the function, we can have the on click, so we can have the set actors that should be equals to, first we need to provide the value, like first there will be all of those previous actors. So again we need the previous actors first, so we can have the dot actors, so we can have the dot actors, and then the second we need to add another actor that would be equals to the actor currently. So we have this actor with that. So now we need to provide this function in a separate function, and now after the set actor, now we need to define another functionality, like we need the set actor that should be equals to an empty string. So now what are we doing here? So first, once we will just add a value inside this actor text field, then the set actor would be updated. So with that we will update the value of the set actor text field, that is just the set actor, and the actor value would be updated. And once we will just click on the actor click, and once we will just click on the add, so then the new actor will be then added inside the actors array. So we have the set actors array with that. So that should be equals to the set actors. So if we save, and I think if we can check again, so like now you can see we can just add any values to the actors, like we can add x, y, z, and then if we click on the add, so I think to test it, now we need to submit the form as well. So here inside the on submit of the form, after the inputs, then we will just log the actors as well. So with the inputs, and then we will log the actors. So that should be equals to the actor. So if we save, and now we have the XYZ, we have the ABC, and then we can add any actor with that. So if we just click on the add new movie, so now you can see now inside those actors, like we have the first element, which is the empty value, then we have the XYZ, and then we have the QABVC. So that is the actor. So if we refresh the page once again to see if the empty string is there or not, I think if we just add anything like SSS, if we just click on the add new movie, so here you can see now we are getting the 0 field as well, like an empty string. So I think inside the actors array, now we need to remove the empty string from there. So we need to just render the empty array. So if we just save, if we again move on to the application, if we refresh the page, like if we add any actor like ABC, and if we click on the add, and if we add any other value, like we can give the QWER, if we just click on the add, and then if we just click on the add new movie, so now you can see now we have two values inside those actor array. We have the ABC and then the QWER. So everything is working perfectly fine. And I think we need to provide the value as well for the actor, because once we just click on the add, so the value should be removed from here. So here we can just move on with the actors, and here we can just provide the value as well. So the value would be equals to the currently actor. So the current actor value would be then added. So if we add anything like ABC, if we just click on the add, so now you can see the value would be removed, and then if we add the XYZ, the value would be removed, and then if we just click on the submit, so now we have all of those actors with that. So everything is working perfectly fine. And now the next step would be, now we are getting the values of that form. And now the next step would be, now after getting the values, now we need to make a request to the backend to add a new movie inside the database. So for that, what do we need to do? So we need to make an API call. So making an API call, again, we can move on into the API helpers. So we are into the API helpers file, and there we can just define a function. We can have the export, const, we can have the add movie. So we have the add movie function, and then inside that, what do we need to do? So first we need to get the data of that form. So we need the data, and I think that would be an asynchronous function as well. So we can have the axios.post. So that will be equals to the post request. And here, what do we need to do as the next step? So here we can just define a new movie, like we can have /movie. And after that, now what do we need to do? So here inside the second parameter, we need to provide an object of the data. So we can provide the title, that should be equals to, we can give the data.title. The same we can give for the description as well. So we can have the description. We can give the data.description. And then we need to provide the release date as well. So that should be equals to release date. And the release date would be data.release date. And after that, we need to provide the poster URL as well. So we can have the poster URL. So that should be equals to, we can give the data.poster URL. And after that, we need to provide the featured as well. So that should be equals to the featured. So the featured would be available as a data.featured. And after that, we need to provide the actors as well. So for the actors, we can provide the actors of array, and then that would be equals to the data.actors once again. And after that, we need to provide the admin as well. So which admin has added this movie? So that should be equals to the admin. So with that admin, we can get the details of that admin from the local storage .get item, and that should be equals to the admin. So we have the get item, and that should be equals to the admin with that. So we have admin ID inside that. So we need to provide the ID inside the admin. And after that, that would not be enough, because inside the backend, we have made the functionality like we need the token as well for creating a new movie. So if we just move on into the movie controller, and then you can see first we are just verifying the token in adding the movie, and then only we are able to just create the new movie. So what after that? So as we are just storing the tokens inside the local storage, so we need to provide the same JWT token for this request as well. So how can we do that? So here inside the third parameter as well, so we have some object. So we have some options object in which we can provide some configurations, like we can provide, if we provide an object, then you will see there are so many properties, like we can give the adapter, we can give the base URL, we can have the cancel token, we have the data, we have environment, and then you can see the finally we have the headers property. So we can give the headers. So as we did inside the Postman, so I will show you the interface as well of the Postman. So here we are into the Postman. So here you can see once we were making a request of adding a new movie inside the Postman, so we are making authorization. So that's type of a header, that's type of a authorization header, and we were sending a bearer token. So with that, what do we need to do? So here also we need to send the bearer token. So with the headers, we need to provide an object that would contain the authorization. So as we did inside the authorization, so that is an authorization object. So we need to provide the same spelling of the authorization as well. So that should be equals to the authorization. So authorization would be there, and for the authorization, what do we need to do? So we need to send the bearer token. So after that, we need to provide the exact same string of the bearer token. So we can give the string. So we can give the string as the bearer and the token. So we can give the token. So we can get the token from the local storage.get item with the token. So we have the token inside the local storage. So that would be the approach. So here we have the headers, and then we have the authorization inside the headers, and then we have the bearer token inside the header to verify that token. So we are just providing the token because inside the backend we have provided the functionality that once the token would be verified, then only the new movie would be then added to the database. So that's very complicated approach, but that's the best approach as per the security layer. And then we can run the catch as well if we get any error throughout this process, because that's a bit long process. So we'll just log that error. We'll have console.log with the error. And after that, this will return a response as well. So first we need to get the response. We can have the response that should be equals to the await axios.post. And here what do we need to do? So here we can just run the validation checks as well. Like if the response dot status is not equals to the 200, or it should be the 201 because it is created, then again we need to just return. We can have a console.log that should be equals to, we can give the new error like an expected error occurred. And after that, what do we need to do? So here, if everything works fine, then what do we need to do? Then we need to just extract the data from that request. So here we can have the const, we can have the const response data, and that should be equals to, we can have the await, and that would be equals to the response.data. So that would be the response.data. And now we need to just return the response data as well. So we'll just return the response data with that. And now what do we need to do? And now we need to move on into the addmovie.js, and then we can move on into the handle submit function. So here, once we will just submit the data of that form, now we need to just make a request. So here we can just make a request. We can have the send, we can have the add movie request. So here we can have the add movie. So make sure again you are importing it from the API helpers, because again we have the same name as per in the backend and inside this application. So in the add movie, now we need to add an object like that will contain the data, and then it will contain the data first the inputs. So first we need to send the inputs, and second we need to send the actors. So for the actor key we need to send the actor, that would be equals to the actors. So first we have all of the properties of the inputs, then we have the actors key as well with the actors, and then the add movie will return a promise. So we need to wait for this because we need to get the response as well. So we can get here the response, then we can just move on with the console.log, and then what do we need to do? So we can just get the data of the response. So we need to get the data, and after that what do we need to do? So we can run the catch as well. If we get an error, we will just log that error. We will just have the console.log as the error. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, so if we just create a new movie with there, so I will add all of the details of that new movie. So I've added this movie as the Ram Setu, and then we have the description as well, we have the poster URL as well, we have the release date as well, and I have provided the actors as well. So we can just click on the feature, and then we can just make a request for the add new movie. So once we'll just make a request, so now we can move on to the console, and then we can just click on the add new movie. So now you can see now the new movie has been added. So here you can see now we are getting the details of the newly created movie as well. So we are just getting this from the backend. So we have the new movie, we have the actors. I think for the actors array we are getting an empty string, and then we have the admin as well, we have the bookings as well, and then we have the description as well, we have the poster URL, we have the release date, and everything is working perfectly fine. And now you can see now the actors is not there. So now the new movie is created, and I think the actors is not there. So we can just move on with the addmovie.js, and I think we need to provide the actors instead of the actors. So we need to provide the second key as the actors. So we don't need to provide the actors as well. So now we can move on into the API helpers. So that was the actors again. So that was my mistake. So we can just add a new movie as well with that. So I've added the details of this movie as well as the thank God. We are having the description as well. We are having all of the details, like we are having poster URL, we have the release date, and then I've added the actors as well. So if we just save, if we again move on into the application, if we again just click on the add new movie, so now you can see now the newly created movie has been added. So here we have the movie, and then you can see now we have all of the details of that movie as well. So with the actors object, we have the bookings, we have the admin, we have the description, we have all of the things as well. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now we are able to create the new movie as well. So now the movie has been created, and now you can see now everything is working perfectly fine. So first functionality of the admin is completed, and now we need to move on into the remaining second functionality. So that is the profile page of that admin. So almost this project has been completed, and only the profile page is remaining. So we can move on into the profile to work on the profile as well. So what do we need to do? So here we need to move on into the profile page, into the admin page. So what do we need to do for doing that? So now we can move on into the header.js, and I think we have added wrong route into the profile. So we have the profile, so same is available inside this admin as well. So I think what do we need to do? So if we have the admin, so we need to provide the admin user, like we have the user dash admin. So that will be the URL, and now we can move on into the app.js as well. So here we have the app.js, and there we need to provide this as well. So we can just copy that, and then we can just paste another route that should be equals to the user dash admin. And after that, we need to provide a different component. So we're providing the different component. Again, we can move on to the profile. We can just declare a new file that could be equals to the admin profile.js. And now what do we need to do? So here we can run the RFC once again. So with the RFC, we can run the default setup of the React application. And here we have the admin profile, and now we can just render the admin profile here. So we have the admin profile. So here we have the admin profile, and now what do we need to do? So here we can just save, and then we can just move on into the application once again. And then if we just refresh the page, if we just move on into the profile, so now you can see now we are having the user admin, and here you can see now we are into the admin profile component. So now we need to design the admin profile as well. So we can have the same design of the user profile inside the admin profile as well. So what do we need to do? So we can move on into the user profile.js. So we can move on into the user profile. So we can just copy all of those content from there. So we can just copy all those content from there, and then we can move on into the admin profile as well. So here we have the admin profile, and here we can just render all of those things. So here we have the admin profile, and now inside that, first thing is now we need to just change this to the admin profile. So that should be equals to the admin profile with that. So we need to search for the user profile, that should be equals to the admin profile, and we can just replace all of those items. So now we have the admin profile with that. So here we have the admin profile, and the next step is now we want to get the details of that admin bookings. So here we need to get the details of that admin, and then we need to get the details of the bookings of the admin. So what do we need to do for doing that? So here inside that, now we need to remove these two things because we don't need the bookings and the admin details. So now we don't need the user bookings, and now we don't even need the user details as well. So instead of that, now we can move on into the routes of that admin. So here we have the routes of that admin, and then you can see now we have the route of get admin by ID. So we can just get the details of that admin from that ID, and then once we will just open this function, and then you will see now we have all of the details of that admin. We have the admin.find by ID, we have the details of that admin, and then we are populating the edit movies as well. So the edit movies is an object which contains all of those movies the admin has currently added. So with that, we'll have the functionality of getting all of those movies which the admin has added. So now what we can do, so we can move on into the API helpers file. So we can move on into the API helpers, and here we can just make a request to the API once again. So we can have export const, we can have the get admin details, like we can have a get admin by ID, and that should be equals to again an asynchronous function. And with that, I think that would be enough. And now what do we need to do? So first we need to grab the admin ID. So we can have a const, we can have the admin ID, that should be equals to the local storage dot get item, that will be equals to again the admin ID. And now after that, what do we need to do? So here we need to make a request. So we can have the axios dot get request. So this will be a get request, and here what do we need to do? So first we need to provide the URL, like it would be /admin / that ID of that admin. So again we can verify that as well. So we can move on into the admin routes. So we have the /admin / that ID of that admin. So we have the /admin / that ID of that admin. So we need to just replace these strings with the template literals. So we can have the template literals with that, and then we need to provide the ID, like that should be equals to the admin ID. So that will be the admin ID. And now what do we need to do? So it will just return a response. So first we need to catch for any error. If we get an error, we will just log that error again. So we'll have the console.log that error. And now it will return response. So we need to get the response as well. So we get the response, const response, that would be equals to the await. So we need to wait for this. And now what do we need to do as the next step? So again, we need to run the validations, like if the response.status is not equals to the 200, then we need to return console.log, that would be equals to, we can just return unexpected error occurred. So that would be the unexpected error occurred. And now if everything works fine, then we need to grab the data from the response. So we can have a const, we can have the response data, that should be equals to, we need to get the await, that would be equals to the response.data. So with that we will get the data from that response, and then we need to just return this data. So here we need to return the response data with that. And now what do we need to do? So again we can move on into the admin profile.js page, and then we can close other files as well. So here we don't need the user details, we don't need the user bookings. So here we don't need the bookings tab, so we can remove that, and we don't even need the bookings, so we can remove that as well. So we only need the details of the admin. So instead of defining the user, so for the user we can just change the user to the admin, so that should be equals to the admin. And then we have the set admin as well, so we have the set admin, and then by default value will be an empty. So here we will just pass here another function that will get admin by id, and then the id would be added by the local storage. Then we will have the set admin, that should be equals to response dot, that should be equal to response dot admin. So we'll have the admin record with that, and after that if we get an error we will just log that error. And after that, what do we need to do? So here we don't have the functionality of the delete, so we'll remove the delete as well. So here you can see now we have the user, so instead of the user now we can just move on, and then we can just change all of the fields of the user as well. So with the user we have the user, we have the user, we have the user as well. So here we don't need this, we don't need this, and we don't even need this. And now we can just check the users once again. So we have the users, we have the user, we have the user. So here instead of this user, what we can do, so we can just provide the admin, and then only we need to render all of these things. So we have the admin icon, and then we don't have the name field for the admins, so we can remove the name. So we only need the emails, so we have the admin dot email, so we'll have the event property of that admin. And then here we have the bookings. So what do we need to do? So we need to render the admin slash, and then we'll have the admin dot edit movies. So we have the edit movies inside this admin, and then we only need to render the list when we have the edit movies inside that. So we have the edit movies dot length is greater than 0, then only we need to render this content, or we don't need to render this content, so we don't need to overload the DOM. So we have the admin edit movies dot length greater than 0, and then after that instead of the bookings, that should be equals to, we can give the edit movies, and that should be edit movies. And now the next step would be, now we need to provide, instead of the bookings, now we need to just provide here the, so that would be equals to the admin dot edit movies dot map, and that should be equals to the movie. So we'll have the movie, so here we'll have the movie, so we'll have here the title of that movie as well. So I think with the movie, what do we need to do? So we can just directly refer to the movie dot title. So we have the movie dot title, and here as well we have the seat, so we don't even need that seat this time, so we need to remove the seat as well. And we don't even need the date as well from there, so we can just remove the date. So we only need the details of that movie that the admin has currently added, so that would be the details. And now we don't even need the delete icon as well, so we can remove the icon button as well. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, and I think we need to remove these two things as well. So we need to remove the icon button, and then the delete for our icon, we also need to remove that. So if we save, if we move on to the application once again, so if we refresh the page, now you can see now we are getting the details of that admin, we are getting the email, we have the james@admin.com, and then we have the edit movies as well. So these are the movies that our admin has currently added. So with all of that, now our application has been completed. So this project has been completed with that. So now we have just completed almost everything inside this project. So we have created the functionalities of the user, like for getting the user and for showing the user details, for showing the bookings as well for the user, for showing all of the movies that we have added, and then we have the home page as well inside this application. If we will just move on into the home page, so here we have the home page, and then you can see almost everything in our application is completed. So now the final thing which is remaining is some few optimizations. So now we need to just do some few optimizations throughout this project to make this project to the production level. So the first optimization which we can see, like now you can see inside the header, first we will just click on the logo, then we should be redirected to the home page. So now we don't have that functionality, like if we are into the profile page. So if we just click on the movie tab, then we should be moved on to the home page. So for that we can move on into the header. So we have this header, inside that we have the header.js, and here what do we need to do as the next step? So I think we can move on, and then we have this logo. So we have this logo with the movie icon. Again we can wrap this component inside the icon in the icon button, and with that we again need to just define the link component. So here we have the link component, that should be equals to the link again from the react.dom. And after that, what do we need to do? So here we need to add the to prop. So the to would be equals to /homepage, so that would be equals to /homepage. So if we save, if we move on to the application, if we refresh the page, now we are into the profile page, and then once we will just click on this tab, so now you can see now we are into the home page. So everything is working perfectly fine. So first optimization is completed. Now the second optimization would be, now I have removed the default value of the 0 because that was creating the errors. And then the third optimization would be, if we just move on into the React application. So here we have the React app, and then you can see we are into the authentication routes. So if we just click on the close button, so now you can see now we are not able to move on to the different route. So we can move on into the auth form. So here we have the auth form, and here we have the delete button as well. So instead of that, we can again use the link component. So we have the link component, and then again we can just refer to the link from the React router DOM. And again we need to provide the to prop as well, and that should be equals to / homepage. So again we need to move on to the homepage. So if we just click on that, so now you can see now we are into the homepage as well. If we just click on the auth, now again we are into the homepage. So now we have fixed this functionality as well. And now the next step would be, if we just click on the auth once again, if we just log in, like I will log in with the James at the rate. So if we just log in with these details from that, so if we just click on the login, so now you can see now the is logged in property is true. So now we are getting the message of the login successful as well. And now you can see once we are just logged in, now we didn't move on into the separate route. So here you can see once we are logged in with that, so still we can see the login screen. So what do we need to do for fix that? So we need to just navigate to the different page if we are logged in. So what we can do, so we need to get the functionality that once the request is performed, so once the login sign up is successful, then we need to move on to the different route. So for that we can move on into the auth. So here once we are making a request, then we have the on response received. Like once all of those steps are performed, then we need to navigate to the different page. So for that again we have the hook inside the React router DOM, which is the use navigate. So we can just also search for the use navigate, but the use navigate is just like a history. Like we just move on to the different page, we need to provide just the URL. So with that the use navigate helps us a lot. So we can have the const, we can have the navigate, that would be equal to the use navigate. So we can have the use navigate hook. And now what we need to do, so we only need to run the navigate function. So after the on response received, then we can just run the navigate. So we have the navigate, and then with the navigate we can just move on to /movies or /homepage. So we can just move on to the /homepage with that. And now what do we need to do? So we need to do same for the, and now we need to do same for the admin auth as well. So after the response is successful, I think inside the admin auth, so we are not creating anything. So we are just creating from directly the admin. So here we have the admin. So we need to delete this file as well as the admin auth. So we don't need this file. And now we need to just move this file inside the auth. So we can just move this file inside this auth. And then we need to just update the imports as well. So if we just click on the yes, then the application would be saved. So we have the can't resolve this components inside this admin. So here inside the app.js we have the error, so we can move on into the app.js, and here you can see now we don't have the, so now you can see now we are just having the components /admin, that should be equals to components slash, that should be equals to, I think that should be equals to the auth. So if we save again, if we just move on to the application, so here you can see now the error has been gone, and now we are into the admin. So here you can see now we have the auth, and then we have the admin. And inside that again we need to run the navigate. So we can have the const, we can have the navigate, that will again be a use navigate hook. So we need to run the use navigate once again. And after that what do we need to do? So after we have the then inside the on response received, then we can just run the navigate as well. So we have the navigate, and then with that we can move on into the home page once again. So if we just save, if we again move on to the application, and if we log out once again, if we just log in again, and then if we again provide the details like james@test2.com, the password. So if we just click on the login, so after the response will be successful, then we'll be moved on to the home page again. So if we click on the login, so now you can see now the response is successful. We are having is logged in property of the true, and everything is working perfectly fine. So now the next optimization would be, now we have just implemented the search bar functionality. So now we have also implemented the search bar functionality as well. So now we need to fix this thing as well. Like once we will just click on any search bar, once we will just search for any movie, like we can just search for this film, and then once we will just click on that, and then we should be moved on to the booking page of that movie. So how can we do that? So here inside the autocomplete component, so here we have the prop of the on change. So with the on change, once any value would be selected, the on change function will be then called, and then we'll get the value of that as well. And then what we can do, so once we'll get the value, then we'll just find the movie from that value. Like we have the Shamshera, so we can just find all of that movies. So from the movies area we can just find that movie from there, and then we can just move on to the different page of the booking on clicking of that movie. So that would be the approach. And now what do we need to do? So here again we need the state. So we can have the use state. So we can have the state of the selected movie. So we can have a selected movie. So we have the selected movie, and then we'll have the set selected movie. and by default value would be an undefined. And now what do we need to do? So here inside the autocomplete we have the onChange function. So here we have the onChange, and with that we need to run another function that would be the handle change. Again we can define that function, so we can have the handle change, and with that it will contain the event, and then it will contain the value as well. So as we did inside the tabs, it gives you the event and it gives you the value as well as the exact value of that movie. So with the onChange we need to get here the handle change. So here we have the handle change, and with that now what do we need to do? So inside that we need to just move on, and then we can have the set selected movie with the actual value. So we have the value with that, and now what do we need to do as the next step? So here we can just find here the movie as well. So from that we can just have the const, we can have here the exact movie that should be equals to, so we have the movies array as well. So what do we need to do? So we can run the movies array loop, so we can have the movies, so we can just map through all of those movies, and then that should be equals to the m, that should be equals to anything, like we can have the m, and with that what do we need to do? So we can run here the m dot title, that should be equals to the exact name of that value. So that should be equals to the exact name of that value. So with that we will just get exact name, and now what after that, now what do we need to do? So we can just check like if the is user logged in, like if the user is logged in, then we need to move on to the different page. So if the user is logged in, then again we need to navigate. So again we can use the navigate as well. So we can have the const, we can have the navigate, that should again be equals to the use navigate hook. So we can have here the use navigate, and after that what do we need to do as the next step? So here once all of these things are fine, once we will just get the movie from that title, then what do we need to do? So we can just navigate to that movie. So we can just navigate to that movie, like we can just move on to the booking page, like we can have slash booking of slash movie, like we can have slash booking of slash movie id. So with that we will get the movie id as well. So with that we have the movie dot underscore id. So that would be the approach. So I think we don't even need the set selected value, so we can just remove that, and then we can also remove that from here. So I think that would be enough. So I think we have defined wrong logic. So if the user is logged in, then only we need to navigate. So that was the mistake. So if we now save, if we now again move on to the application, so now if we just search for any movie, like if we just search for the Thank God, so now you will see now we enter the booking page of that. So now you can see now we enter the booking page, but here we are getting the undefined. So if we check again, so we have the movie movies.map, we have the, so I think that should be equals to the find. So instead of the map, now we need to find a movie from there. So we are just logging that movie as well now. So I've added a log, so we need to find that movie. So earlier we were just having the map, so the map returns an array, so the array was returning all of those values. So now we have the map, and now we are just logging that value. And now if we now just save, if we now again move on to the application, if we just search for any movie, like we can just search for this movie, and then you can see now we are into the booking page of that movie. So now the application is almost complete. So now we have one more fix that we need to implement. So here last but not the least, so we have one more fix. So here you can see we are into the home page, and then you can see now no any user has been logged in, nor the admin and neither the user. So what do we need to do? First, if we just move on into the any of the protected route, like here if we just move on into the slash add, and slash add is only available for the admin, and it is only available if we are login. So we can move on slash add, and if we just move on into the page, now you can see now we are getting into the page as well. So that's a big security threat, because we need to just make this route as a protected route, so no one can access it without the authentication. So for that we can just do same for the add-in movies as well, like for the bookings as well. We can have the bookings, and then we can have slash any ID of that booking as well with that, and then we were into the booking component. So this will give you some errors throughout this application, and then you can see that's a big security threat as well. So what do we need to do for fixing that? So as we are just storing these states inside the Redux, so thankfully that we are storing the states inside the Redux, so it will help us implement that. So here you can see now we are just rendering different routes. So here we need to render all of these routes inside a condition. Like first route, like these two routes would be available throughout this application. So we can just make these routes as available routes, so we don't need to touch that. And now we only need the admin and the authentication part when the user is not logged in. So for that, what do we need to do? So we can just check again, like if the user is not logged in. So like if the user is not logged in, and either the admin is not logged in as well, like if the admin is also not logged in, then only we should be able to see these routes. So then only we need these routes. So we need to give this a parent as well. So that would be the route. So that would be the functionality. So if the user is not logged in and the admin is also not logged in, then only we need to render these two routes. And now we need to do same for the user as well. So for the user and the booking, we need to protect these routes as well. So we have the user and the bookings. So now what do we need to do? So we only need to enable these routes when the user is logged in. So we can have the is user logged in. So when the user is logged in, then only we need to provide these routes. And then we need to provide admin as well, like the if admin is not logged in, like the if is admin is not logged in, then only we need to provide these routes. So again, we can provide the container for these routes as well. So we can just copy that, and then we can just provide that route here. So we can just close that here. So like now you can see when the user is logged in and not the admin is logged in, then only we should be moved on to the /user and into the booking page. And then the same for this route as well. So we need to make this route as a protected route. So when the is admin logged in, when the is admin is logged in and the user is not logged in, then only we need to render these routes. So again, we need to provide the container. That should be equals to the container. So the container would be available here. So if we save, so now you can see, now with that our application would be completed. And here you can see now we are getting one error as well, like the use effect dependency has a missing dependency of the dispatch. So we need to provide the dispatch as well, because that's common. And now if we now save, so now you can see the webpack is compiled successfully. So now we don't have any errors throughout this application, and almost everything is working perfectly fine. So now if we will just move on into the /add page, like if we move on into the /add, so now you can see now we don't see any content. And then inside the inspect panel, if we just move on to the console, you can see no routes matched to the location of /add. So that's the functionality that we needed to implement. So now everything is working perfectly fine. And if we move on to the user page as well, and then you can see no route matched to the location of that user. But once we will just log in with the user or the admin, so if we just log in, and then you can see now we are into the home page as well, and everything is working fine. And here you can see once we are just moved on into a different page, like here if we move on, like here we can just directly move into the profile, and then you can see now we are into the profile page as well. So the last step would be now we need to implement the last step as well. So here you can see now if we move on into the movies page, and then you can see now these buttons are not looking good. So I think these buttons are looking as just static buttons, so we need to improve that as well. So for this button, what do we need to do? So we can move on into the movie item, and then we can just design this button as well. So here we have the button, we can define the variant, and that should be equals to the content. So if we save, so now you can see now we have the variant of the content as well. So spelling is wrong again, so that should be equals to the content. So if we now save, so now you can see now the variant is content, and then we can increase the width as well. So we can just provide the prop of the full width. So it will just take full width of that parent, and then you can see now we have the full width. And now the next step would be now we need to change the color. So we can just do same. So we can provide the same color of the navigation bar. So we can just copy and inspect that color as well from the navigation bar, and then you can see that would be the color. So here we'll get the color. So here you can see that is the color of the navigation bar. So we can just copy that, and then we need to provide the background color as well. So we can have the BG color. That should be equals to this color. So if we save, if we move on to the application, so now you can see now we have this color. So if we just move on, and then you can see now we have this color. But now you can see on the hover state, now the button is not looking good. So as we did inside the add movie, so we can just provide the hover button as well. So here we have the hover functionality here. So we can just copy that hover, and then we can just paste that into the movie item. So we can just paste that here. So if we save, if we again move on to the application, so now you can see if we just render that application here. So now you can see if we just render the application, if we just check, and then you can see now the color is looking perfectly good. So everything is working perfectly fine. So now the application is fully completed. So now I hope you have learned a lot through this project. With that, the application is working perfectly fine, and all of the things are working perfectly fine. So with that, the application is complete. So now let's see the summary part of what we have done throughout this application and the project.